The Disappearance of the USS Welsh. Letter to Professor Martin of the Mississippi Tributary University. From Lieutenant Lennon Aberdeen. 7th of October, 1915. Hello, Professor Martin. I understand that your profession in the unknown is profound, and you are internationally well known. If this is true, I beg of you to take my word and investigate. At Section 7J of the Mid-South Atlantic, around 81 miles off the coast of Brazil, the Brazilian Navy reported a large object floating on the water. They estimated it to be around half a football field long, and did not specify how wide it was. Mysteriously, the cruiser boat they had sent to investigate did not report back. The Brazilians felt an ocean quake and promptly left. This envelope shall have a translated report of the incident. No matter anyways, as the Brazilians deemed the object to be a German U-boat. Now, it is important to note the consistency of our fleet. Our cargo transport consisted of two freightliners, the UCV Havana and the UCV Nassau, two cruisers, the USS Welsh and the USS Plano, and a destroyer called the USS Thunder. Due to our small flotilla, our commanding officer requested that the USS Welsh deviate slightly from the route to intercept the object. It took about 3 hours for the Welsh to report back to us. They reported that the object was cruising at around 10 knots an hour, and its trajectory would have it sailing south towards the Antarctic continent. The object did not fire back, nor did anything special happen. However, it was identified as a German U-boat. The cruiser had fired warning shots, yet the U-boat did not respond. The Welsh waited an hour, and then proceeded to fire its cannons at the back of the U-boat, attempting to destroy the propellers. Eventually, a shot made it through, and the German boat halted. Still, however, the boat made no activity. Then, after about 10 minutes, it sunk into the ocean. The Welsh began its course to reconnect with the convoy. When the stern was facing where the U-boat once was, a hole appeared below the engine. First, it was only a few centimeters small, but it slowly grew to a few inches, then a foot wide. The engine room was filling with water. The Welsh still managed to make it back to the convoy, and the captain allowed for the cruiser to make a route to Rio de Janeiro before it fully sunk. We took some of their ammunition supply and assisted in pumping out water before they changed course. At 01:50 at night, we heard a rumbling noise. There was no foul weather predicted for this region of the ocean. I went out of my bunk to inspect the noise, and the ocean was shaking. The waves reached meters high, and the boat began to rock wildly. I spotted a crewmate and ordered him to fire a flare above the ocean to raise the visibility. After being ordered to do so, the man shot a red flare. It contacted the clouds, which were suspiciously low, and faded. I then told the man to come to the bridge with me. Reaching the bridge was a treacherous journey. The waves rose higher, and each step felt like walking on a rope bridge in high winds. I come from Maine, and have experienced many storms at sea. None was as terrible as this. Upon reaching the bridge, we checked our speed. There must have been a strong current dragging us, as we were going 20 knots above maximum speed. I radioed the only other cruiser, the USS Plano. The Plano reported that the entire crew was awakened by the storm, and their reported speed was 40 knots. From the bridge, I saw the radio operator on the deck. He was waving towards us and was making his way up. The poor soul should not have been so careless. A large wave converged over us and threw him off the boat. The man next to me had a look of horror on his face. I told him to sit down and hold himself down. The captain radioed us, saying that the weather was causing both freightliners to bring on too much water. He informed us that the fleet will be heading towards a port in southern Brazil to wait out the storm. I contacted the Welsh to report the weather in Rio de Janeiro, but they did not respond. One of the crewmates in the bunk, who was from Argentina, had once told me of a creature with many similarities. I diverged from the path we were taking, but the current kept dragging us in one direction. It took too much frustration to eventually take the boat out of the current. The waves screamed at us and yelled its insults. Every mile that we moved, the waves would lower by a meter. Eventually, the convoy was out of whatever foul force had started that monsoon. I went back down to check the damage. I found that, other than a missing toolkit that remained untethered, the boat was almost untouched. I went back into the hull and left the man with me to rest. I checked in with the captain and reported what was missing. Captain Winston was not happy. He bluffed the unusual weather as a hurricane passing through and doubted that we really needed to go off course. A freightliner had lost its communication with the convoy and was left isolated with no protection. The captain complained how he would be discharged from the Navy and could only hope that the freightliner would make it to Argentina. At the port of Alegre, I decided to ask the locals if there was any severe weather lately. Everyone I asked said no. However, when I detailed the occurrence to an old man, he told us a story. Long ago, when the man was in his early adulthood, he worked for a fishing company. One day, he saw an empty canoe about 20 miles from the coast. His captain thought of looking into the canoe to see if there was any leftover fishing supplies. Once their small fishing boat came parallel to the empty canoe, a strong wind began blowing. The waves got choppier, and the canoe sank with the waves. A cloudless day had suddenly become an extreme monsoon. The captain of the fishing boat immediately ordered the vessel to return to port. The old man, who was working on the deck, was told by the captain that a large hole had been created below the engine. Water flowed into the engine compartment. By the time that the boat sunk, the captain and the old man were the only ones remaining. The two of them remained in place until a passing by fishing boat rescued them. He and his captain tried to warn everyone of a great danger at sea, but to no avail. Their story was mocked and believed to be a lie. I asked where the captain of the fishing boat was. The old man said that the captain had passed away many years ago from old age. I thanked the man for his time and headed back towards the destroyer. I found it odd how the man referred to the monsoon and the whole event as if whatever caused it was a living creature. I met the captain, and as we were ready to leave Porto Alegre, I told the captain about the old man's story. Obviously, the captain was skeptical, believing it to be some folktale. Our convoy was back on the original route. We needed to head about 700 southwest before we reached our end. We kept a steady pacing of 20 knots southwest. There was nothing unusual to report. We spotted a figure in the distance, and we received a telegram. USS Welsh. Hello, USS Thunder. Back from Brazil. Rejoining convoy. We sent back, USS Thunder. Welcome back, USS Welsh. It was a welcome sight to see the Welsh back in its hole. Though through the binoculars, the Welsh was considerably further than anticipated. About 30 minutes later, the Welsh could finally contact us via radio. The captain and the Welsh talked back to each other. Eventually, everyone on our ship was telling the captain to ask the Welsh about what happened 2 days ago. The Welsh responded that there was indeed a light rain, and a small current heading south about 2 knots. The Welsh was about 15 miles from the Brazilian coast during the monsoon. Around 1540, the USS Plano, which was about a quarter of a mile ahead, reported a spotting of the missing freightliner, the UCV Nassau. The captain sighed loudly, as if the UCV Nassau was the only thing on his mind. We contacted the freightliner's bridge, but there was no response. I was immediately suspicious. The freightliner was not moving, and the captain decided to investigate. He sent me and a group of 3 others to board the freightliner. The group consisted of an engineer, a soldier, a radio operator, and me. The Thunder and the Plano would continue with the UCV Havana, while the Welsh would remain with us. As we boarded, the boat was unusually creaky. I was already used to tuning out the ambience of the sea and the ship. This, however, was loud and unusually hollow sounding. The ship had aged considerably in the last 2 days. I would say it aged for about 2 years. But that simply could not be right. The ship's fence was rusted and had completely corroded in most parts. Nevertheless, I led the group towards a door. The door's handle did not budge, so I requested the soldier's handgun. I aimed at the door, and with a bang, the door handle fell off. The door swung open, and we turned on our lamps. It was a short hallway with 2 doors on both sides. At the end of the hallway was a stairway down. Each door opened to a damp bunk room, within one of which we found a journal. The engineer read aloud the most recent log. Finn's Journal, 9th of December, 1915. It has been a considerable amount of time since we lost contact with the convoy. Admiral Seth told us that the ship had finally exhausted all food sources. We had used all the cargo to sustain us and extend our chances of being found. We had run out of oil a few days ago already. Our chances of surviving are slim to none. I've spotted no boats in the previous month, aside from the fishermen that gave me fish. We are at least capable of catching water. There is currently a large storm outside, probably a monsoon or a hurricane. Hopefully the rain will last a while. I recall that when we read that journal, it was the 10th of October 1915. Either they were not aware of the date, or something sinister is at play. We stood around in confusion. The journal made no sense to us. It explained why the boat had no power, and why the cargo was gone. However, it did not explain why the ship was in such ruins. I would prefer not to think about it too hard. The soldier turned around quickly. It scared us, but nothing was behind us. He said that he heard a noise near the brig. He was the only person to have noticed anything, but he seemed insistent to investigate. Before we could make a vote on it, he walked out of the room and down the stairs. The rest of us were hesitant to go down, but once the light no longer reached him, his footsteps were void. I did not want to go down, and neither did the others. That was the last that we heard from the man. After searching the rest of the bunks, we found nothing of interest. We stepped out of the boat. We were still uneasy from the disappearance of the man, but after the last man left the interior, we met with nothing. It was pitch dark outside, so I checked my watch. It was midnight, and the Welsh was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, a blinding light switched on. The Welsh was right next to us. We jumped, but then realized it must have been a cruel joke. They laughed as we stepped back onto the Welsh. However, as we left, the UCV Nassau right behind us was no longer in sight. This concerned me, and I remember the first part of the old man's story. I tried to bring up my concern to the captain, and he seemed slightly concerned as well. It was too late to do anything, though. As the wind blew, the crewmates chattered their teeth. The wind turned to a sour freezing temperature, and hail began to bombard the ship. The crew headed inside of the deck. It was odd. We were near the equator. It was highly unusual for it to hail. The waves were now as high as the deck. The deck began to ice over, and the hail grew to the size of tennis balls. Our attention was turned to the brewing storm, and all the while, I tried to focus on the outside of the left end of the bridge window. Whatever it was large, and it rammed into us with the might of a tsunami. We were all thrown across the bridge, and I realized the danger. I called for the Admiral to send out an SOS and to leave the ship. The crewmates were lined up at the life rafts, a line of arms up to the sky. Eventually, I managed to board a raft. We dropped down and rowed away. From the raft, I saw the interior lights of the Welsh. The Welsh had multiple large holes in the hull, and whatever large thing that had rammed the Welsh was bringing the Welsh down with it. The power cut off from the Welsh, and the Welsh went dark. From where the ocean and the dark sky meets, I could see the silhouette of the Welsh angled halfway in the water. I guess I had blacked out. It was morning when I blinked. My body was bruised up from the hail. I looked around. There were 7 others on the wooden raft. It was a gloomy scene. The sky was overcast and the ocean was rigid. After several days on the water, a rescue boat was dispatched. It turns out that our small raft was closest to when the Welsh was last seen. We were the only ones they found. When we arrived at Buenos Aires, we did not find the rest of the crew. Captain Winston told us that when the convoy arrived, they had been waiting for the USS Welsh to appear. Once a day had passed, they dispatched a rescue boat. This near-death scenario has brought me to write to you, Professor Martin. I urge you to investigate this hidden force. I do not believe it was a natural monsoon, and the waves that night were far from natural. I believe the thing that rammed the Welsh to have been the freightliner we had previously boarded. Once again, I urge you to investigate. May this letter find you well, and I hope to see your letter back. Lennon, Aberdeen. And that was The Disappearance of the USS Welsh by I Like Lemonade, I Agree. That's a funny name. I like lemonade too. I agree. So, the initial thoughts I first had going into this are, I was like, oh, okay, well, is it going to be like the thing got pulled down underwater or something? You know, what makes it disappear? Does it go into fog and it disappears, becomes a ghost shipy kind of thing? You can never really tell just based on the title alone. And so, reading it, what I thought was really interesting was that it immediately made me think of like the Bermuda Triangle. However, for those of you who don't know, here's the actual location of the Bermuda Triangle, and if you look, it's nowhere near, much further down South America, like Brazil, all the way down to Buenos Aires, which is in Argentina. this is the Bermuda Triangle's it's off the coast of Miami to like Puerto Rico and stuff. It's up to Bermuda. It's proper, it's up there. So it's obviously not that, but it does give me initial vibes of that. Except with the Bermuda Triangle, the whole point was like things that go into it. They potentially have a lot of like mechanical failures and stuff like that, and usually it's like planes and ships and stuff. They don't always come back, etc. Whereas in this, even though something disappeared in a really bizarro manner, there's also kind of like a time element to it. There's obviously a big degradation and stuff. It's very interesting that it's almost like there's a bizarro time pocket, but then it's also doing a bizarre damage to specifically the engine room. So there's certainly some very supernatural, paranormal, and even time manipulation at play here, which is interesting. I think that's a really interesting twist of the story. And the fact that it didn't just happen to one ship, I mean, it essentially happened to quite a few people, and even the old man had his own version of a story with the similar circumstances. So it's quite good. It's quite interesting. I don't really know how to explain it beyond that, but I like the fact that it's kind of written like a letter. The English might not be exactly grammatically perfect, but I think that it's because yet again it's a translation, so that fits the narrative. It works really well. No, I've really enjoyed this. I thought this was really, really well done story. I've been Nate at Night. I've really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. See you for whatever's next. Take care. SCP-049. Item number, SCP-049. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-049 is contained within a standard secure humanoid containment cell in Research Sector 02 at Site 19. SCP-049 must be sedated before any attempts to transport it. During transport, SCP-049 must be secured within a Class 3 humanoid restriction harness, including a locking collar and extension restraints, and monitored by no fewer than 2 armed guards. While SCP-049 is generally cooperative with most Foundation personnel, outbursts or sudden changes in behavior are to be met with elevated force. Under no circumstances should any personnel come into direct contact with SCP-049 during these outbursts. In the event SCP-049 becomes aggressive, the application of lavender, L. multifida, has been shown to produce a calming effect on the entity. Once calmed, SCP-049 generally becomes compliant and will return to containment with little resistance. In order to facilitate the ongoing containment of SCP-049, the entity is to be provided with the corpse of a recently deceased animal, typically a bovine or other large mammal, once every 2 weeks for study. Corpses that become instances of SCP-049-2 are to be removed from SCP-049's containment cell and incinerated. SCP-049 is no longer permitted to interact with human subjects, and requests for human subjects are to be denied. Temporary Containment Procedure Update. See Addendum 049.3. Per Containment Committee Order 049.S19.17.1, SCP-049 is no longer permitted to interact directly with any members of Foundation staff, nor is it to be provided with any additional corpses to be used in its surgeries. This order shall persist indefinitely until such time a consensus regarding the ongoing containment of SCP-049 can be reached. Description: SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. While SCP-049 appears to be wearing the thick robes and the ceramic mask indicative of that profession, the garments instead seem to have grown out of SCP-049's body over time, and are now indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, SCP-049 does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. SCP-049 is capable of speech in a variety of languages, though tends to prefer English or medieval French. While SCP-049 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become especially irritated or at times outright aggressive if it feels that it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. Although the exact nature of this pestilence is currently unknown to Foundation researchers, it does seem to be an issue of immense concern to SCP-049. SCP-049 will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence, often having to be restrained should it encounter such. If left unchecked, SCP-049 will generally attempt to kill any such individual. SCP-049 is capable of causing all biological functions of an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown, and autopsies of SCP-049's victims have invariably been inconclusive. SCP-049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence. They will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse using the implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances of SCP-049-2. SCP-049-2 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by SCP-049. These instances do not seem to retain any of the prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little and in a generally ambulatory fashion, they can become extremely aggressive if provoked or if directed to by SCP-049. SCP-049-2 instances express active biological functions, though these are vastly different from current understood human physiology. Despite these alterations, SCP-049 often remarks that the subjects have been cured. Addendum 049.1 Discovery SCP-049 was discovered during the investigation of a series of unknown disappearances in the town of Montauban in southern France. During a raid on a local home, investigators found several instances of SCP-049-2, as well as SCP-049. While law enforcement personnel engaged the hostile 049-2 instances, SCP-049 was noted as watching the engagement and taking notes in its journal. After all of the 049-2 instances were dispatched, SCP-049 willingly entered Foundation custody. The following interview was conducted by Dr. Raymond Ham during the initial investigation.
Alors, comment devrions-nous commencer une introduction?
Is that French? Can we get a translator?
The King's English. No need for translation, sir. I can speak it well enough.
Good. My name is Dr. Raymond Ham, and I...
A doctor. A like-minded individual, no doubt. Wherein is your speciality, sir?
Cryptobiology. Why?
A medical man, such as myself. Wonders abound. And here, I worried I had been abducted by common street thugs. This place, then, this is your laboratory. I had wondered, as clean as it is, and with such little trace of the pestilence here.
The pestilence? What do you mean?
The scourge. The great dying. Come now, you know what is it they call it? No matter. The pestilence, yes. It abounds outside these walls, you know. So many have succumbed, and many more will continue to, until such time as a perfect cure can be developed. Fortunately, I am very close. It is my duty in life to rid the world of it, you see. The cure to end all cures.
When you say the great dying, are you talking about the bubonic plague?
I don't know what that is.
I see. Right, well, the entities our agents encountered at the house, they were dead when you encountered them, yes? You reanimated them.
In a manner of speaking, you see things too simply, Doctor. Expand your horizons. Life and death, sickness and health. These are amateur terms for amateur physicians. There is only one ailment that exists in the world of men, and that is the pestilence, and nothing else. Make no mistake, they were very ill. All of them.
You think you cured those people?
Indeed. My cure is most effective.
But the things we recovered were not human.
Yes, well, it is not a perfect cure, but that will come with time, and further experimentation. I have spent a lifetime developing my methods, Dr. Ham, and will spend a lifetime more, if necessary. Now, we have wasted too much time. There is work to do. I will require a laboratory of my own, one where I can continue my research unimpeded. And assistance, of course, though I can provide those on my own. In time.
Oh, I don't think our organization would be willing to...
Nonsense. We are all men of science. Fetch your coat and show me to my quarters, Doctor. Our work begins now.
Interviewer's note. While SCP-049 is capable of communicating in a very human way, there is a strange sense of unease that one experiences when in its presence. Make no mistake, there is something very uncanny about this entity indeed. Additionally, we've confiscated that pointed stick that SCP-049 keeps waving around. Part of this was due to standard confiscation protocols for the possessions of anomalies, and part because 049 really is a menace swinging it around like he does. The entity was displeased at first, but after we made some concessions in providing it with test subjects, which are admittedly more for the benefit of our own research, it warmed up to the idea. Addendum 049.2 Observation Log. While in containment at Site-19, SCP-049 has spent a considerable amount of time studying and performing surgery on the various mammalian corpses it has been provided. SCP-049 will routinely spend several days performing surgery. And then, regardless of whether or not the corpse becomes an instance of SCP-049-2, spending several more days documenting its findings in a thick leather journal stored within its doctor bag. SCP-049 will often seek to share its findings with members of Foundation staff. The following is a log of several occasions during which SCP-049 was observed operating on a mammalian corpse. Observational Log 049.OL.1 Summary. Subject SCP-049. Preface. A test subject, D85123, was introduced into SCP-049's containment cell. The entity expressed sincere gratitude towards all members of the containment and research staff. Observation notes. SCP-049 began by asking D85123 several standard medical questions, as it began removing tools from its bag. Shortly after finishing its preparations, SCP-049 quickly closed the distance between the two, killing the subject with a touch to its throat. Afterwards, SCP-049 made a number of considerable alterations to the basic structure of the subject's corpse, often introducing fluids from within its bag into the subject by way of a hand-powered pump and copper tubing. The resulting 049-2 instance became animated, flailing and grasping at the walls of the chamber with a number of manufactured limbs, while moaning out of an oblong orifice now present in its sternum. During this time, SCP-049 was observed taking notes of the instance in its journal, and remarking to the watching research staff about the efficacy of its cure. Security personnel entered the chamber to move SCP-049 back to containment, and were attacked by the instance. The security team dispatched the 049-2 instance, and SCP-049 returned to containment with no resistance, stating that it was pleased with the results. Observational Log 049.OL.2 Summary. Preface. SCP-049 was provided with the corpse of a recently deceased goat. SCP-049 expressed gratitude at the provision. Observation notes. SCP-049 operated on the goat corpse for several days, eventually resulting in an instance of SCP-049-2. SCP-049 expressed pleasure in this outcome, though admitted the disease was still in its nascent stage. My veterinarian practice is rudimentary, but the patient responded well to the procedure. OL3 Summary. Preface. SCP-049 was provided the corpse of a recently deceased orangutan. SCP-049 expressed noted gratitude at the provision, due to the similarities between the orangutan and common human physiology. Observation notes. SCP-049 spent several days operating on the orangutan, reanimating it several times. However, SCP-049 appeared to be discontent with the results it experienced, returning to the creature 3 times after its initial reanimation for additional work. After it was unable to reanimate the corpse a 5th time, SCP-049 turned the corpse over to Foundation staff for incineration, stating, "I have learned so much from this. Though I fear my early optimism was misplaced. I hadn't yet come across such a stumbling block on my road to the cure. More subjects like this would do a great deal in advancing my research." OL7. Full. SCP-049 was provided the corpse of a recently deceased bovine. SCP-049 expressed mild annoyance at the provision, though accepted it nonetheless. Observation notes. SCP-049 spent several days operating on the bovine corpse, breaking only to dine on a requested dinner of thin crackers, salted pork, and hard cheese. Beginning first by embalming the corpse, SCP-049 was observed producing a number of long syringes from its bag, each containing a different dark, viscous fluid. SCP-049 described these fluids as essences of the humors, and elaborated by saying, "The pestilence may bring about a systemic imbalance. In such a case, before true healing can begin, one must find the humors in balance or the body will reject the cure." Over the next few days, SCP-049 spent a considerable amount of time adjusting the organs of the bovine corpse with a number of large metal instruments. After 8 days, SCP-049 produced a lightning rod, which Dr. Ham exchanged for an electric cattle prod attached to an extension cord, and struck the corpse in several locations. This action seemingly had the effect of reanimating the bovine, which once again became ambulatory, despite the inversion of the head and reorientation of its limbs.
We've watched you work for several weeks now, and honestly, I'm not sure I understand what you're doing. Could you describe your process in detail?
Oh, goodness no. The process is most intensive. As I said to your assistant, the best instruction you will find about my methods are here, in my journals, as I have kept exhaustive records of my work there.
Oh, I see. Well, my concern, Doctor, is that we still don't understand what you're seeking to cure, or how it manifests, or how turning these creatures into quasi-living, mindless drones helps in that effort.
You do not understand the pestilence, even after all this time. Doctor, it is an unspeakable horror, one that has shown its true face many times before, and will again. I find myself blessed with the wisdom and good senses needed to root it out and destroy it. But many, like yourself, cannot. It is a cruel judgment, I fear, to be at the mercy of a disease you cannot fully comprehend.
That still doesn't answer my question. How's your cure any kind of cure at all?
It is a cure. You may laugh at my efforts if you please, but do not besmirch the good name of scientific progress that has developed this great mercy. What you short-sightedly see here is a life better than any this creature could have hoped for. Stricken as it was with the pestilence, this creature is now clean, unable to spread the pestilence, and free from the terror it would have experienced otherwise.
This is hardly a creature at all, Doctor. It's not even...
Do not jape with me, sir. You and your colleagues are like so many others, unable to look past minor setbacks to see the salvation taking place before your very eyes. Do you wait to remove rotten timbers until the whole collapses on top of you? No. You find them and you pull them out and replace them with those untouched by rot. And most of all, you do not simply mock the structure because it now looks different to you. It is strong. It is free of disease.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to agitate you. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes. Well, do mind your words in the future, Doctor. I am a professional, but even professionals may feel the bite of pride in dealing with criticism of their masterpiece. I will forgive this as an act of good faith between colleagues.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, that will be all. Another test subject on the usual schedule. You know my preference of subjects with more human anatomies.
Attending researcher's note. SCP-049 does seem to genuinely want to help other humans, though it has not yet been able to provide a concrete example of what exactly it is trying to save us all from. I have watched it now over several weeks, and while the outcomes do not seem to ever change, SCP-049 continues to claim that it is growing closer to its perfect cure. I think the entity may be more aware of the reality of these outcomes than it would like us to think. Addendum 049.3 April 16th, 2017. Starting shortly after SCP-049's initial containment, Dr. Ham conducted a number of interviews with the subject regarding its anomalous properties, and over time began to note its displeasure with its subjects in the SCP-049-2 instances. This continued for a period of several months, during which SCP-049 never exhibited any aggressive behaviors. On April 16, 2017, as Dr. Ham was entering SCP-049's test chamber to conduct another routine interview, the entity began to grow anxious and asked Dr. Ham if he was feeling well. Following protocol, Dr. Ham reminded SCP-049 that the interview was required, after which the entity became hostile and attacked Dr. Ham, killing him. Due to a lapse in security protocol, and because Dr. Ham did not activate the in-chamber emergency system, Dr. Ham's corpse was not discovered until 3 hours later, by which point SCP-049 had converted it into an instance of SCP-049-2. In the aftermath of this incident, SCP-049 was interviewed by Dr. Theron Sherman.
I need you to explain yourself. SCP-049, you are being directed to explain your actions, and I will remind you that failure to cooperate will result in further restrictions during your containment.
My actions do not need to be explained.
You killed Raymond Ham, and then butchered him until he...
Not dead. No, not dead. He is cured.
Cured? Cured of what?
The pestilence, sir. I had thought you, at least, would realize what luck it is. I detected it before.
What pestilence? You keep going on and on about this pestilence, but you have not once been able to properly identify this disease. What could you have possibly seen in him today that you had not seen so many times before, that it would be worth his life?
The pestilence presents and progresses in unforeseeable fashions, and has a queer way of creeping into the unprepared. And call it what you want, Doctor. It was a mercy I did to him. He is cured.
He is a vegetable.
I would not expect you to understand. You and your ilk have proven time and time again not to be men of science, but men of emotion. You cannot appreciate the horrors I have seen. Those many millions who have succumbed to the pestilence and been changed.
Your cure cost Ray his life.
No, good sir. I have saved it. You would allow this world to slip back into the despair of disease and death, ignoring that I have created a miracle. And
what disease? What pestilence? He was a healthy man. He was a good doctor.
I'm offering it freely to the afflicted. You are not worth this argument, sir. You are short-sighted and foolish. Dr. Ham was sick, and I cured him. I am the only one who can do this. My work must continue. There is still so much to learn, so much.
I've had enough of this.
And
consider your allowances revoked.
Saved, even you.
Welcome to containment, 049.
Might be saved.
We're done here.
I can save them all. I can cast down this plague once and for all. I can do this. Only me. I saved him. Dr. Ham. I cured him. He was sick. I know he was sick. I know he was. And you are all sick, but I can save you. I can save all of you, because I am the cure.
Addendum 049.4 Post-Incident Report Interview. The following interview is an excerpt of the April 16, 2017 049 Incident Report. The interview was conducted by Dr. Elijah Itkin and took place 3 weeks after the start of the initial investigation.
SCP-049, we are conducting this interview to close out our investigation of your actions taken on April 16th that resulted in the death of a staff member. Do you have any comments to make?
Only that I look forward to the day when you will allow me to resume my work. I have spent the last few weeks compiling my notes and constructing a new theory for how the pestilence was able to infect someone in such an insidious manner that I nearly couldn't detect it.
Have you experienced any remorse for your actions? For the death of Dr. Ham?
Ah, yes. Well, The death of a colleague is always regrettable, but in the face of the pestilence, we must be swift, Doctor, and act without hesitation.
Dr. Sherman noted in his report that you seemed to be mournful during your initial interview.
Mourn? Perhaps. I had not thought that. It is lamentable that a fellow doctor became infected, but the work continues. Regrettable as it was, Dr. Ham's death provided important insight. Living human subjects are the only way to proceed forward, I am decided. My cure is of little use on dead flesh, and I have gleaned all I can from your generous supply of corpses. My desires turn towards tending to those still living who suffer from the disease.
I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed.
Oh, Doctor, I wouldn't be so sure.
Footnotes. The robes and gloves are identical to a thick hide built upon the skin, while the mask is composed of a kind of chitin growing out of the bones of the face. The entity claims to have originated in 15th century France, though admits that it is particularly well travelled. The space within this bag is seemingly anomalously large, as SCP-049 has been observed pulling objects larger than the bag itself from within it in order to operate on deceased subjects. SCP-049 had stated its desire to work on human subjects several times between this occasion and the earlier provision of an orangutan, noting its discontentedness when they would not be provided. SCP-049 has expressed that it does not require sustenance, but enjoys it and feels that the food helps to put it in the right mind to operate. SCP-049 added to this statement by saying, "This is, of course, elementary knowledge for the practical physician. I would have thought you would have learned this during your education." Notably, SCP-049's journals are not written in any known language, and attempts by linguists and codebreakers to decipher them have been unsuccessful. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. I love this idea, I love this creation, because obviously it's steeped in a level of reality, because obviously Plague Doctors were a real thing, mainly during the bubonic plague times. Let me go ahead and just I'll give you a quick history lesson. I'm not going to super bore you with all the details though. A plague doctor was a type of doctor who would treat victims of the bubonic plague, also known as the Black Death, during the second major outbreak of the disease across Western Europe. They were usually hired by cities to treat infected patients regardless of income, especially the poor that could not afford to pay. And what else is incredibly important to understand about them is obviously the costume. The costume is one of the most notable things about them, with the massive beak, kind of bird-like in a way. The idea of it is that it's meant to keep the bad air, the miasma of disease and death further away from them, so it's a bit safer for them, almost like a filtration system. It wasn't really a filtration system, but the concept was there. And later on, you could essentially say this was one of the earliest concepts of a hazmat suit, really, especially with their crazy big costume and everything that they would wear. The garments covered the body, shielding against splattered blood, lymph, and cough droplets, and the wax robe prevented fleas, which were one of the carriers of the plague, from touching the body or being able to cling to the linen, because it was usually made of like a leathery, kind of a hard substance. Costume of the Plague Doctor is one of the earliest examples of a hazmat suit. There you go, it's even in Wikipedia. Not that Wikipedia is the most accurate, but, certainly has some truth. Yeah, I'm not gonna bore you too much more with that. I think, you're welcome to look that kind of stuff up. I'm happy to give you history lessons if you want me to, but that's not what we're here for. Let's keep talking about SCP-049. So, what I love about it is the fact that he in his own mind is doing the right thing. He's doing the good work. He's doing what his job is supposed to be, and yet again, not asking for pay. Just expects to be able to conduct his research and learn what he can. But then there's obviously the confusion that lies in the fact that he's trying to work on this pestilence, which is a vague term in this sense, because he never fully defines it. He just kind of gives you very obscure answers, which makes it like he's able to kind of say whatever he wants and just continue doing things, and I guess that's all fine. He's also got his crazy medical bag, his journal, which, although he says he allows other people to read it, I don't really know if anybody else has. To be fair, there might be reasons for that. Maybe he gets angry. I don't know. But he reanimates corpses, and that's very interesting because then you're kind of delving into the idea of like, another mad scientist, for example, would be Dr. Frankenstein, who reanimated a monster, a corpse, whatever you want to. That was multiple body parts and stuff. But either way, the idea was of bringing something back to life as a cure, as a fighting against death. It's creepy, it's strange, and he's observing, he's learning from them, and he even like changes body parts around, including internal organs and things. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. There's a lot of stories tied to SCP-049 as well. A lot of stories, which would be really cool to read sometime. I might give a little glance. Might make a few videos on them if you want. If you want more SCP-049 content, let me know. I'll totally do it. No problem. It's interesting. He believes himself benevolent, and yet he commits atrocities, which is probably why he is contained, and that's probably for the best, if you ask me. Yeah, because that's pretty dark. Imagine if he had free reign to just kind of do what he wanted to do, create his own little army. I don't know if he'd really be like taking over the world, but give him enough time and he'll convert enough people to his cure. It just keeps getting darker and darker the more you think about it. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what this pestilence is? Maybe he believes life is a pestilence. Maybe that's why he is happy to kill people and convert them into a reanimated corpse. I don't know. I really don't know. It's something to ponder about. What do you think the pestilence is? Let me share your theories and your thoughts down below with me. I want to hear some ideas. Let me know what SCP I should cover next, by the way. Thank you so much for watching. This has been Nate at Night, and I'll see you for the next one. Take care. While I was looting a convenience store, I noticed there were 2 of those strobes outside the window. After I ducked down, I realized that they were both making unusual noises. Like, aside from the clicking noise, they were making different tones. Does anyone else notice this? I was really nervous driving into the city limits, but I'm here. Please help. I can't stay. There's something inside. My mom got out. I had her locked away because she wasn't herself anymore. And now she's out. I can't do this again. What the hell did I just wake up to? I'm being extremely careful, driving slow with all the lights off to avoid unwanted attention. No signs of life yet, which puts me really on edge. I've been frantically messaging Lost Sun News all day, no response, and no tweets since late last night. I'm really worried. I don't know what to do about this. Should I message again? I didn't even stop to really think about what condition Nat has been in all this time. Not until now. Side note, I noticed a new photo in the album. I do not recall taking this. I'm here, Tucker. I'm alive. I got out. Are you okay, kid? Are you hurt? What happened? I'm bleeding a lot. My mom broke out of the basement where I locked her in. I couldn't hurt her, even though I should have. I couldn't do that to my parents again. So I left. For the first time in a long time, I left. Nat, I'm so sorry. It hurts a lot. I don't know where I am now, but it's cold and dark and I'm alone. Do you have any means of getting into another building? A neighbor's house? Anything? No, I tried. All doors are locked. I tried breaking a window, but it's way tougher than it looks. I don't know how I can help. I can't believe this, but I'm going. I'm tired of feeling useless. I'm going to find Nat. This city isn't as ransacked as I thought it would be. Stockpiling as much food as I can find. I don't know when I'll have this opportunity again. What about gas? Not so lucky on that front. If I don't find some fuel soon, I'm probably going to have to start searching on foot. Seems like Lost Sun News and the Mad Joy are in a similar situation that Daniel and I are. Good luck on finding each other out there. I hope we're both successful. Where are all the people? I don't know. It is cold enough here that it makes sense not to see any ships or strobes, but people? That concerns me. 8 months later, I'm back trekking through Indianapolis again. Much less active this time around, and about half of the electrical grid is out. Siphoning fuel from various cars. I've got about half of a jerry can filled, trying to find more. Alright, I'm at the address Nat sent me. Looked around and can't find anything. No response from Nat on Twitter either. What should I do? I'm gonna take your advice. Gonna get into the house and have a look around. The house was way more kept up on the outside. This looks like it's been a shithole for a long time. No way this much grime and dust has accumulated in just 10 months. That's what I did when I tried to reach my family. I was thinking about myself, and look what happened to them. I'm not making the same mistake again. I've tried contacting Nat, no response. Don't know what to do except sit here in this cold, dark house. I've looked everywhere in the surrounding area and in this house, except for the basement. I know what's down there, based on what Nat tweeted. I hate being a passive bystander, trust me. But there's fuck all I can do now. Unless you people have any ideas. I'm trying to think of any possible reason as to why Nat is MIA. It's freezing outside, so no ships and a very low chance of drones. It could be dark water, but after checking GPS, there's no bodies of water within a 10-mile radius. It's honestly depressing that the one time you decide to extend your hand to another to help them, you're too late. It can't be too late. There's gotta be something I'm missing. I guess I don't have much of a choice, do I? When I press up against the wall leading to the basement, I hear this. I'm in the basement. I found Nat and her mom. Nat is okay, I think. At least she's alive. I'm trying my best to comfort her. Oh, God. I just got back to where I parked. There are 4 people standing in front of my car, with their backs facing towards me. I won't be able to outrun them. I have to get to the car. That's the only way I can escape. Doing my best to quietly approach, fill up the tank, and get in the car. They broke my arm. This hurts so much. Holy shit. How the hell do I treat this? The last time I broke a bow was before I can remember. Thank you all for your help and support. I've made a splint and am trying my best to rest now. I drove to the outskirts of the city, but I need more time to heal up. I feel so tired and I'm still in pain. I need as much strength as possible before continuing towards Danyan. Also, I caught up on the Mad Joy and Lost Sun News situation. I'm so glad they're together now. Lost Sun News and I have been back home for a while. Took a break from technology. I'm helping her with sorting through her DMs. So many people send incoherent nonsense. Can't tell if it's people who are turned or if it's people who are just grieving. I'm so close to the coordinates now. It's been a long time since I've really thought about it. For the past few months, it's just been a mindless mission. But I don't know if I should put myself in an emotionally vulnerable mindset again. Whatever happens, happens. Hey Nat, it's your friend from the 92nd. I've been following what's been going on with you, and I'm so sorry. I pray that Tucker can find you. As for me, my hopes are a bit higher than last time. As me and my small group made our way to Augusta, we ran into a military convoy leaving the ruins of Fort Gordon. We have since joined them. I feel better being around more people, but all these trucks are sure to attract some unwanted attention, I just know it. One of the survivors is a lieutenant colonel, and he says that there's some sort of contingency plan in place, and we are heading to a camp now. He won't give any sort of other info, so I speculate that it is a lie to keep morale high. Either way, I just hope I get to see my family soon. Stay safe. People have been disappearing, and I don't mean from the blue or red lights. I was in contact with a military-protected civilian camp over two-way radio. After talking to them for a few weeks, I knew the military was being pretty damn effective at fending off the headlights, using a method the colonel wanted to keep quiet for some reason. They go radio silent a day or two before I get there. When I finally reached the camp, half the military was gone. The rest of the squadron that was there said that the other half had hand-selected by the higher-ups to be taken elsewhere, but they've never been heard from again. There's another force at work here. I've been monitoring the Twitter chatter for a while, and I can't remain silent any longer. Because of the nature of my work and the insight I had, both I and my wife had scrubbed social media from our lives a couple of years ago. I'm former Air Force Communications and Intelligence, but that's a few years removed now. I still know a thing or two, and what I learned in the service did make me a bit of a prepper. Being an early riser in Arizona, I caught what started happening on BBC World News as the veil came down. My wife and I grabbed our bug-out bags, and because the event wasn't nuclear, we headed toward a specific area for refuge. We remained radio silent ever since. It's only my wife, my 2-year-old daughter, and myself in a bunker made for far more. I can only think that maybe the others with the same plan either stayed to keep an eye on the news or to try to rescue loved ones. But they weren't ex-military. The siren sounds and you jump. For us, it was when the sun never rose that day. We've held up here pretty well, but the lack of radio comms was disheartening. There seemed to be a few ham radio people that managed to hold down maybe an hour of transmission, but then it quickly went silent. The security cameras told us that what we needed to know about the threat. The ships. Those strobe light drones I jokingly called disco clickers to make my wife laugh a little. The only time we poked our head out this bunker was when we thought we saw other people. We have a 2-stage airlock with blast doors that weigh tons, so I knew if my dumbass got killed, my wife and my baby would be safe. Before I even reached the surface, I heard gunfire. The people we saw on camera weren't people anymore. The group that dealt their fate told me they were heading south, and we were welcome to join. I tried to have them join my wife and daughter, but they seemed to have a destination in mind. While I gave them a couple of cases of MREs, I knew that they knew I had more. They just took what they needed and thanked me. I went to the coordinates. Nothing was there. I waited for so long, and nothing. My arm hasn't been healing. In fact, it's been getting worse. My veins surrounding the broken part are swelling and getting darker, I guess. This car has been following me for the past 10 minutes. Pull over. We just want to talk. My blood just went cold. This isn't Danyan, but he is safe. Please pull over and let us talk to you. I'm doing it. I don't even know what to say after that encounter. I attempted recording, but they noticed and stopped me immediately. Made me leave my phone in the car. I'm trying to make sense of what all they said. This is way beyond me. I was expecting a bunch of looters. Of course, they still had firearms, but they were very civilized. There was a man and a woman among the group. They seemed to be the ones in charge. They were using Danyan to get to me, against his will. That's why he discouraged me from tweeting, and why he left. They said they wanted my help, but not contact me directly? I asked about Danyan, and they just kept repeating, he's safe, he's safe. They want my account. They consider it valuable for reasons they won't tell me. I said I'd consider it if they told me why. They wouldn't budge, said that if the info is leaked in the wrong way, it will, and I quote, ruin our chances of survival. I don't know what they mean by that, but it scares the living hell out of me. Hey Nat, I've been stalking your page along with the other pages, and I know what happened about your mom and dad. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. My only advice is that you need to open up to Tucker. Your mind is one of the worst places to lurk in right now, even compared to the warm spots. I don't know Tucker's therapeutic credentials, or lack thereof, but it sure as hell is a lot better than your mind. Hey Nat, thank God Tucker found you. I've had a crazy month. We arrived at a makeshift tent city, and we stayed there for a couple of days. Then one night, a convoy of black SUVs arrived. Men in dark uniforms stepped out and formed us all up. They told the lieutenant colonel to come to the front, and then the men proceeded to address us by saying, "We're in charge now, and here's what happens if you go against our rules." They then shot the lieutenant colonel right in front of us. They told us he lied about the number of troops he had. It was because of me that man died. The lieutenant colonel picked me and my group up in Augusta. I don't know how to feel about it. Then they moved us to a facility that had power and lights. That's where I've been ever since. No strobes come near here, and I don't know why. They don't know I have my phone on me, but I'm scared to see what they do if they find it. Something weird is going on here. One of my friends I enlisted with in high school is here. He came from Washington. Said the army shipped him here a couple of days before the sun disappeared and didn't tell him why. The men in black uniforms have been interviewing us extensively. I may just ditch the uniform and go AWOL if this gets worse. Stay safe. I don't even know what to do now. I finally made it to the coordinates after all this time, only to be met with more questions. I think I've known for a long time, but now it really hit me. I'm purposeless. No, you're not. Just because you have no answers doesn't mean you have purpose. You need to keep on going and facing the obstacles you meet, no matter how dangerous they are. And if you don't do it for yourself, then at least do it for Danyan. Thank you. I'll try to remember that. It's just, what the hell can I do? Except give my account to these people that have Danyan. People have been sending me stuff they've been seeing and hearing. Unusual activity from the military, from the headlights, the ships. I'm starting to piece together what's going on. Another photo showed up in the Remember album. For those of you asking, I don't want to reveal what I might know about these people, since I know they're watching every tweet I send. In other news, my arm is getting even worse. There's this dark ooze coming from the wound now. How much of the contaminated water have you consumed? I don't remember. Why? It functions similar to mercury poisoning or lead poisoning. It does not just affect you in the short term, and it does not just affect you neurologically. It's in your bloodstream, and soon, if not already, in all of your vital organs. We're on the road now. She doesn't want to talk about it, but I helped bury her parents before we left. Hopefully it provided some closure for her. I don't want to be insensitive, but her dad's body was very decomposed. Wonder how long it had been there. I can't believe it's been over a year since the start of all of this. These days, the internet is less and less stable. Buffer speeds are slowing down, social media is getting quiet. Don't know if it's because less people are alive or what. I don't really want to know. Nat and I see ships go by sometimes. But besides that, we've been living fairly comfortably in our routines for a while now. I hate that life like this feels normal. I told myself I wouldn't log back into this account again. But I had to get it off my chest. I despise this. I'm not strong enough. I can't help them. I can't save them. I can't save anyone. Not even myself. I've been thinking for a long time. Would it even make a difference if I hadn't gone after Danyan? Do the choices I make even fucking matter? Why even use this account? What is the point in tweeting to the void when there's nobody left? It is so quiet now. But the irony is, my head isn't quiet. It's like all of the weight of the world got crammed into my brain. They won't stop whispering in my head. I think the accident with my arm, I think it opened up something inside me. All my veins look like this. I feel like I have a fever. But at least I'm still alive, right? I made it back home. Everything is just where I left it. It feels deathly still here. What happened to the other survivors that you've talked to? They're gone. I don't know if they're still alive or not, but they certainly aren't here. I haven't heard from the group that had Danyon either. Alright, but why did you come back there? Where else am I supposed to go? Besides die out in the cold and dark. Where are you now? What are you going to do next? The world has been harvested. What is there left to do? It's over. We lost. She won't speak to me anymore. We sit at the dinner table, completely silent. I don't know what I did. How the hell do I fix this? Hey, what's going on? Why won't you talk to me? I guess there's no point. What do you mean? I read TSV's tweets. We don't have a chance, do we? Please, don't think about it too hard. We're surviving. We are luckier than most people. What happens when our power runs out? Our clean food and clean water? I don't know. We have a home here. That's what matters, right? I guess. Are you seriously posting this conversation? I'm sorry, I just don't know how else to fix this. I don't talk to you, so your solution is to screenshot our private conversation? Smooth, lol. Nat, please, I just want to help. I just want to be left alone for a while. Okay. I'm sorry for posting. I just need to fix this. Besides Nat, besides all of you, I have nobody else to turn to. I can't afford to lose someone else. It's funny to think about the mechanical abominations and the control people roaming free above ground while we're down here. Makes me wonder if it's so quiet now because whoever's left decided to give up fighting. Hey, I know your inbox is probably flooded with messages, so this will most likely get buried, but either way I have to tell you. Don't lose hope. You never know what will happen. And we also need you. You document things and keep us informed, and we can't thank you enough for that. Thanks everyone who has been asking about me. I'm doing okay. I've just had to do so much growing up in such a short amount of time. Don't even know why I'm on here now. I guess I miss having somebody to talk to. Yeah, I snuck away from Tucker a few weeks ago. I'm tired of people trying to take care of me and then let me down. He wants to act like an older brother to me, but doesn't know how to not control those around him. The surface isn't all that dangerous now. There's still power and internet. Despite the cold and dark, it's pretty normal. Sometimes I see people from a distance. We make eye contact, maybe a nod, and continue doing whatever we were doing. I want to say to keep sending your experiences in DMs, but does it really matter now? It's the same shit. Nothing is new anymore. The ones who are left know how to take care of themselves, avoid threats, and survive. We, the ones who are left, carry on. Business as usual. Nat, please listen. None of this is adding up. How did the US military and every other military we know of just go silent practically overnight? After months of fighting these things, they suddenly give up? And every voice of influence with the reach to civilians also eventually gives up and takes ridiculous amounts of time in between posts. Also, what did TSV mean by harvested, if there are still people around? You should ask the Sun Vanished about what he meant, but from what I've gathered through DMs, all I know is that any war we were fighting was lost. You want to stay alive? You have to fend for yourself and rely on yourself. Nobody is gonna come save us. I miss Danyon. It would be easier to function if I just knew for certain that he was alive or not. But all I have is this in-between. When I lie awake in the quietness, I can hear him. It's faint, and I can't tell what he's saying, but I know it's his voice. And now my only friends, the Mad Joy and Lost Sun News, are estranged. I haven't heard from Tucker in ages. Did I fail? I couldn't save any of them. I'm just rotting here with whatever sickness I have, and the ships pass my house daily. I'm not even worth the trouble to finish off. Where are they going? The ships and the strobe lights. They're still here, but their patrol cycles have been different. Where are they going? I think I may be losing my sense of self now. Goes along nicely with losing my sense of time and sense of connection to others. Apologies in advance for my bad English. I was part of a small resistance effort in Poland. With the help of our armed forces, we created a weapon that could take down the flying ships. I never saw it in action, but we knew that the Americans used something similar before their military was decommissioned. But before we were ever really effective in our resistance group, a legion of those ships, and demon lights, flooded into the country and crippled us within hours. Thankfully, we were able to split up and take cover underground to the metros. But now it is next to impossible for us to fight. We are alone here. I'm sorry for being so cynical and jaded, but seriously, who are we now? Since the sun disappeared almost 2 years ago, who have you become? Maybe a friend? A leader? Maybe a monster? The dynamics change, but the outcome hasn't. So what can we do? Getting a lot of vague, nonsensical DMs talking about the people. Can you be more specific? You know who you are. Daniel is here. He's in the room with me. Look! He's standing behind me. I can see him in the mirror. Listen. He's here. I know it. I just don't know what to say to him. What should I say? I don't know. I don't know. He's dead. He's not fucking dead. I can see him right here. Say sorry. I told him I'm sorry for everything I did to him. I just want him to stay here with me again, like how things used to be. I'm sorry. No. He's gone, and I can't get him back. As contamination continues, it's not just repeating words and phrases. You start repeating past trauma, too. How do I know all of this? Because it's why Nat left. It's why I'm alone all over again. Since you won't shut the fuck up about my hand and arm, here it is! But I cannot fathom why that matters right now. I have to find Danyan. You don't have any idea what you're talking about, Tucker. They never left. We need to talk. Nat? Holy shit, are you okay? Are you safe? What happened since you left? Sorry to disappoint you, Tucker, but it's not Nat. She is safe with us, though. Do not worry. What the fuck? Who is this? Why do you have Nat's account? As I said, she is safe with us. We have been the ones you ignored for a very long time. We contacted you, and the sun vanished multiple times, and you did not cooperate. It's the people who were on Danyan's phone number and took him from me. The liars. Oh my God. We are not liars. We are the people trying to help everyone stay safe. Using Danyan and Nat as leverage are not something we like resorting to, but it is justified. Your social media accounts have turned into a beacon for the world. When the news organizations and government broadcasts ceased transmission, you became the new media. Everyone has looked to you for guidance to survive. That is a very large responsibility that we, the people, believe neither of you are fit to have. I didn't ask for that responsibility. I don't want it anymore. So fine, you can take my account. I don't care anymore. Well, hold on a sec. Nobody is taking anyone's accounts. Who are you to say what responsibility we're fit or not fit to have? I've heard about you people, and you have no right to take our accounts. What are you going to use them for anyway? We must stop all resistance efforts against the invaders. It only hurts our chances of future survival. I don't have the first idea what that means, but if I do what you want, will I see Daniel again? Of course, you have our word, just as we promised before. But hold on, stop it. Stop all resistance efforts? So are you the ones who quietly shut down all the military operations to take those fuckers down? Sure as hell sounds like you are. That's irrelevant right now. Okay, sure. I'll take that as a yes. I need to see Daniel again. I'll do whatever it takes. Oh my god, stop it. I want to see Nat again too, but there is more at stake right now. They're trying to take advantage of your hopelessness. Our hopelessness. Lost Sun News, you said it hurts our chances of future survival. What does that mean? It means that if we continue fighting against the occupiers, there's a very good chance that we will go extinct. TSV, you cannot honestly be believing this shit. They just want control. Hell, they're probably working with them. We hate the invaders just as much as you do, Tucker. But we aren't naive enough to believe that we can defeat them. It would just encourage them to wipe us out entirely. We know what they are capable of. I don't know what to believe. I just need some time to think. Well, I don't. You, the people, can go fuck yourselves. I'm not giving you anything. You can take me, use me as ransom, but not her. You touch her, and I'll break you. Noted. I'm packing to leave first thing in the morning. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going to find the people. Or they will find me. Hey, TSV. I just wanted to say something. Out of you, Nat, and Tucker, you are the biggest influence to everybody out here. You keep the majority of us sane in this crazy world. Whatever these guys are doing, don't believe them, and definitely don't trust them. If they really wanted to save us, then why are they using us as ransom? They're just as dangerous as the lights. Please stay safe. We trust you. I don't know why you believe in me, but thank you. 2 years. It's been exactly 2 years since the day this all started.
The days have gotten so dark now. I can feel it sinking deep in me. But you know what the irony of it is? I felt it from the start. It was small, the tiniest speck of darkness on the edge of my mind. But it was there. It's always been there. Why couldn't I have done better? What stopped me from being better? I focused on the threats of the world. Did I ever stop to think about myself? Beyond survival? Daniel. Why did you leave me when I needed you? Guy, I relied on you. You never relied on me. I was living for you. But now I know I can't do that anymore.
I think I'm beginning to understand. I can't just survive. I have to live. I just killed one of those things. We have a chance to fight against them. You can't hold Danion's life over me anymore. This is what happened to my old phone. Text conversations, contact list, all gone. My only hope now is to reach out on Twitter to Tucker and find out where he went and track down the people who took Nat. Nat's in safe hands. See the code to ensure protect, don't ethernet. If this means what I think it means. Found the decryption from someone else in the comments. Not only she's, or anyone else, saying Nat is in safe hands, but there's another message. If we consider the lowercase as a Morse dot and the uppercase as a Morse dash, this is what we'll get. Which literally translates to remove TSV immediately. I wonder where this is going. Actually, I shouldn't be getting the credit for this because I was told by some guy in the comments about how to decrypt it. But thanks. Remove TSV immediately. The sun vanished. Where are you? We need you. They still have Nat. It's time. I have to step out of my silence. I know there's a lot of questions, and I'll try my best to explain everything I know. It's been 3.5 years since the sun disappeared, and these invaders came. If you look into their red strobe light, you'll never be the same again. It's like you're no longer human. After time passed, most water sources slowly became contaminated with dark water, an unknown substance that makes you paranoid, hallucinate, and forget. Over time, I drank too much, and I've been poisoned by it irreversibly. The military fought these invaders for a while, but for some reason a global ceasefire was called. We still don't know where the troops or their governments went. They all disappeared. Early on, I got in touch with my childhood best friend Danion. We always moved around to stay out of the invaders' path. But one day, he just left. He said it was for my protection, but I felt betrayed. I made some other friends along the way. Tucker, the Mad Joy, and Nat, Lost Sun News. Tucker rescued Nat from their mother, who looked into the red strobe light and became violent. They found a safe house with enough resources to hunker down for a while, but I think Nat felt like Tucker was being too overprotective, so Nat left. But in both Nat and Danion's case, I believe they were both taken by a group of people who want control of this account. They call themselves We the People, and I never trusted them from the very start. There's a possibility that Danion was involved with them in some way, and that concerns me even more. They even took control of Lost Sun News and pretended to be Nat for a while. I never thought about it before, but it's suspicious that somehow the internet is still online and electricity is still accessible in most cities and hubs. And yet the governments, news networks, any public officials from before the sun vanished are all gone. I think all of this is connected. We the People are the same group that called the ceasefire, the same group that took our friends. If that's true, they're powerful. What do they want to use this account for? Why are they taking our allies away? Are my friends still even alive? I wanted to stop using this account because I've been afraid that it puts me and my friends in more danger. But now these We the People put a hit out on me. Being quiet doesn't work. So it's time to be vocal. I'm gonna find my friends, dead or alive, even if it starts a war. I think I accidentally discovered a secret weapon. I was able to destroy one of the strobes. I'm not sure how or why, but something is different about me now. We the People should know that I'm not going to be fucked with. I'm going to try to find Tucker first, since he went after Nat, but I don't think he even knows where to look. But we will find a way. We will get Nat back, and maybe even Danion too. To those who have been with me so far, thank you. No more silence. I will keep all of you in the loop from this point on. It's time to make a difference. I've been dreaming strange things like this for a while now, revisiting old places and lost memories. They feel so clear and certain when I wake up, but it drifts away as quickly as it came. Really wish I still had that Remember photo album from my dead phone. Anyway, I'm still waiting to hear from Tucker, and then it's back into the wild. I don't know what I'm going to find out there. Tucker finally reached out. He's in a city with signal that's not too far from me, only a couple hours. This is the first in a long time that I'll be going back out there. Not sure how ready I am for this. About my arm, I never got real treatment when I broke it. It was excruciating for a long time, but the dark water made it sort of go away. Not sure how else to describe it, but my skin feels paper thin and my veins are dark and bulging. I've gotten used to it now. The sun vanished. You're going to want to see this. The outer parts of the city are swarming with strobes and ships, but it looks as though the inner city is clean. It gets colder the further you move in. This may be where they're keeping Nat, but considering the graffiti all over the place, might also be a trap. Either way, you need to wait for me. Don't go in alone. I'll be there as soon as I can. My second biggest fear is that they have an alliance with the invaders. What's your biggest fear? That they don't. If anyone has more information on We the People, please reach out to me. It's safe to assume coming to this city is a trap, but I need to know what I'm getting myself into. We the People seems to refer to the American Constitution, so it's perhaps freedom fighters? If they're fighting for freedom, I'm not sure what they're doing in the center of an area surrounded by those things. It's honestly a little disturbing. I'm stuck at a roadblock on the highway. Tucker couldn't have known since he didn't come from this direction. I can't afford to lose this car or the stuff I can't carry with me. Hard to tell. It's so dark out here. I can't even see what's behind it. That worries me. Yeah, of course I have light, but I shouldn't attract too much attention to myself. I even taped over my car headlights for the bare minimum brightness to still see the road. You never know who or what could be watching. I'm leaving the city now, on my way to find him. I don't think I'm alone out here. I'm just a sitting duck out here, but I don't know what else to do. I don't think I have enough fuel to turn around and not sure if it's safe to get out and try moving the roadblock. But the longer I'm here, the more paranoid I'm getting. I swear I keep hearing noises outside, but it stops before I can pull my phone out to record. Tucker should have been here by now. Okay, I'm not hallucinating. The noise is real. What the hell? Never heard this before. Taking your advice and hiding. Keys are out of the ignition. I'm not even going to risk the light from my phone screen for now. We'll check in as soon as I can. I found you. Hang tight. What the hell is out there? Not sure. I'm trying to move the roadblock from the other side. I think the people are here too. Status? I was able to move the roadblock mostly. The fuck do you mean mostly? That's more of a yes or no. It's pitch black out here. I can barely see anything, but it's enough to fit through. Maybe enough for your giant pickup truck to bust through. Stop fucking around and get out of there. They're closing in. Here goes nothing. We know where you are. Tucker and I are together now, moving through the city, staying low and avoiding unwanted attention. But something doesn't feel right about this place. Tucker gets more and more anxious any time we travel through the streets out in the open. I can't say I disagree, but what choice do we have? I have some information you and Tucker will want to hear. I know how to get you to Nat. If you're interested, I'll be in touch. Stay vigil. Your informant. New lead. Obviously, this is a trap, but Tucker believes it's our only option. Can't say I blame him. Every other lead went cold a long time ago. Tucker disagrees, but I think we should find our own way without this informant. Ever since we encountered that howling strobe fucker, I'm scared what will happen if we play into their hands. I need to know I'm not crazy on this. How can we make a difference and find Nat if we don't know where the fuck we're going? We have to stop dilly-dallying when we don't know how much time we have. Clock's ticking. Deciding our fate by an internet poll. That Darkwater fucked with his head more than I thought. Can you all have my back for once? TSV just uses you to justify what he does. Fuck this. Should we keep doing polls? So, have y'all just been sitting in the same spot for months, or we've been driving around aimlessly because we dropped the one actual lead we had? If you're gonna mock me while I'm supposed to be helping you, I'll just wait on my own. We should talk about this privately. Now you want this to be private. Maybe none of this was a good idea. The fuck does that mean? Look at yourself, man. You're not well. They want your account, they'll give us Nat. Daniel's gone because of this account. I don't want you to go because of it too. At least I helped my friends instead of shooting them. Flynn, right? How much did you help him? I didn't shoot him. I trapped him in the garage and turned the car on. Bye, the sun vanished. You sure made that difference. I'm sorry I brought up Flynn. I know. Sorry I brought up Danyon. They've been with me a lot longer than you have. I could leave. Tucker. What? I hope you're right about the informant. Tucker's gone. He's going to find the informant. This is where we part ways. I prefer Danyon as a second fiddle, honestly. Preferred? Never mind. I'm sending you my location. I got into contact with the informant. He's not too excited that it's just me, but he's accepted. The informant chose an empty parking lot as our meeting place. Sorry, I don't trust you just yet. Let's get to talking. Keep in the shadows, man. You guys would never steer me wrong, right? Because you're why I do this. There's somebody out there terrified who needs a guidepost. We, the people, can't be that. They'll keep us afraid and ready to die. But if Nat is dead already, it doesn't matter. Maybe you're better off in their hands. Nat has all toes and fingers. She smiled today for the first time. Nice teeth. Stop freaking them out. Nat's gonna be fine. She's a bargaining chip. Go to bed. You're clogging up my notifications. I'm waiting for a message. Thank you all for being here with me. Been scouring online, knocking at a few possibilities for their location. I think I'm gonna be on the road again soon. There's so many abandoned parking garages around here. Saw a couple strobes in the distance. I don't even think they picked up that I was there. They were so scary in the beginning. I think this guy knows how to find Nat. Or at least knows how to find people who know how to find her. And he's not a WTP plant? Defector. I didn't think the people had defectors. He's fast. You doing okay over there? The best I can. You? I'm just worried about her. Come on, Lost Sun News. No more weird comments. Cryptic bullshit? Where's my clue? My death threats, huh? We convene per correspondence. Regretful delay in response. The clues are ineffective. The threats are ineffective. We hopes to have a count by now. We apologize. Offer location and we will send liaison first thing in the morning. That was a joke. There is no morning. fuck it. Liaison will arrive in 4 days. Our new friend finally showed his face. Kid, maybe 16. Brave son of a bitch. He's going back to his hideout, and he's got a map. Told me to follow a day or two behind in case it's been compromised. I'm trying to tell myself this was a good idea. 3 days. 2 days. Gonna log out of my account for a couple days. If this is a setup, I can't let them get into it. I'll be recording the meetup. If it's safe, you'll hear from me then. Heading to the hideout. TSV, I hope one of us is on the right path. 1 day. Shit. Gas ran out. Gonna try to siphon from some cars in the parking lot and get on the road quick.
Hey, Daniel.
I recorded our conversation.
You look well.
You look dead.
I am.
We have to get you out of
I'm
there.
not going with you.
You have to. You're here.
To get you to come with me.
No. You're not saying this. Are they threatening? Are they threatening you?
They're not hurting me. They're not hurting Nat. They're not hurting you. Just give them the account and this is all over.
You're not Daniel.
Maybe not the Daniel you've been thinking about while I've been gone, but it's me.
Daniel would have apologized.
Tell me what I did that didn't help you get here, and then I'll be sorry. I wish we hadn't been separated for so long. I also wish you would come happily, and you're letting me down as I'm sure I'm letting you down. It's mutual.
You don't know what's best for me anymore. You always liked how stubborn I was.
I got smarter. You should do the same.
I don't know how this happened. Am I going crazy? I slept in the car last night and cried. Danion's a mess. He looks wrong. He sounds wrong. He's gross and wet. It's like a long-lost dream having him here. Hey, the Mad Joy, I just saw your video. Please be okay. I'm logging off for a while. I'm tired of having a target on my back and not getting respect. Sun vanished, do me a favor, and give them your account so I can get my friend back. We're not the enemies. We just want everyone to be safe and live their long, fulfilled life in the world. Bring us the bodies of those you've lost. We will do what we can to reunite with them. We know there are many out there, lost and afraid, who think of us as dangerous. Look at what we've done for the Sun Vanished. No secrets about our differences. We returned him his best friend. The Sun Vanished, you're always welcome here. We hope you see this as a sign of goodwill and apologies for our previous threats. I feel so at peace now, like my head is lighter. Maybe that's a sign. Daniel started talking more about us going back to We the People. Now that Tucker's gone, I'm starting to wonder if I should. It was quiet last night, so I walked around in the dark a bit, and this thumping in the back of my head started coming back. I hadn't realized it. I stopped hurting as soon as Daniel showed up. Daniel explained that the dark water in my blood doesn't get along with the blood. It's hurt for so long I forgot that it even hurt. It's like being able to breathe again. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Same place. Hey, lost some news? Trade the account for Nat, right? And you promise she's safe? And you promise nothing will happen to us? Okay. Fuck it. We are making arrangements for your arrival, the Sun Vanished. You've made Nat very happy. Still think about that dream of all my friends lying dead in the snow. Is that what happens if I keep fighting? I know a lot of you don't trust this, or Daniel, or even me, but maybe what I'm doing is for the best. For the first time since the Sun Vanished, I'm not looking for answers. Nat's going to be safe. Daniel's safe. If Tucker can find his way, that's everyone. Everything I've wanted. I can't agree with We the People, but they're keeping people safe. Something I couldn't do. I failed. Maybe I'm not the hero. Not even sure the world really needs one anyway. If they do, it's not me. This is going to be for the best. We're glad we can put our differences aside. Woke up to Daniel having a coughing fit. It sounds like hell, having so much of that stuff in you. Been on the road for a good few days. I've been asking Daniel all the personal questions I can think of, just to be safe. He passed the test with flying colors. Ask me anything. Get it off your chests. We'll be replying for a bit. Daniel won't say where we're going. His answers are getting short, but we're still days away from We the People. He pulled into a suburb and stopped on the road. He turned around, told me to stay fucking quiet, and left. Fuck, it's hurting again. Fuck, I think I made a mistake. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why did I agree to this? I'm so fucking stupid. Goddamn child locks, Daniel. Really? I have to close my eyes. I fucking hate this pain. Is that Tucker? Tucker's alive, but barely. Danyon put him in the back seat. I gave him some real water. Danyon thinks we should give him some dark water in case he's too far gone. My headache's gone. I'm in the back seat with Tucker, keeping his legs elevated. He's shivering. I don't think he would have made it if we hadn't gotten there. How did he know? Woke up about 5 minutes ago. Freaked out, caught up with TSV's tweets. Danyon's asleep in the front. Going to try and grab TSV and run. TSV didn't wake up. Danyon did. Grabbed me and held me against the car. I'm in the back seat again. He's fucking strong. I don't like this. Talked to Tucker and explained everything. He doesn't love it, obviously, but he's on board. Told Danyon if he ever roughs Tucker up again, the deal's off. Apparently Tucker's meeting with the informant went south, and one of the We the People scouts found the carnage. It was bad. The informant died, but the scouts told Danyon where to pick up Tucker. I don't know if I should be thankful or paranoid. Tucker's still asleep. He's better, breathing normally, but needs a lot of rest. Danyon's suggesting more dark water, but I told him to stop asking. Tucker's awake more than he's asleep. He and Danyon still don't trust each other. But what can you do? We're a few days away from We the People. Tucker says he remembered me talking about the mirrors from a few years back. Saved his life. This is the video I took when I found the informant. Danyon says we're getting close now. I see what you've been saying. I know I should be more scared of what might happen when we arrive. More scared of Danyon. But after all this time, I'm just tired of living each day not knowing if it'll be my last. It's exhausting. Wouldn't you make the same choice? We arrived. They don't want us taking any photos of the complex on the outside to keep the location secure. Thank God, Nat's alive. She looks pretty weak, hasn't had a lot of food, but she's alive. Doesn't seem to be in too much pain. She says she hasn't had any dark water. Tucker's been crying and apologizing for 10 minutes. Hi everyone, it's me again. They said they don't have use for this account anymore, since it's so much smaller, so my phone's back. Gonna look through any messages and stories from outside. Thank you for believing in me, those who did. I sleep most of the day now, so I won't be too active, but I'm sure it'll be easier now that the guys are here. I couldn't get to sleep until late, but when I finally did, I got the first peaceful night's rest in years. I just can't believe we're all here. Danyon came to our door with a message. It's time for my end of the bargain. A man named Abdil will be taking control of this account in 15 minutes. He says everyone here, except for Danyon, has chosen a new name. Says it makes them freer. Abdil. Seems genuine, I guess. He's going to be giving out tips on how to stay alive. That's the best thing that's come from this account. Communicating with you all and letting you know survival is possible. Per the arrangement, I'll still be updating you all through the accounts at the Mad Joy and Lost Sun News, run by my friends Tucker and Nat. We'll keep you posted, so you know we're safe. We the People ran Nat's account as a collective. The threats against me, they pointed out who suggested them, and after I asked him to not work on this account, they agreed. I think this might be an okay deal. I'm not the hero. If giving away control is how I help keep you all safe, then it's the right thing to do. It's actually pretty nice here. They need to allocate more food since we've arrived, but it seems we're being taken care of. Thank you all for joining me on this part of my adventure. I hope you stick around. I may be leaving this account, but I'm not going anywhere. Do I always sound like such an asshole? I've never been great at goodbyes. The sun vanished. Signing out. Cell 11, Part 2. Hello everyone. First of all, I noticed that in my first account, here, you got a little confused about the timeline of all this. To put an end to this issue once and for all, it's been 5 years since I got out of jail. But even after all this time, I'm still haunted by this whole story. So I decided to come here to tell it. Secondly, I've been trying to get in touch with the prison's management and legal department to find out what I can or cannot share here with you guys. I don't want to get into trouble with the law again. Haha. Anyway, I talked to my wife about the post I made, and she helped me remember another case related to Cell 11. And while I don't get a definitive answer from the prison's advisory, I believe you guys will be interested in this account. It was shortly after all that shit with Tully. They still thought he would come back, so it was the guard's main topic, always looking for updates on his status. You could feel that heavy, bad air. I was already being haunted by nightmares too, waking up occasionally, gasping and sweating with the image of the guard totally bestial over me. I think Francis noticed this change in the atmosphere and wanted to cheer things up a bit by organizing a card tournament. It was a simple game, poker. Everyone there knew how to play and very well. The prizes for first, second, and third place were, respectively, a week of extra food, a pack of cigarettes, and a new deck of cards. It wasn't much, but in that environment, anything beyond the normal was a reason for celebration. I wasn't one of the best players, but I decided to participate anyway, thinking it would be a welcome distraction from the growing tension in the prison. During the tournament, Francis circulated among the tables, watching the players and making sarcastic comments. He was always good at keeping morale high. I guess that's ultimately the role of a leader. As the cards were dealt and the bets started to rise, I could feel the energy in the room increase. Everyone focused on the game and putting aside their problems for a moment. It was when it was my turn to bet that things started to get strange. I had a decent hand, but not great. I decided to take a risk and make a bold bet, hoping the other players would back off. When, however, I looked up to bluff, someone made me uncomfortable. You see, it's normal for you to stare at others in the game, trying to identify the lie, the cheating, the face, but that particular pair of eyes was different. It was Bob. His eyes weren't just intimidating, but they seemed to glow with a strange intensity. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I tried to keep my expression neutral, showing no sign of weakness. He just smiled back at me, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, which remained fixed on me, like a predator. I realized that he was imitating, albeit to a lesser extent, Tully's expression. Not in a genuine way, of course, but mockingly, teasing me. What a bastard. The others seemed not to notice, staring at me as I tried to compose myself. I continued the game, and finally, the last round came and Bob made his final bet. I looked at my cards and realized I didn't have any chance of winning anymore. I was about to give up when an idea popped into my mind. With a resigned sigh, I pushed all my chips to the center of the table, betting everything on one last desperate move. When I did that, everyone fell silent, focusing all their attention on me. Francis, who had been watching the game from afar, approached our table, curious to see how the hand would unfold. His eyes, normally calculating, showed a flash of interest as he watched the dynamics between me and Bob. Bob didn't hesitate to match my bet, putting all his chips in too. It was now or never. I could hardly contain my breath as I waited for the cards from the last round to be revealed. The deck seemed to vibrate with energy, as if it were aware of the tension building in the room. The cards were dealt, one by one, and each one seemed to echo the pulsation of my heart. I kept my face impassive, while Bob displayed a confident smile, as if he already knew he had won. But then, the last card was turned over, and the fate of the game was sealed. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A perfect sequence, an unbeatable hand. I had won. I stood there with the same confused look as Bob. It wasn't possible. The cards I saw before in my hand weren't these. Silence hung over the room as everyone processed what had just happened. Francis was the first to break the silence, letting out a loud laugh and applauding in approval. The other inmates joined him, clapping and patting my back in congratulations. I tried to attribute the confusion to the nervousness I had just experienced, the tension and all the rest of the scene, and in the end, well, I'd won, hadn't I? I joined the cheering crowd, believing they were celebrating Bob's defeat more than my victory specifically. During that night, after all, I was the celebrity. As the night progressed, the prisoners began to disperse, with the exception of about 5 of them who wanted to celebrate the day's victory with homemade, and somewhat unhealthy, drinks. I was somewhat uncomfortable with all that attention, but it seemed like a good idea. It was me, old Munford, Francis, and 3 more inmates whose names I could barely remember at that moment. Munford was the first to propose a toast in my honor, raising his makeshift mug filled with a very dubious red mixture. Francis was sitting beside me, with a satisfied smile on his face, apparently happy with the distraction the card tournament had provided to the prison. The other inmates also seemed to be having fun, laughing and chatting animatedly as we shared stories and jokes. For a moment, I managed to forget about the nightmares, Tully's meltdown, and all the strange things that had been happening in the prison. We were all there, together. But an idea crossed my mind at that moment. Alcohol is great at loosening tongues. Maybe if Munford drank a little more, I could get more information. Some answers. "Thank you, Munford," I said, raising my own mug. "But the victory was for all of us here tonight." He smiled and raised his mug in response, taking a generous sip of his homemade drink. I waited until he sat back down again, seizing the moment to strike up a conversation. "And of course," I continued, "in respect to our colleague Tully, may we meet again soon in better circumstances." "God bless his soul," Munford said, raising one hand up. "Poor lad, I saw his wife this week here. She seemed devastated." "Poor thing," I murmured. "And did you hear about what happened that night?" "Only the rumors from the guards." He paused for a moment. "To be honest, I wanted to hear from you what really happened." I decided to take a more cautious approach, keeping the darker details to myself, but still trying to extract as much information as possible from Munford. "Well, you know how these rumors are," I said, trying to sound casual. "We can't always trust what we hear. But there was something strange that night. Something I can't fully explain." The old man leaned forward, his eyes shining with curiosity. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "You know, that night, I was heading back to my cell when I came across Tully. There he was, standing in front of..." I made a dramatic pause and leaned closer to him. "Cell 11. Munford's expression instantly changed upon hearing the cell number. His eyes narrowed, and I could see a glimmer of recognition in them, as if he knew more than he was willing to admit. "Cell 11, huh?" he murmured, his voice almost a whisper. "That damn cell." "Yes." He was staring at the wall, which I suppose had the painting. When I talked to him, he freaked out and came at me. I waited a few seconds as the man processed what I had just said. "Were you here when the prisoner who made the painting came here?" Munford looked at me with a somber expression, as if he were reliving some moment from the past. "Oh, I was here at that time, yes," he replied, his voice heavy with weight. "It was a difficult time for all of us." "What happened to him?" I asked, feeling a chill run down my spine as I awaited Munford's response. The old swindler seemed reluctant to continue, but after a moment of hesitation, he spoke in a grave whisper. "He was a disturbed man, you know. Killed his own mother and all. Didn't talk to anyone. And at least I never saw him eating." "But what about the painting?" I pressed, my curiosity now boiling. "What happened to it?" Munford lowered his eyes for a moment, as if gathering courage to continue. "The painting, it was eerie," he began slowly. "At least that's what those who saw it say. At the time, the guards didn't know what to do. So they covered it with a layer of paint?" I conjectured. Not so simple, Munford replied, his voice now grave. They tried, of course, but the painting always came back. The new paint peeled away exactly on the outline of that dreadful drawing. Shivers ran down my spine as I absorbed Munford's words. So, what happened next? I asked, barely able to contain my anxiety. Munford sighed, looking tired. After that, things started to get strange in here, he continued. Nightmares, meltdowns, and then the disappearances began. Disappearances? I repeated, feeling a knot in my stomach. Yes, Munford confirmed grimly. People just vanished and never came back. Unbeknownst to me, everyone was now quiet, looking at us, the tension even greater. And do you know what the painting was? Munford took a long sip of his drink and cleared his throat before speaking. An eye. A big eye. That never blinks. That never sleeps. Always watching. Those words, somehow, shook me, sending a shiver straight down my spine. I found myself looking around the room, as if expecting to find that insidious gaze in some dark corner. But of course, there was nothing but the bare walls of the prison and the faint glow of fluorescent lights. Still, the air around me felt heavier, as if it were laden with the sinister energy of that painting. The atmosphere was dead now. We were leaving gradually, exchanging a curt good night. Only Francis stayed, saying he wanted to talk to Munford, and I already had too much information, so I didn't want to be nosy. I bid farewell to my friends and began walking towards my cell, crossing paths with some guards who were chatting. Under normal circumstances, I would have received a scolding, since our curfew had sounded about 10 minutes ago. But not that night. They just tipped their hats and murmured a, "Go to your cell, okay?" And I certainly followed my way. Now, an important thing. I was in cell 4 and Munford in 23. It was about a 5-minute walk, and halfway there, I would have to pass by cell 11. I was tense, remembering what I had heard, and started to slow down as the numbers decreased. I was turning the corner of cell 17 when I saw, standing at the end of the corridor, a large silhouette. Someone standing, staring directly at me. I stopped abruptly, my heart racing at the scene. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to discern who or what was standing there, watching me with a disturbing intensity. The dim light of the corridor wasn't enough to reveal many details about the mysterious figure. All I could see was a blurry outline, motionless like a statue, indistinct against the dark background of the corridor. Suddenly, it started walking towards me, and I could see its face illuminated by the photons of the lamp above its head. It was Bob. What are you doing here, Bob? I finally managed to articulate, my voice coming out in a hoarse whisper. He stopped a few steps away, his face expressionless, just watching me with those bright eyes. I was just taking a walk, he replied calmly, his voice as smooth as ever. And you? What are you doing here so late? I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized I didn't have a good answer to that question. Why was I there? Standing in the hallway at night, staring at Bob as if I'd seen a ghost. His voice sounded as if he were trying to sound friendly, but his menacing appearance contrasted with his tone. I was just going to my cell, I stammered, trying to sound casual. And you know how it is. It's a long way. Bob didn't say anything for a moment, just continued staring at me with those inscrutable eyes. I felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, as if he could read my thoughts. Are you sure you're okay? He finally asked, his voice sounding strangely concerned. Of course, just a little tired. You know, he gently placed his hand on my shoulder. We're among friends here, aren't we? We are? He laughed. Of course, buddy. I just wanted to ask you something. You cheated, didn't you? With my heart pounding in my chest, I swallowed hard, trying to maintain my composure. Cheat? I repeated, trying to sound innocent. I don't know what you're talking about, Bob. I swear, I played fair in the tournament. He continued to stare at me, his bright eyes seeming to penetrate my soul. "Oh, but you did, didn't you?" His voice now taking on a more sinister tone. "You found a way to cheat, a way to win even when your cards weren't good enough. I'm not angry, you know. I don't mind you taking the prize, but I just want to know how you did it." He leaned closer to me. "And for you to admit it." "This is all a misunderstanding, Bob," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I swear, I played fair. Maybe you're just mistaken, or maybe it just wasn't your lucky night." He tilted his head to the side, his smile slowly fading. "Interesting," he murmured, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Very interesting. But I think you and I know the truth, don't we? Either way, I'll be keeping an eye on you." With those words, he turned and began walking back down the corridor, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there, my heart still pounding in my chest as I tried to process what had just happened. That was all I needed. Another worry for today, I remember murmuring. Unfortunately, that didn't distract me enough, and soon I was feeling nervous again as I watched the numbers decrease on the cell door. 14, 13, 12. The corridor seemed darker than ever when I reached the front of cell 11. I paused for a moment, hesitating to pass by it. A sense of oppression enveloped me, as if something sinister were lurking on the other side of that metal door. I could simply move on, ignoring cell 11 and returning to my cell. But a part of me, curious and perhaps a bit foolish, wanted to know more. Gathering courage, I took a few hesitant steps towards the cell. The dim light of the corridor cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating an even more sinister atmosphere around me. I held my breath and stood there, trying to hear something behind the door, any faint noise. For a moment, all I could hear was the muffled sound of my own rapid breathing, when I felt someone pulling me from behind. "What's up, Bob? I've already said I didn't I was interrupted by a pair of hands pressing tightly on my neck like icy claws, cutting off my breath and preventing me from articulating any sound. My body reacted instinctively as I fought for my life, my heart pounding in my chest and my lungs burning for air. The darkness of the corridor seemed to close in around me, increasing the feeling of despair and claustrophobia. Amidst the desperation, I managed to twist my body. With a quick movement, I turned to face my assailant, ready to confront them. But what I saw before me made me freeze. It was Tully. His hands felt even heavier as our eyes met. The shock of seeing him there, in front of me, after everything that had happened, paralyzed me for a moment. It was as if all hell itself had materialized in that cell. My legs trembled more from fear than from lack of oxygen as tears bathed my face. "Tully!" An animalistic growl escaped my throat. "You want to see, huh? You think you can look back at him?" His voice was a dry rasp. "He's seen you a long time ago, and he doesn't like being looked back at." My vision began to darken. I thought I would die, and how horrible it would be to die with fear. The expression of terror externalized, petrified in my coffin. I felt my body weighing down, tingling at the edges, my brain only able to scream, "Don't die, damn it!" I was almost passing out when breath returned to my lungs. I saw Tully lying on the floor, a large guard on top of him accompanied by his wife, who now cried and sobbed in despair. I saw myself there, on the floor, trying to catch my breath as the guard helped me up. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. I nodded, still trying to process what had just happened. My mind spun around all the threats, and I could hardly believe that all of this had really happened. Yes, I'm fine," I finally replied, my voice still trembling. Thank you for intervening." The guard nodded, helping me to stand up and guiding me away from the cell. Tully's wife was still hysterical next to her husband, while other guards arrived to help calm her down. I slowly backed away from the scene, still shaken by what had just happened. As I moved away from cell 11, a sense of relief began to seep in. My neck still burned, but gradually I began to normalize. I swear to you, to this day, I bear the marks of Tully's fingers under my skin, a reminder of where my curiosity led me. Turns out, Tully was under observation, and he had got to the prison to speak with the local doctor and pick up his psychiatric file. While his wife was talking to the doctor, he fled, and ran straight to the cell. I definitely didn't expect what I encountered when I laid my head on the pillow that night, but Tully's second attack wouldn't be the scariest thing for me that day. When I woke up, what happened left me so numb that I didn't even pay attention to the bruises or the trauma of the previous night. As I got up and removed the pillow to make the bed, I came across something that shouldn't exist, and that until then, I had never even imagined. Underneath my pillow lay a playing card, a club, like the number 11, and with some kind of red ink. A drawing was visible. A small face, with a smiling, winky face. Maybe down a smidge or two. Yeah, that's pretty good. And that was Cell 11 Part 2 by Carl Sefni. So I like how it's just yet again a little bit more prison life, a little bit more world building and stuff, a bit more lore and things. But I like the fact that we actually got a description of the painting. And the fact that no matter what they do to try to remove the painting, cover it up or whatever, it's always prominent. It's always going to be visible. It's always there. I think it's so fascinating. And yet again, even though we know what the painting now looks like, and we know it clearly has an effect on people, and that there's also vanishings in this prison, so clearly strange things are happening ever since this guy painted this big eye painting, right? It's interesting, but then it really makes you question and wonder, well, is it like a magic paint, for example? Perhaps by painting it, maybe it's more like he's covering up a ritualistic symbol or something. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It makes you wonder what's happened. How did this happen? Is he perhaps a magic person himself? Maybe he was cursed by a demon or something, and he's imbued it into the painting. We don't have enough proper information about how the things are happening. We just kind of know a why, but not a full enough detail. But we know it's related to the painting. No matter what, it is related to that specific painting. It's very interesting. And there's one more part. We're going to have to read it to see if we can get some proper answers to the story, because I'll tell you what, I'm very interested. I'm very interested, and I really want to know. And I bet some of you do too. This has been Nate at Night. We'll see you at the end. Take care. There is a customer none of us are allowed to serve. I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno. Diner name has of course been changed for obvious reasons. More on that later. Why do I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno? Well, because, kind stranger, my life plans didn't work out. Generally, if you're caught working at a diner past college, specifically one in the middle of nowhere, it might mean that things aren't going so hot. But still, why this diner? Why Lone Star, specifically? I'm aware you probably aren't actually asking these questions, but I nonetheless believe they deserve a response. Of all the diners in the world, what makes Lone Star so special is the pay. The pay is fucking great. There may be 10 other diners within a 30-minute drive from where I live. Most of them average out to a little over minimum wage. Meanwhile, Lone Star is whipping up a mean $50 an hour. And that hourly rate is due to one single solitary reason, no matter what anyone tells you. Because of him. My first day on the job was fine, more or less. I'd worked customer service before, so I felt like I could run with the strange surprises that came unique to diners. I was able to adapt to the inconsistency of the rules pretty quickly. Unwritten rules like some areas in the restaurant need to be spotless at all times. Others, boss lady couldn't give less of a shit about. Serve customers quickly, but not too quickly, asshole. Customers here don't actually like it when you show up too fast. Give them some time to feel the floor under their boots, to miserably stare ahead, and mourn what could have been. You know, diner stuff. They're here because they want to be alone. Pardon the contradiction. Of course, vaguely defined, whispered only by ghosts, rules extended to the cooks as well. If you were, somehow, secretly, celebrity chef Marco Pierre White in the flesh, Your mandate was to keep your damn prowess to yourself. Your job is to make the classics as decently as possible. Not bad, but not amazing. Just poor enough to be really good. That's what the customers are here for. As the weeks unfolded, I rose, or I suppose crouched, to the occasion quite well. You want intentional, pinpoint precision mediocrity? You've come to the right person. Most of the patrons just wanted coffee and brunch, brought to them at a medium speed, with a semi-predictable cadence of waiter or waitress check-in afterwards. Done, and done. Not one for subtlety, one day I finally decided to ask my boss the question in the middle of a shift. I didn't want to ruin a good thing by doubting it, but fuck me if I wasn't a little curious. Not a full look at the gift horse's mouth, more of a skeptical side-eye. Why $50 an hour? She didn't even look up from her task at the register, methodically counting out bills. Set it on your first day, you gotta be good at following the rules. And when it's an important rule, you better be damn well perfect. High expectations here. I made a face. Right. High expectations. You think I'm joking? No, ma'am. I guess I just... Why did I even speak up? I just think you're running a really cool operation here. Cooler than you might realize. It's still work, but the whole thing seems... fair. Christ, my waffling skills were abysmal. Add to that the list of intentional mediocrity. Booyah. She looked up from her duties and shot me a stern look. I don't run this shit, and following the rules here means that you take care of yourself. I'm sorry? I am your employer, sure, and I'll pay you well to be here, sure. But you should be aware, there's plenty more going on here than just you in this diner. She glanced down at her watch, then sighed. I usually save this speech for the end of the month, but you already caught me halfway through it. So, the Coles notes. If you don't think you have it in you to follow instructions clearly, without protest and without asking too many questions, then you should leave. Quit. No harm, no foul. A week's worth of pay on the house. The conversation sputtered shortly after that. I tried to find an opening to ask more about what she meant, but she was closed off to the topic moving forward. And you know what? That was fine. If she wanted me to put my head down and just do the work, I could do that. And work I did. And things were good. Mundane small talk with the customers was fun. My coworkers were friendly, and I was getting paid well. I'd found a place to park the failures of my life. A place to build from. It must have been a Saturday, I think, when I first noticed him. An occupied seat in the far corner of the diner. No idea how long he'd been sitting there and waiting, though he certainly looked patient. I had the strange inkling that he'd been left hanging for quite some time, though I couldn't actually remember seeing him enter. Brown corduroy shirt, short hair, mid-50s, it seemed. A reasonably calm smile. Normal-looking dude. I started making my way out from the back and headed towards him. Immediately, I felt a tight grip on my arm. It was Melanie, my boss, with a forceful clutch, enough to make me drop my notepad. Her fingers tightened around my forearm, sharply pinching my skin. Important rules, she said. What? You remember our chat about rules? Well, this is the most important one, okay? Okay? That man, over there in the corner? She motioned to the man who had caught my attention, sitting upright, hands softly clasped together, coy smile across his face. You don't go up to him. You don't say a word to him. But he's a customer. Her hold intensified. She was hurting me, almost as if she was taking out some sort of unseen anger on me. I'd like to ask you right now to be smart enough to not ask questions and just follow instructions. You don't go to his table. You don't talk to him. You can look at him. You can shout across the room at him if you'd like, though I can't imagine why you'd ever need to do that. But you do not approach him. And you do not take his order. Or a sharp exhale through the nose, a shake of the head, and a glare from my manager. It's different every time, but it ain't pretty. I watched him from the short distance I'd been afforded. It was hard not to. she did too. Unlike the other customers here, I didn't get a sense that he was here to be alone, to reminisce, or to take part in the comfort ritual of a lackluster Eggs Benedict over rye. Instead, I had the sense that he was just curious. Mild-mannered, content, but curious. My shift ended not too long after, so I didn't actually get a chance to watch him leave. Regardless, the experience of seeing him and learning about the rule he was connected to left a bizarre, dampening feeling on my mood. I liked my job. I liked coming home and unwinding. I didn't mind being in the middle of nowhere. It felt nice to look up at the empty sky filled with stars, to see them shimmer and shine, and even occasionally shoot across. I made a wish that things in my life would stay simple. I started to get a sense of his cadence. He'd usually show up once a month. The rare times I got to see him, I tried to squeak in the odd question to my boss. Questions like, who is he? Where does he come from? And has anyone spoken with him? All mechanically met with, I don't know, and if you're scared, you're welcome to quit. Then, as fate would have it, one day Boss Lady fell incredibly ill. My co-workers and I had to convince her to go home midway through her shift, her sickness falling uncomfortably within the usual 1 to 3 day window at the end of the month, when our customer would typically appear. And of course, there he was, right after she went home. To my benefit, the other waiters and waitresses working the rounds were well aware of his presence, and knew exactly what to do whenever he arrived. All of them knew to steer clear of him. Nevertheless, driven by a foundational curiosity that I just couldn't shake, I used this opportunity to go for it. I shouted a single thing across the floor, knowing Melanie wasn't there to chide me. "Hello, sir. What brings you here?" I asked him. He turned his head from his fixed position in his seat and put a hand to his ear. Clever. I said, "What brings you here?" I called out again, a few notches louder this time, garnering some odd looks from our Thursday patrons. To my surprise, he spoke back. I'm not sure why I was expecting his voice to carry the tone of some twisted, demented demon. Maybe the fear Melanie had instilled in me? The man sounded exactly how he looked. "I'm sorry, dear," he said. "I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're saying. Can you come over here and ask me again?" Nope. I was good. "And I don't mean to be rude about the service," he continued, "but it feels as if no one has taken my order for quite some time now." I let the exchange end there, diverting my attention back to the other guests. As always, he'd eventually disappear without fanfare, without the clatter of the entrance bell or any sight or sound of his steps across the diner floor. Our backroom conversations about him remaining dreadfully short while he was there. Just, he's here, and he's gone. And the odd when we really needed to say it, I feel really weird about this. It took me a while to understand where my brazenness to address this strange middle-aged man came from. In truth, I was just afraid. His presence and all of the questions tied to his being at our diner were disrupting this otherwise great arrangement that I felt I had. It seemed right, in the moment, to stand at the very edge of my bravery and say something to him. Of course, now that he was gone, I just felt worse. The next week, I was invited to something pretty interesting at work. I generally have a good amount of visibility into what Melanie, Boss Lady, does on a daily basis. The only element that remained elusive was her bi-weekly check-in with a particularly sharp-dressed agent-looking fella. There was a pretty consistent presence of state troopers, agents, and similarly uniformed men and women dropping into the diner, though I seldom paid it mind beyond simply noticing it. Midway through wiping down the tables, only an hour or so into my shift, Mel swung by and said, "Hey, want you in the meeting with the big boss, if you have a few." "The big boss?" Sure, yeah, coming. Just, if you don't mind me asking, who is..." She let her eyes speak her unwritten rules to me. Questions equals generally bad. "Thank you for the reminder, ma'am." We maneuvered to a back room and sat at a table. Across from us, already seated, was a man in a sharply tailored suit with a subtle earpiece and the aforementioned agent. The table was littered with a small, messy stack of notes, papers, and documents. He made it a point to size me up, staring me down uninterrupted, like a deer to headlights, no concern at all about how awkward he was making it for me. Then he turned to Melanie. "How long has she been here?" he asked her in his gruff western drawl. 6 months, she said. "You trust her?" "I trust her, yes." He let his eyebrows say, "If you say so," then went on with it. "All right. So apparently you had a visit from the Wandering Man last week. You," he said, motioning to Melanie, "were out. But you," attention now shifted to me, "weren't. Give me the lowdown." "The Wandering Man?" The agent caught the confusion in my eyes. "Jesus, you've told this girl nothing, haven't you?" he said to Melanie. "Sir, I know it sounds weird," she said, "but I personally feel as if the man is almost, drawn to curiosity. Like, maybe the less I say to those not already in the know, the better." "Wandering Man," the agent cut her off, "is our nickname for the fellow that sits in the corner of your fine little establishment. Or should I say, the state's fine little establishment." "I'm sorry?" I asked. "That's correct. The state's. Congratulations, ma'am. You're part of a government operation. The Wandering Man, not just a cutesy little nickname, but our legal definition of this tricky little problem, is a phenomenon we discovered many years ago. At the time, he'd just walked the desert landscape, chatting up unsuspecting strangers with bizarre questions. Everything fine, all hunky-dory. A little weird, sure, but nothing illegal. However, sometimes, things would happen because of him. Bizarre things. Grisly things." I could see Melanie groaning, concerned at the picture being painted. Would this pique my curiosity? "Have you guys, taken him in for..." I almost wanted to cut off my own stupid question, but he ran with it. "Nope. Not because we don't want to, but rather because it might not be safe." The cozy mental image I'd held of this diner was starting to fracture. "We have reasons to believe that he's a visitor," he said. "From?" I didn't attend another debrief after that. Not because I was barred, mind you. Rather, I just didn't want to know anymore. My gut no longer held curiosity. There was just a low, aching dread there now. The agents and troopers, spaced out and seated amongst the eatery, were now just a glaring reminder of what my dingy diner job really was. The government cavalry would mostly show up around the end of the month window the Wandering Man was set to arrive in. When he'd appear, they wouldn't do much more than examine him from their distant tables, subtly scribbling notes into notebooks. He'd always act the same. He would just sit there. He wouldn't give them, or us, the diner employees, much to go on. Speaking of employees, I remembered something Melanie told me after my first month of working here, that the worker turnover at this diner was incredibly high. Knowing at the time what everyone got paid, it made absolutely no sense to me. Now, 7 months into the gig, alongside a completely new set of cooks, waiters, and waitresses from when I'd first started, I'd seen firsthand just how true her statement was. None of the leavers claimed as much, but I'm sure the underlying premise of who the diner was really for became subconsciously clear to them during their time here, and it probably didn't sit all too well with them. I stayed, but not because of the pay. I'm actually not sure why I did. We had a new cast of rookie employees now, the ones who understood the vague terms of the situation, just as Melanie, I, and all former employees did, stuck around. Those who couldn't reconcile the situation with that inherent curiosity naturally filtered out. And then there was Malcolm. It was only his first week. He was a keener. Mega keener. He'd bulldozed through a giant list of tasks and was already asking for the next batch of work to chew through. Anything he could get ahead of, anything he could step in for, anything he could learn, he was on it. He wanted to be as helpful as humanly possible. I think the salary of the role, for a guy his young age, was just too alluring for him. For our part, Melanie and I tried our best to get him to pace himself. We were both giving the spiel now. By this point, we'd more or less perfected it. There are things about this diner that are strange. Rules you will have to follow and not think about. Rules that are concrete, immutable, and non-negotiable, like gravity. He nodded. At that moment, I really believed he was internalizing my words. And if that doesn't work for you, and if you don't think you can take care of yourself, then you shouldn't work here, I continued. There was always a visceral feeling in my stomach whenever I saw the wandering man in the corner during the same week that we were onboarding new staff. I'm sure Melanie felt it too. On those days, Mel and I would both work the till, and if we saw anyone coming out from the back, we'd stop them with a simple grab of the arm. Malcolm stepped out, and I did just that, a rough grasp of his forearm, just like Melanie had done to me when I'd first started. He recoiled in surprise. "Remember that little chat about rules we just had?" I said. He nodded meekly, as if he was already in trouble. I pointed to the man seated at the far table in the brown corduroy shirt, staring straight ahead, with what I believed at the time, no real reason to be here. And I said, "You will not, under any conditions, serve that man. Don't go up to him. Don't talk to him. Pretend he doesn't exist." Malcolm lifted the garbage bag he was holding in his left hand. In my nervousness, I hadn't actually clocked what he was stepping out for. "Just doing garbage duty, ma'am," he said, "but understood." And then he left out the front door with his usual swagger. The dumpster wasn't as close as we would have liked, so I appreciated his willingness to take on this duty so soon into his employment. I turned back to observe the wandering man. We had a crowd of agents in attendance that day, scattered about the restaurant. The man wasn't one to speak up often. Today was an interesting exception. "Officers," he said, "if you have any questions, feel free to join me at the table to ask them." The agents around the room reacted mainly with snickers. "Seriously, if you come sit with me, I'll be happy to spill it all. Truly." Even more laughs, but no one bit. And yet he continued pointedly. "I know you're curious. I know you take notes. I know you talk about me. I know you built this establishment for me. I know you," as I reconciled the fact that this was the most words I'd ever heard him string together in succession. I heard the chime of the bell. A door had opened. Malcolm was dusting his hands as he entered through the diner's side door. A door which was situated right beside the table the wandering man was seated at. It all happened so fast, and yet it played out in front of me excruciatingly slowly, as if there was a moment, a single solitary second, where I could have stepped in. The wandering man dropped any pretext of an exchange with the agents, stopping his sentence midway and adopting a completely new demeanor. He played the role of a low, miserable, tired man and said, 30 visits. Terrible service every time," in a pathetic tone just as Malcolm walked by. Malcolm instinctively plucked a notepad out from his chest pocket and turned his head to face the man. "Hey, I got you, Chief. I can have him ring something up for you. What are you—" And then Malcolm froze in place, and the wandering man's expression turned Cheshire Cat wide. His neck alternated between tensing and fluttering, with what seemed to be undeniable excitement. The man started getting up from the table, and then immediately, both of them were gone. Malcolm and the Wanderer had vanished out of existence entirely. The insanity of the moment was interrupted by the coded language I heard blared over a megaphone. Nonsensical agent speak that has been seared into my memory forever. "Alert level black. Wandering target is compromised as civilian. I repeat, civilian has been compromised." And that was that. Melody quit in the days after. She wasn't mad at me. She told me she always knew she'd leave after the 10th disappearance. Why that specific milestone was required, I have no clue. All I could do from that point was continue to work. On my commutes home or during lunch breaks, I would look up at the stars and put out the wish that Malcolm be brought back home, back from wherever he'd been taken. The debrief with the agents brought me no solace. The exchange with them was simple and short. "Where was he taken to?" Answered with, "He's gone now." With a perpetual dagger in my soul now, I had only the smallest of silver linings, if you could even call it that. A lesson. A lesson that I needed to be even more watchful, even more diligent, and on days when the wandering man was visiting the only server at the diner, no exceptions. I knew the agents weren't happy about that. None of them said it to me explicitly, but I could tell that they would learn something new about him every time he whisked someone away after a mistake was made. It was a weird Darwinian setup they had created. We were a zoo they could use to learn more about a specific animal, a specific entity, a specific visitor. No dice. They just have to watch him sit now. Or wait for him to do something different. I waited for the 3-day stretch to the end of the month when he usually appears in. Things were quiet up until that point. When he finally showed up, it wasn't what I expected. For the first time ever, I saw the Wandering Man walk right through the front door. In the dead of night, at the tail end of my shift. I was at the till, paralyzed, as he took step after step to close the distance. And then he was right there, standing in front of me. And I was sure, absolutely sure, that I was going to die. He smiled. "Don't worry. I have my own little set of rules I play by," he said. I didn't say a word. This was no man's land right now. "I know you've been curious about me. I've admired it from the moment you first spoke up to address me. Cautious curiosity is a great thing to see in someone, especially in such a reckless species. Please, please just go. I'd like to answer a question about why I'm visiting. I'm sure you'd like to know why I'm here, right?" "I'm not curious anymore. I swear I'm not." He laughed. "The answer is really painfully simple. This little game, this little charade I'm playing, it is just so unbelievably fun. Please, don't kill me. Please. You truly have a wonderful planet. I will return again soon. Promise. Give me a month, maybe 2 this time." A sincere, kind smile delivered with kind eyes. "I'll come back with a new game." And then he was gone. It took me a minute to realize that there was a cake box sitting on the counter beside me. Maybe it was there the whole time he was speaking to me. Maybe it materialized right after he left. I opened the box to find Malcolm's severed head, a blank expression on his face, sitting on a bed of poorly and confusingly organized flowers, almost as if there was an intention to create a floral arrangement, but no understanding of what something like that would look like. On top of the horrific display, written in an almost childlike handwriting, was a note that read, "I brought him back, just like you wished." The worst thing about being trapped at a diner, in the middle of nowhere, is that you realize that there really is nowhere else to run to. Every single part of our planet is blanketed by stars, by open sky. Someone could drop in any time. And that was There Is a Customer None of Us Are Allowed to Serve by World Away Tweedy. Oh, what a story. What a story. So, I mean, I've always been fascinated by the idea of UFOs, aliens. I mean, who hasn't, right? Whether you fully believe in that kind of stuff or not, it's a little relevant. But I've always enjoyed a story that has really bizarre things going on. And it doesn't fully answer everything, but it keeps you on this bizarre level of dread. You know what I mean? And that's what this story did. I like the fact there's a lot of good information. There's a lot of strange rules and things going on. Nothing is fully explained. You just understand bits and pieces, and you get little snippets of the story as you go along that kind of piece certain things together. But even at the end of it, all you're really aware of is that he's a visitor, so probably some form of an alien. But the thing is, he looks humanoid, clearly, because he can come in the diner, nobody freaks out, he clearly blends in with everybody else. But it's just strange, right? So it's so bizarre. So we understand that this establishment was built to observe him in this environment, in this way. But he's been there, I mean, based on what he said, potentially 30 times, maybe more. And it's just like, clearly they've understood that he will continue playing this game, and now he's going to do a new game, but it's just like, it's just all very strange, isn't it? It's so strange how it's like a dangerous alien, but he still shows up, and he's got like the more you keep thinking about it, the more insane it is, and it's so cool, because you just want to know more. You just want to understand more of the story. You want more. Ah, man. So cool. You got to wonder whether he's like in a disguise, like a human disguise, or whether he is a humanoid himself. There's so many questions. And then how was he able to kind of teleport him and Malcolm out of there in like an instant? And, what obviously happened the 10th disappearance? That means there were more disappearances before that. It's just, whoa. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's a great story. We can thank Australian Nefario for recommending this story on my Discord server. He reads, "Hi Nate, there's a story on Reddit that I think would go perfectly in your channel. It's called There is a Customer None of Us is Allowed to Serve." You are certainly right, my sir. What a story it is. I'm sorry it took a little over a month to do it, but, I've got a little backlog I'm catching up on, so I told you it was coming, and I didn't lie. Thank you so much, buddy. I have been Nate at Night. I have really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. Let me know what you want me to read next. Take care. Hello, everyone. It's pleasurable to meet you. We the people are now managing this account through me, Abdil. Consider me the social media conductor for We the People. I'm honored to get to know you all and keep everyone safely. TSV hasn't said a word since he got back. Just nods when we ask him if he's doing okay. I know how hard this is for him. Hello everyone. I have learned how to use spell check features so there will not be a typographical error. I apologize for the problem with my previous tweet. Hi Nat, my name is Kate. I am 11 years old. My parents have kept me safe and asked if I wanted to talk to the nice people who told them how to make sure I didn't get hurt. I look at a photo of my puppy, Max, whenever I get scared and it makes me feel better. I wanted you to see it too, so it can keep you strong while your friends come get you. I miss Max. Been looking through the stories sent while I was gone. Wafted through a lot of We the People hate, which I understand, but I wanted to share this one. It's my favorite. Hello everyone! Remember that if you don't want to drink the dark water, that is okay. We believe in personal choice. But if you've had some, you should have more. It stops the headaches and makes your mind sharper. It's good. Do you guys remember board games? They have board games here. It's stupid, I know, but Nat and I played Battleship. I'd never played it before. Turns out I suck at it. Nat needs more food. She slept for 2 hours after the game. When Danyon came by with dinner, toast and rice, I told him he needs something better. He says he'll put in a request. Is every story sad? Is it just more and more and more hurt? What's even the frickin' point? I was gonna go to high school. TSV here. Nat's pretty upset. Tucker tried to console her and she told him to go away and die. Not her exact words. And then she cried a lot more. Danyon brought this today. Said they figured out how to garden when Nat came along and it's finally paying off. Hello everyone! Remember that if someone you know is being chased by a strobe, you shouldn't intervene. The strobe is much faster than you and it's a good idea to take this moment to get yourself to further safety. I'm sorry to Tucker and to all of you for being so upset. I shouldn't have said the things I said. I let my feelings get the better of me. Crying doesn't make anything better. I have to remember that. Attention, we the people. There has been a strobe sighting within 23 miles of our hub location. Remember that even though you are not detectable, you are still at risk. Return to your rooms immediately upon seeing this message. Thank you. We've been told countless times that we're safe. It's weird, feeling like this isn't a problem anymore. TSV here. They're invisible, and they're not even going to try to stop the thing? How many people could be saved by taking down even that one strobe? How many people could be lost trying to get lucky like you? TSV here. I've never felt so useless in my entire goddamn life. Yeah, we're safe, but at what cost? Having the account was okay, right? It kept Tucker safe, he remembered about the mirrors. That was something. We the people would never think to talk about that. Never mind, sorry. I'm being stupid. I'm safe. My friends are safe. That's what matters. Hello everyone! Remember that in a sticky situation, the strobes don't like their own reflection, as they are sensitive to light stimuli. In a tight spot, find a large mirror or similar reflective surface as a diversion. Fuck! Nat just threw up. It was black. Danyon just came by and took Nat away. Says they need to examine her. She's rejecting the dark water those bastards gave her. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why didn't you say anything? You would be mad. Of course I'm fucking mad. How much of that shit did they make you drink? I don't know. I started waking up with it on my clothes and figured it out. Fucking hell. Why would they do this? What do you think? I'm gonna kill them. I'll fucking kill them, starting with that rat fucking Danyan skin. Don't. You're gonna make things worse. Stop trying to save me all the time. I'll be back soon and we can play Monopoly or something. That'll calm you down. I don't need to be calmed down. I'm not the one hurting you. Okay. TSV here. Tucker wants to be left alone for a while. I think we all do. Hello everyone! Thanks to all of your insightful questions and comments since I got this account. I want to share with you all the history of We the People and how we've come to be over the next few days. TSV here. Nat's still not back. Tucker's been punching a wall on and off for a couple days. Says it's all his fault and that he wants Nat to know he's sorry. I asked him if he wanted to talk about it. He looked like he was going to hit me. It's me. I wasn't going to hit him. I just wanted him to stop talking. TSV here. Nat's back. She looks worse than ever. Danyan explained through the closed door that they drained her of dark water and apologized for the inconvenience. He wouldn't say anything else. TSV here. Tucker keeps yelling and banging on the door. I don't think we're getting dinner today. Hello everyone! We the People was founded by ex-military Americans after the dissolution of the United States Armed Forces. We seek to offer peace to those left behind in this world and learn more about the strobes that have taken control of our lives. TSV here. Danyan came by, gave us food, apologized for locking us in. He called us at risk for fleeing. I think his lip curled just a bit as he was saying it. The most facial expression he's offered since he's been back. Or I just need to sleep. Hello everyone! I want to quickly say that any forms of captivity in a We the People's facility is always, yes, done with utmost concern for guest safety and community peace. Don't listen to those who don't understand. Miss me. Nat's awake. She's so weak, even worse than before. She apologized a lot. So did I. Don't hate me, please. I didn't want them to get in more danger. Hello everyone! We the People believes in the wonderful dark water that came to free our species at the same time as the strobes that condemned us. It allows us to live in harmony with these new apex predators. Hello everyone! We have noticed many questioning about recent events and wanted to address your concerns. This is space for any and all queries to be answered by myself and the We the People community, and we thank you all for continuing supportive. Hello everyone! I know many of you have expressed concerning for TSV, Tucker, and Nat. I want you to know they are being fed healthily to the highest standards We the People can offer. TSV 8. Hello everyone! We are not deliberately harming those guests, but we shouldn't be expects to provide specialty treatment either. Any and all acts of aggressive behaviors will be met with force and discipline. They were right about the food. It's still mush, but it's more mush than I can handle. I think they just want to shut us up. We're still in here. TSV and I played some Monopoly. Tucker didn't want in. I'm feeling a lot better, by the way. This all isn't great, but I'm regaining my strength, which is nice. Trying to be positive, because these two grumps are really killing the mood. Tucker hasn't spoken at all today. Oh, no. Danyan came by with food, and Tucker jumped him. Got a few really good hits in. A few We the People guards held him down and took him away. I shouldn't have drunk the water. This wouldn't have happened if I'd just been stronger. TSV here. I was wrong. We shouldn't have come here. You all were right. It's not Danyan. Hello everyone! We are not the enemy. We are trying to protect you all. Cannot you see that? It's clearly to me. Hey, I'm in a separate room. I don't know how we're getting out of here. I'm okay now, I promise. I'm so sorry, Nat. I know, it's okay. We'll find a way out of this. You actually believe that, or are you just being nice? Doesn't matter. Hello everyone! We the People is a strict team, we admit. We're desired a unified together world. This cannot happen without severe consequentials for harmful actions and swift care for those hurting. Our guests are difficult, we are doing best we can. TSV here. The plan is to wait for Tucker to return and then figure out what's next. I'm so sorry to everyone I've dragged into this. I'm so sorry. Hello everyone! We understand we have failed you as a community. We have tried to shield you all from the truth, and for that, we are sorry. Our guests are a threat to safety and composure as a team, and we will be meeting any further attempts of violence with further punishment. We understand this difficult for some to hear, and we sympathetic. We cannot allow our life to be threatened by a couple of insolent influencers playing the victim. We look forward to our community's great success as we move on from these lies. Hello everyone! We understand many have questions about if our guests will receive any dark water. They will not. We do not wish to submit any to the cause against their will, and we do not think our guests worthy of such acceptance as of late events. Hello everyone! I am pleased announcing Danyan has been promoted to Head of Associate Relations at We the People. He has many ideas about how to move forward with messaging regarding outsiders, and he has already influenced much here. Give him a welcome to this new positioning. To Real TSV. Hello friend. Name Umi Rangi. Was messaging leader before you arrived. I made death threat. Sorry for death threat. I'm prisoned. Want to help escape. You help me escape. Best friends. TSV here. I guess this Umi is our best shot. The motherfucker that tried to get me killed. Hello everyone! You have all been introducing to Umi, our former head of associate relations and commander of violence. Even our enemies should steer clear of his lies. In better news, we have video in producing to show prospective members of We the People. That will be fun. Danyan says I'm getting out the next couple of days. They need Solitude open in case someone else acts up. TSV here. Nat has asked me not to swear on her account. I apologize. Hello everyone! So sadly, an announcement to be made about Beat, one of our members. Found dead 112 miles from We the People main base. Beat took name from Takeshi Kitano, whose drive and self-sufficiency he wanted to emulate. He will be sorely forgotten and remembered. Hello everyone! Exciting news! Our recruitment video will be available to view very soon. We are very proud of all our members for doing such splendid work. I'm getting out. I'm back with the gang. Sorry I'm not more talkative. TSV here. Tucker's resting. Nat and I hung out a bit. We played Clue, even though some of the cards were missing. I won because she couldn't cheat like she did with Battleship. We're just waiting for more word from Umi. No more problems with getting fed. It's just prison. TSV here. I really am sorry to everyone. No matter what, when we get out of here, I'm getting the goddamn account back. I wasted so much of my life worrying about Danyan, but that's over now. Danyan, I'll miss you. You weren't perfect, but you were a good friend, and I cared deeply for you. Maybe if things were different, we could have reconnected. But you're dead. And you're gone. Thanks for the help. You were my best friend. Goodbye. Hello everyone. It's Danyan. The video was not good. It was my decision. A proper video will be coming soon. One that accurately reflects us. Hello everyone! Sorry we have another dour announcement. A member, Denim, was found dead 83 miles from We the People main base. Denim was a good scout, even if he picked a foolish name. Hello everyone! If you were interested in joining with We the People, think hardly about if you would like new names to be attached to your person. We want your expression to be of great value. Of course we have had ridiculous and simpletons who have chosen poor names, and we would not want you to be one of them. Pick what showcases your truest self. Got another letter from Umi. Says he heard rumblings about patient's partially infected with dark water. Says he wants TSV to give a blood sample. It's disgusting, but it's all we had. Hello everyone, it's Danyan. TSV, I saw the tribute. Lovely stuff. But I am Danyan. He is me. This is who you grieve. I'm alive. Danyan's outside. I could fucking hear him talking. No way he'll open the door. He's too chicken shit to fight me. But one day he'll slip up, and it'll be over. Hello everyone! We lost 2 more members in the night, Caden and Arnold. They will be missed. Hello everyone! No news! Everything's going great. Hello everyone! Sorry to see I have lied to you all. Everything is not going great. More of scouts and forgerers have been taken from us. Fyodor, Eloise, Debuk, Raijin. You will all be missed dearfully. Hello everyone! One more note. Our fallen friends were not taken by the strobes. Our dark water methodology is still sound and secure. They were taken by human hands. There is no genuine reason to doubt the dark water, as it is our salvation and safety in this new world. No cause or concern for the online communities. Danyan spoke to us today. We the People members are dying, and he asked us to call off any people who might be acting against We the People on our behalf. He's right. You shouldn't fight for us. You should get as far away from this place as you can. It's hell here. I wish they had just given me all the dark water. That way, I wouldn't be able to think. Hello everyone! We have had many unfortunates in recent memory, and much unpleasantness for you all. We are in process of restructuring our treatment of guests, all for the goal of letting our most recent and most notable guests be removed from our compound and from our lives. We know this will come as much joy for you all. We plan to retain control of this account to continue to spread our assistance without negative pushback. Will you just fuck off, Tucker? You've been a thorn in my goddamn side for years, but I can't kill you. You're a coward and a child. You're a lackey. No shame in it. I was a lackey too. But I'm better now, and you're just third fiddle to a wishy-washy observer and a junior league reporter. You're nothing. You should be ashamed of yourself. We're waiting for word back from Umi about TSV's blood before we tell you all any plans we're making. And sorry for my outburst the other day. It's hard to keep a clear head through all of this. Feels like I've been in here forever. It's getting harder and harder to keep Tucker from losing it. Hello. Abdil has agreed to let me try out the account for a bit. You didn't respect him. You played him, you made jokes, you took him for a fucking fool. I am no fool. Hello. For the record, more of our soldiers are dying because they're weak and allow themselves to be stabbed or garroted. I don't think you deserve to be immortalized. The guard that delivered us the letter just gave word. Umi's been taken to the infirmary. What happened? Umi's gone. He drank some of TSV's blood and it ate him from the inside out. Hello. Umi's gone. I shudder to think you all knew his name and kept him from dying unremembered. Hello. It should go without saying that Abdil's promise to let our prisoners go has been revoked. They can rot for all I care. TSV here, so I guess my blood is special somehow? We're planning something. TSV here. I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill him. But he's gone now. Hello. Plan all you want, Mouse. Maybe if you're lucky, we will use you as test subjects for our new projects. Will that make you feel special? Hello, everyone! I am released from cell. Bad idea to give Danyan power. I'm sorry for mistake and all his incendiary remarks. We are back to good things. Hello, everyone. Please return to your cabin and stay. There was explosion 4 miles away from compound. We prepare for defense. Hello, Erin. Who released the strobe? Nat left her phone with me. She and Tucker ran. You reading this, Abdil? It's just me. Sorry, Abdil. Missed me? Time to get the fuck out of here.
It's okay. I'm gonna take you to your friends.
The three of us got out in one piece. Who the hell was that who helped me? Certainly wasn't like the rest of them, defecting or not. Guess it doesn't matter now. We're getting as far away from we the people as possible, if there's anything left of it. I'm really glad to be back, but I think I'm gonna sleep some more. TSV, signing back in. Hey everyone, I just wanted to come on here and say thanks. I haven't been the easiest person to get along with through all of this, but you all stuck by me and my friends. I'm not good at this sappy shit, but Nat said I should stop only letting the confrontational emotions out. So I'm saying this. It was scary thinking that we would never get out of there. Alright, that was good enough. I still feel properly terrible, but the headache's down to normal. Going from being around so much dark water to none does a real number on you. So our new friends took a different path from we the people. When the military was called off, these were the guys who kept fighting. Not a lot of them made it out, but with some helpful resistors and a few preppers, they've managed to keep themselves safe. Instead of dark water camouflage, they just trained well to stay still and keep out of lines of sight. Less effective, but their eyes move when they talk, so it's an improvement. It's hard to trust new people, especially vindictive people, as noted by the siege on We the People. Not that I disagree with them at all, but they seem genuine. They'd been planning the siege for a while now. They used Abdil's notices from my account about the deaths to triangulate the location. So in that way, we kinda helped them, which is pretty cool. As for Abdil, I did what I had to do, luring the strobe to him. He was polite where Danyan wasn't, but he was dangerous. I don't love what I did, but I think it had to happen so I could keep doing this. TSV swiped Nat's phone at lunch so she can't see this. Happy birthday, kid. Every year, the day becomes foggier. Every year, the night becomes scarier. Every year, I lose track of the numbers. Every year is another year in this. N. So, to try and make me feel better, TSV shared a poem he wrote when he was in high school. It was awful, guys. Just truly terrible. He's a good friend. Hey, TSV, I don't really know how to say this, but you're not the first person we've encountered who rejected the dark water, and not the first person with blood that's become hostile to others. They Fuck, it's hard to say. I'm a big fan. They don't last much longer. You have 6 months to a year left if things go like they have been. I'm so sorry. From the medic in the camp. It's inconclusive, but I don't know. Nat's crying again. I don't blame her. It's time to make a difference. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I like that optimism. So far, I've been offered leeches, blood thinners, and alcohol poisoning. It's nice that they're trying. It feels good to be cared for. I was able to help out with cleaning some burners for cooking last night. I almost forgot how it felt to help a situation that didn't involve life or death. I was a domestic guy, you know. Back before everything went to shit, of course. No white picket fence or anything like that, but I kept myself in order. I fucking hate getting sentimental. This sucks. Upside of dying, this doesn't freak me out anymore. It's the forest we're camping in, right? It has to be. It's almost comforting. I have another theory. I'm listening. How partial are you to your sanity? Excuse me? You've had dark water in you for 4 years. Maybe your body can handle it without it compromising your mind forever. If you drink more, and I mean a lot more, maybe it'll stop killing you. You're fucking joking. Absolutely not. It's an idea. You don't have a lot of those. Think about it. Talk to Nat and Tucker about it. They're against it. The medic didn't even really suggest it. Just that it was a possibility. Might be the only real shot I have. I'm gonna try something. I've decided not to drink the dark water, even if it'll save me. That's no way to live. Son of a bitch. Everyone's acting very weird around me today. Usually they're trying too hard to make me feel comfortable. Obviously it's still an improvement over We the People, but there's something up. Messed up some cleaning today. Sweat got in my eyes and the chemicals spilled. Nobody's mad or anything. They're very nice. Just weird. Why is it so damn hot today? It's October, for Christ's sake. Oh my God. Through the trees, just a little bit, I thought I saw one of the ships. Got my hands on some maps. Any hospitals nearby have been pillaged so thoroughly that we won't get to check for equipment until the ship passes over and they move on to the next one. Classified. Ship was real. Not the medic. Someone else. Can't I be done with this? Bad factions and secrets. Have I not earned a little fucking honesty? Spoke with someone at camp. We are not tainted. We are fighting back. You know what you need to know. You're free to leave at any time. Was the exact quote. Didn't get a lot of straight answers, but I got this. There's a ship whose path intersects with our camp perfectly. We're in the hot spot now. The We the People siege was on their way. A goddamn side quest. They had such an interest in my blood work because they're trying to find a way to take down the ship. They refuse to tell me anything else. The guy that helped me out of We the People got in touch today. He still had his equipment on. He's very serious. He got in my face. Told me how much he believed in what I do, and told me not to leave. It's exhausting. Stop parading yourself around. We're not going to hurt you. That's not good enough. It's all you get. Fucking military people red tape. It never gets easier. It's the same as We the People. I laid down an ultimatum. Tell me what's going on or we walk away. They told me to sit tight for a few days and then they'd tell me what I'm supposed to do to help. This is how it goes, I guess. Making the difference. Got a look at the ship today. It moves slowly, but it's getting closer. Barely anything worth photographing. It's so dark. But I've never actually seen one in person. Spoke with a medic last night when I was cross-referencing the maps. He's putting together a small expedition to go back to We the People and find some dark water-infested corpses to try and see if he can learn something. Spoke with the guys and told them, we're not going to be in the path of any strobes we know about. We're not going to be close enough to find any remaining members. It's hard to not always be scared, you know? Always running. Feel like something's wrong. It's been so peaceful. I'm going to be safe. There are 5 of us going, so we'll keep an eye out for each other. But it needs to happen. Just saw Nat off. I know she'll be okay. She's always okay. Maybe she's right. Maybe we're not meant to just sit down and be content. So I volunteered to help scout out the next spot the camp's going to after this. We should be back before Nat. Only a few days. Make sure there's nothing dangerous, traps or dangerous people and all that. I thought TSV's whole difference thing would be sexier, but it's rather rote. So Tucker just left. Forests are weird when you're alone. Obviously I'm not alone, but they're not here. Finally got a straight answer about what the great plan is, or at least the next step. We're gonna take down a strobe. So we've been on the road for a couple of days. We're moving slowly to keep safe. There are only 4 of us, each with a backpack of food and some surgical tools. Surgical tools are to retrieve smaller pieces of specimens. I'm doing a lot of ignoring my reflexes here. I've been warned it's going to smell disgusting. Went through the details of the plan. We're heading out in a week. Tucker should be back by then. Not sure how long we'll be out. We have to find a strobe and not die while taking it down. Can I be honest? I'm terrified. I want to be a part of this. I want to help. I can do this again. I took down one before. I can do it again. I'm not going to die on this mission. I'm not going to die. Finally got down to normal temperatures. Heating up starts around 100 miles out. So that's how far we are from the camp. Destination is a suburb. All the homes were cleared out long before we got here. Mission is basically to spot check everything. Make sure there are no survivors, signs of strobes, or dark water infected. I have to check 4 houses today. Should be fine. But it's hard not to worry. These guys aren't talkers. They're all very professional and very boring. Which is good. It's really good. I wish I was on a mission with Tucker or TSV. So, we found a corpse. Luckily, I wasn't asked to make the retrieval. But it's been done. We have a foot. It's for science, it's for science, it's for science. I'm okay, it's not gross, it's for science. Just breathe. You're not holding it. You're just helping. Actually, I was the only one with space in my backpack. They made you hold it? Saddling Nat with holding the body parts? Who the fuck do these people think they are? She's just a kid. Like, sure she can handle it, but that's not right. Oh my god, it got on me. So, when you remove a part of someone who's been infected, the part dies really fast. Because it's dead, you know? It leaks a lot. I've thrown up 3 times. Everyone's giving me a stink eye. We sat down and they're regrouping. I said I was sorry. Backpack was pretty nice too. I was going to ask if I could keep it. I can't fucking believe they would do this to her. I know it's a lot. She'll be fine. Fuck fine. Fuck you. We are leaving as soon as we get back. We're not leaving. Why not? The whole point is to make sure we're together. And if she gets so fucking traumatized she can't deal, that's not together. She's not a kid, Tucker. I know that. I didn't mean fuck you for real. I know. We won't be here forever. But we need to help. I'm an asshole. Went to the guy leading the expedition to tell him I was heading back. Went to the house he was looking through, and he was just on the floor crying. It was his sister's place, where she and his nephew died. I held him for a bit, and we finished sweeping the building. So we're staying, and that's that. Plans changed. We have to carry over a full corpse, which requires all of us to hold it in our hands, without gloves. Starting to wish they asked me to go back home. So this is the equipment they wanted me to bring in case we need to get up to some blood stuff. Got everything packed up, going to rest for the weekend and then head out on Monday. The truck we're taking is really big. Hey man, I know this is scary, but you're gonna be fine. You've done this once before, you'll make it. I don't know, I have a really bad feeling about this. We're doing good work here. You believe that, right? I guess. Hold on to that. When did you start being so soft? When did you stop? They want to head out today, before Tucker gets back. Found a strobe sighting about 70 miles south of here, and they want to head out in like 30 minutes. I wanted to see him again before heading out. Hey, the Mad Joy? If things don't go well, don't go nuts or anything, okay? Heading out. I'm alive. It's done. The strobe wasn't as weak as we thought. 2 of us died. The other 4 of us are coming back tomorrow. I don't want to do this anymore. One of the guys who died, Jim, looked me in the eye and told me I gave him hope to fight. Now he's fucking dead. Post this. I don't care. I don't want to keep talking about my life, our fight. So, yeah. TSV's not doing well. Nat's coming home in a few hours. TSV just got back, by the way. Still not wanting to say much, but he's safe. He moved his tent to the back of the camp. Asked Nat to download a good book and text him the PDF, so at least he's doing something. TSV asked me to download another book for him. Whatever I loved. I told him I didn't read much. He looked sad to hear that. I didn't either. Trying to catch up. For the record, the book I sent TSV was The Elegance of the Hedgehog. It's a book about finding joy in life. I thought it would be helpful. I haven't been the most honest with you all. They keep coming. They're almost identical, just a bright blue sky. But it keeps happening, and I don't know why. I had the dream again. My friends lying in the snow. They were still, but this time I could see them breathing. I have no fucking clue what it means. Spoke with some of the guys from the expedition. Told them Nat and TSV still need some time before they're asked to do anything else. They understood, said they'd pass the message up. Good guys. I can't find Nat. She didn't come to breakfast and I can't find her anywhere. It's important to keep a sense of time with meals, you know? Dude, where the hell are you? Nat, seriously, you can't go off and scare me like that. You've been through a lot, you and TSV. We all need to keep each other in the loop. This isn't a joke, you know that, right? You can't just go off. This isn't a fucking bad day at school. This is life and death shit. I'm sorry, that was unfair to you. You're not a kid. You know what? It's not unfair. It's genuine. I'm worried. You worry me. You're my friend, and so what? I'm supposed to not care about you? Is that what you want? I'm not trying to hide anything, so I might as well post this. You need to chill out and breathe right now. Not acceptable, dude. I'll be back soon. Just wanted to clear my head and get away from you and your new gang. Take the rest of today's meals in my tent, since you're so worried. So I was gently but firmly told that it's not acceptable for me to be out on my own. Which is fine. I get it. Whatever. I'm very much within the parameters, but this lovely gentleman has been following me for an hour. I sat down and told the details of the plan. We're going to use it as bait for the ship. The ship will lower to pick up the strobe corpse, and when it does, our men are going to strap explosives to the corpse to bring it in. And they'll detonate once the ship is fully ascended into the air. We're not sure how much we'll need. so we're using basically their entire reserve. They're experimenting on the strobe now, making sure it doesn't trigger anything that will set the plan off too early. Twitter has been a powerful resource for us survivors to stay connected through the sun vanishing and this hostile invasion. But weird things can happen. Just to be on the safe side, sign up here if you want to stay in touch with me, Nat, and Tucker. So, I've been taking a look at this corpse, and I have very weird news. The dark water in his blood, in this dead body without blood flow, is moving. Very, very, very slightly. But I've been keeping marks all over the body. I can't confirm without a microscope and a lot of equipment we don't have. But I would bet anything short of my life on this stuff being alive. I have no idea how to advise you going forward. I will keep looking. Newest details from the medic. So that's super fucking cool, and not horrifying in the slightest. Hey, can you stop antagonizing these guys when they check on you? They just stand there and stare at me. It's creepy. Why do you care? I asked them to keep an eye on you, and to make sure we all knew not to leave. Oh. It's not like that, Nat. I knew you weren't the happiest with me, and I just wanted to make sure you were looked after. You really don't know how to take an L, do you? I don't know what that means. I'll use words you'll understand. Fuck off. I need good news. If anyone has had experiences with other groups and things have gone well, send them my way. I need to believe that it isn't a complete and total waste of time. I was told I wouldn't be needed with any of this strobe stuff. I think they're just paranoid that there are still remaining We the People members watching my account, and don't want any information to spread outside of their dedicated messages with other factions. That said, they're going to start fully taking apart this strobe to prepare for the mission. You all deserve to know that much. We're evacuating. Everyone who wasn't on the strobe retrieval mission has been moved a couple miles south just to be safe. This is where it's getting dangerous. I wanted to stay because I was on this mission. We lost people. I need to see it through to the end. We're okay. Safe and out of range. It's already starting to cool down again. Very worried for TSV. I'm not in the room, but we're starting. I think something got activated too early. It's getting too hot. The ship isn't turning off its heat. Fuck. We're running. I don't want to die. Where is everyone? I found someone. He's dead. His eyes? Goo. It's so hot. I'm tired. I'm not dead. I'm alive. My tongue hurts. Why does everything look purple? Still alive. Passed out from heat exhaustion. The ship started to raise again as of an hour ago. So it's not so fucking hot. I can be on my legs again and get to Tucker and Nat. Why am I not dead? The dark water is a coolant in your blood? I assume they're not carbon-based, but this confirms it. I think they might be helium-based. TSV just got back. We still have most of this group alive, and the guys in charge are figuring out something else. Not the point, but TSV was so sweaty he smells absolutely disgusting, like my god. I ran to Tucker and hugged him. I'm just really glad he wasn't there to boil. It's been a minute, huh? There was a briefing today, kind of getting us all on the same page. Since We the People went down and we escaped, it's all felt so close. We were rescued, but we needed a mission. We fulfilled a big plan, and I'm the only one who made it out alive because of the thing that's killing me. There's a new guy in charge that just transferred. His name is Pierce. I don't know his first name. Everyone just calls him Commander. Ever since he got here, he made sure to establish direct contact with me immediately. He's been really understanding. He even offered to cancel the mission if I wasn't up to it, even though it'd kill him more than it'd kill me for his men to die in vain. I could see the finish line, you know? I could see us all being safe and content and knowing where the next day will take us. But we're just not fucking there. We have reason to believe that if we can lure a ship into the target zone, an infused sample of your blood delivered via ballistic missile may be enough to take one of them down. This could be our first true victory against the invaders. I have faith in you. There's a new plan from the commander. I don't know how much time I have, but I'm not going to spend it with more blood on my hands than I deserve. So, since everything happened, I've started planning schedules for the team. We all had to take on new responsibilities, and turns out I'm good at organizing people. It's not here. The Remember album is not here. It's not on my phone anymore. I mean, what's the thing here? The Snow Dream came back. The fucking album, I don't even know if Danion's still out there. I said all the things. It's over. I can't fucking breathe. Tucker gave me old pasta with canned peaches. I feel better. Not because of the food. It was terrible. Is this the right thing or not? What the fuck? I hate this. Are you losing your mind about the mission or about the album? Both. You know I know, right? About what? You and that a-hole? There's nothing to know. Okay. Whatever you say. What do you mean, Nat? You're scared out of your mind. You think you're gonna die, and you gotta face that. It's the only way you'll be able to do what you need to do. TSV left. I don't know where he is. I'm going to look for him. Nat's staying behind. I found him. I don't want to talk. So let's make a spectacle of it. What's going on? You've always been better about speaking to the choir instead of to me. It's not personal. It's just easier to do it this way. Why? That's kind of insane. I'm in control with them. You know they make fun of you, like, constantly, right? Yeah, I know. But that feels a lot easier. And it's funny some of the time. He doesn't want to come back. He's not doing well. TSV took this video of us. It's a nice memory to have. All of us together, enjoying the time we've got. If I become one of those zombies like Danion, I want you to put me down. No, I'm sorry. That's not going to happen. We don't know how this stuff is going to keep affecting me, Nat. We need to prepare for every possibility. What if I go glossy-eyed and hurt you or Tuck? What's going on? This might be the end. I'm scared. A different kind of scared I've ever felt before. A different kind of scared than I've ever felt before. And for some fucking reason, through all of this, I still think about Danion. I can't shake the questions. What if it's still him? I see him in there, and I can't let that go, no matter what I do or say. And what if he's right? What if this whole resistance thing is pointless, and we're just gonna piss off the invaders and make them wipe us out? Do you want to call this whole thing off? No, you're not listening. Nat, I have this one shot to fix everything. One shot to finally, actually get back at them. After all this time, I feel like it's what I'm supposed to do. It feels like the reason I'm here in the first place. Who were you doing this for? The world? Everyone who's lived or died fighting to survive. You and Tucker, everyone who I've ever loved or cared about. Didn't hear a single thing about you. This is bigger than me. I have a job to do. Okay, but don't forget what matters. You and us, we're still here. Not just surviving, but pouring drinks, dancing, and living. That counts for something. That counts for everything. I know. Just making sure you do too. Hey, Danyan. I've thought a lot about all the things I could say. I've already said a lot too. If I'd known you could have been this sort of person, our friendship would have gone very differently. I can blame the water or the end of days, but it doesn't matter. You were my best friend. I'm tired of hoping you wake up. I'm tired of wanting you to be the person you promised me you could be. Because you didn't. I didn't exactly become the person I promised you I could be either. And now, as I'm about to finally make that difference, I feel like I didn't even know you. I think I hate you. I hate everything you've stood for in my life. How you've treated me, how you took everything for granted. Took our friendship for granted. If something comes after hell, I'll see you there. I hope you never see this message. I love you. I'm gonna do this. I think I'm finally ready. It's gonna be okay. The temperature is rising. The ship is coming back around any day now. So basically, they have a small projectile explosive. Assuming the ship reacts to dark water the same way the strobes do, they're going to load the projectile with vials of my blood, shoot it at the ship's opening, and pray. I know a lot of you think this is ridiculous, and I get it. It's a long shot, based on a lot of maybes. But we don't have another option right now, and time is running out. If we can get even a drop of what's in me up there, we can see how it reacts. That's not nothing. We've got about 3 days before showtime. The plan is to do this away from our group to hopefully minimize any damage, so a few of them are heading into position later tonight. It's going to be a long shot with the ship in the air, so we have to be careful. The 3 of us are staying back and preparing to bolt if things get dicey. The group left with Pierce. I guess military people like walkies more than phones, so they left some with us. Been packing non-essentials for 2 days now, helping people get ready. Hopefully we won't have to run, but if we have to, we can. Everything important's going in the truck, so fingers crossed. Everything's packed and ready, which means our food options are even more limited. So I don't want any bullshit coming from Lost Sun News on this. Today is the day. Got word from Pierce. They're good to go in a few hours. Everyone's on edge here. God damn it. Of course it wouldn't work. It's a fucking blood missile. Why would it work? I just wanted something to fucking work. We're holding out here. Pierce and the team are staying low, just in case this mess attracts anything. I could hear the explosion from here, so this might have been a mistake. Strobes have been spotted near the missile team's location. They're leaving and telling us to meet them in a new location. They're spotting a lot of them. It's bad. We're okay here, at least for right now. But they're scared out there. There's nothing we could do. Everyone's being sent away in groups of 3 or 4. Everybody has walkies. Fuck. We're gonna be okay.
Go.
Tucker and I are okay. TSV radioed and say he's okay. but we can't find him. You don't want us to find you, do you? I'm sorry, man. You're a fucking idiot. You know that, right? I'm proud of you, too. I still don't understand how all this works. But fuck them up for me, okay? You got it. I'm okay. Most of the strobes have left and are patrolling the area. The ship is slower than the strobes, but it's coming soon. I can feel it. I'm going to wait until it's higher in the sky. But I'm in it. It's fucking warm in here, but there's so much dark water I barely feel any pain. Hey kid, I think I know how to get my blood directly into the ship. I'm doing the original plan. One of the strobes died while they were all looking for us. So when the ship comes down and pulls up the dead strobe, I'm going to be holding on to it. Either the plan works, or I just buy you some time. I don't know what's going to happen. But if it does, my password is... Tell Tucker I love him. Tell yourself that I love you. You two are the best friends I've ever had. Y'all keep an eye on Nat, okay? She's going to be taking care of you guys from now on, with Tucker's help. I'm pretty sure this is it. I hope you're proud of who you've become. Cell 11. Final. Hey folks, hello again. I took a bit longer this time to update. Part 1 and Part 2 here. But at least I bring good news. This weekend, I got the definitive answer from the prison's legal department, and now I know how much I can tell, and I believe it's enough. For your information, after this incident, my eventual release from prison, I haven't contacted anyone I met behind bars, except of course for my wife, Linda. The point is, even after all these years, this story has troubled me a lot. And since my first post, I've become even more paranoid. Finally, this morning, I went out to get the mail, but as soon as I opened the door, I came face to face with a small, untouched white envelope, except for 2 identical characters stamped on its surface. 11. Linda is sleeping, and I don't want to worry her. I'm at the kitchen counter thinking about what to do with this envelope while reliving the final events of all this mess, of what was really inside Cell 11. It was morning, and there I was in my cell. In a scene poetically similar to this, I held a playing card, an 11 of clubs. I later searched for such a card online, but found nothing. It was strange, very well made. Before I could reflect more deeply on this, one of the guards passed by our corridor, opening the cell doors for our breakfast. So slowly, as if in a trance, I got up from bed and put the playing card in my pocket. Somehow the card seemed to heat up in my pocket. I could feel the heat increasing and increasing, almost burning my skin. It was a strange stupor, almost drunken. I could even swear I smelled ether lingering in the air as I staggered to the cafeteria. I slumped into the seat as I placed the tray on the table. Old Munford looked at me in a friendly manner. "Overdid it yesterday, lad. Your hangover face is priceless." I forced a weak smile in response to Munford's comment, trying to seem normal despite the whirlwind of thoughts racing through my mind. The heat still burned in my pocket, an uncomfortable sensation that seemed to be intensifying with each passing moment. "No, nothing much," I muttered, looking away to my food tray. "Just didn't sleep very well." Munford seemed satisfied with my response and turned his attention back to his own meal. As I stirred the food without really eating, struggling to maintain my composure, I began to think about what to do. My thoughts were interrupted when Francis joined us at the table, his usual smile lighting up his face. He looked at me with a questioning expression. "Hey man, everything okay? You look awful." I think it was the heat, or maybe something I ate last night. Francis frowned. Unlike the elder, he clearly wasn't convinced by my superficial explanation. Some of the guys told me they saw Bob talking to you last night. Did he do something? The question caught me off guard. All this news about the playing card had prevented me from thinking about the strange interaction with Bob since the previous night. But now the memories began to resurface, mixed with the heat sensation coming from my pocket. Oh, it was nothing, I said quickly, trying to sound casual. Bob was just being a bit... Bob. I felt Francis's gaze linger on my face for a moment. If he does anything, you know you can talk to us, right? I know he's one of ours, but that doesn't mean I'll go easy on him. I analyzed the options for a moment, reflecting on everything. Well, now it seemed to make sense. A prank by Bob, or an attempt to intimidate me. There's something, Francis, I said in a low tone, feeling tense about the confession I was about to make. Last night after the card tournament, I ran into Bob in the hallway. He was questioning me about the tournament, accusing me of cheating. Francis's face hardened at my words, a displeased expression passing over his features. Cheating? And you? I swear I played fair. I replied quickly, the pressure building inside me. But he was convinced I had some advantage, and, well, things got a bit tense. He walked away, and this morning I found this in my cell. Deciding to omit the encounter with Tully, I got straight to the point, pulling the card out of my pocket and placing it on the table. I could feel it almost incandescent now. Munford looked at the card for a moment, his gaze narrowing as he studied it. The heat emanating from it was almost palpable. A strange aura that seemed to envelop the table. Is that an 11 of clubs? He murmured, his voice tinged with surprise and suspicion. I nodded, my own confusion mingling with growing anxiety. Yes, I don't know. Maybe Bob did this to scare me, to show that he has access to my cell, or to try to provoke me, knowing my fear of cell 11. My words were cut off when the guard's voice echoed through the cafeteria, interrupting our conversation as he announced that the meal period was over. Francis looked at me with a serious expression. We'll talk about this later. He pointed to the card. Mind if I take it with me? I nodded. No problem. Feel free. We began our march back to the cells, and I couldn't help but exchange glances with old Munford. He seemed to hesitate on the matter, as if he wanted to say something but was afraid. I made a mental note to speak with him as soon as possible. Our yard time would be in the next 4 hours, and I spent half of that time trying to ponder what had happened. I don't know how long it took, but I fell asleep, sitting, with my back pressed against the wall of my cell. The dream, or rather nightmare, resulting from this was a disturbing experience. I found myself standing, walking through the prison corridors in a way that seemed endless. The walls seemed to close in around me, creating a claustrophobic labyrinth that I couldn't escape. Every door I tried to open was locked, and the sound of footsteps echoed behind me, as if someone were following my every step. Finally, I reached a door that was ajar, a dim light emanating from within. With a knot in my stomach, I pushed it slowly, revealing what seemed to be cell 11. But something was terribly wrong. A man was there, with his back to me. Disheveled, uneven hair, a hunched posture. He was crouched down, rummaging through something I couldn't see. Seemed to regurgitate. Suddenly he stopped. He slowly got up and then looked at me. Somehow, I knew that man was that prisoner, the one who committed those atrocities and painted the eye on the damned cell. I noticed something dripping from his mouth, forming a red puddle in the center. On the wall, what seemed to be an incomplete sketch of the dreaded painting was there. I watched, hypnotized by the horror before me, as the man slowly raised his trembling hand towards his face. Drops of that dark liquid dripping from his fingers, echoing in the impressive silence of the cell. It was as if the very air was tainted with that impurity. Before I could fully process what was happening, he began to move towards me, his irregular steps echoing like the distant clinking of chains. A visceral panic seized me, preventing me from retreating as he came closer and closer, his distorted figure gaining sharper contours as he advanced through the gloom. I could now smell the terrible scent he had, not just as something rotten, but a pure and concrete smell of death. Who are you? My own voice sounded weak and trembling. The man didn't answer. Instead, he kept advancing, his empty eyes seeming to pierce my soul. My heart was now pounding uncontrollably in my chest, a deafening cacophony that seemed to fill the entire space of the cell. I was about to retreat, to beg for mercy, when a voice whispered in my mind, a distorted echo reverberating like the sigh of a ghost. You. Can you see? The watchful eye. He wants you. He liked looking at you. The sound of my own breath echoed in the silence that followed, a dissonant note of fear and desperation. I wanted to scream, to run, to escape this living nightmare, but I was paralyzed by the terror that enveloped me like a coffin. It was then that I woke up, gasping and covered in sweat, the echo of the whisper still resonating in my mind like a distant echo of a nightmare. For a moment, everything around me seemed distorted and unreal, a fleeting mirage, and then I startled again. Munford was standing in front of my cell, staring at me with curiosity. "Are you okay, son?" the old man asked in a soft voice, as if trying to calm a frightened animal. I shook my head slowly, trying to gather my thoughts amidst the whirlwind of information. I think so. I murmured, my voice sounding strange and distant even to myself. I had a horrible nightmare. It felt so real. Munford nodded understandingly, his eyes fixed on mine. "Yeah, the situation isn't good, but I came to talk about that letter earlier in the cafeteria." "Oh yeah? What about it?" "Let's just say I've never seen a card like that, but the energy coming from it? Oh yeah, I've seen that before." "What do you mean?" "You know, a few years ago, there was a murder in one of the cells. This was before Francis arrived. We didn't have much organization, lynchings were common, and in an attempt to reduce these incidents, we decided that the main suspect, a newly captured serial killer, would be forcibly transferred to Cell 11. It was one of the most terrible incidents I've ever witnessed in here. And do you know how that man was known?" I shook my head negatively. Munford leaned his hands on two bars, bringing his face closer to the center of them. "The card cutter." A wave of shivers ran down my spine. "He used to leave playing cards as a kind of signature on the bodies of his victims. They say he would choose the card based on the person or the method of murder, so when he was put in Cell 11, things got even weirder." "What happened to him?" I asked, a bittersweet and macabre curiosity in my mouth. Munford sighed heavily, looking at a fixed point this time. "A few weeks after being transferred, he was found dead in his cell, hung with sheets, next to his body." "What was it?" I could barely breathe as I listened. "A playing card. An ace of spades, if I'm not mistaken. And that cell? Well, since then no one wants to stay there. They say it does something to people. Kills them." The shock of Munford's revelation reverberated in my chest, trembling as I thought about what could happen to Guard Tully from now on. Or worse, what could happen to us. "So, you think this card is a warning?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper, staring into the old man's green eyes. Munford nodded slowly, responding more to himself than to me. "Can't say for sure, but it's a possibility to consider." I swallowed hard. "What should we do, then?" He fell silent for a moment, as if pondering his words carefully. "I have no idea. I guess all we could do is keep quiet. We don't want to scare the other inmates. Francis doesn't believe in these things, so I won't waste my time trying to convince him, and I advise you to do the same. Maybe if we just keep pretending that nothing is happening, things will sort themselves out. But remember, whatever this force is, it wants to take you to the cell, wants you to face the eye. Resist those urges, okay?" The clock struck 12:30. Time for yard time. I walked with Munford to the yard, the sun burning our heads as we stepped outside, futilely trying to erase the worry from our minds. As I watched the other inmates spreading out across the yard, trying to appear normal, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to find Bob, his voice low and threatening. "What did you tell Francis?" he whispered. He was behind me, and I couldn't see him. Flesh on my back trembled and twisted, the fluid of fear rising up to my brain. I don't know what you're talking about, Bob," I replied firmly, trying to sound confident. He paused for a few seconds. You cheat first, and now you make up lies about what I did or didn't do? I think there's a misunderstanding. Shut up! His voice rose sharply. I'm just here to say that I'm not a kid. I don't go around sending playing card letters or anything like that. I didn't threaten you with that thing, but now I am, and in a very direct way. And if I were you, I'd sleep with one eye open. He was dead serious, and the threat was as clear as day. But what could I do? Confront Bob directly like Francis? That could mean he wasn't trustworthy. My thoughts were interrupted by the guard watching us. You two, no contact, he shouted. No problem here, officer, Bob said, pulling me into a hug that felt more like an attempted chokehold. I tried to pull away unsuccessfully, and the officer seemed to simply not care. Okay, but we'll be watching. He turned away, and Bob shoved me against the yard bars. Listen here, Bob, I began, my voice firm, confused about where this courage had even come from. I don't know what you're up to, but I won't stand still while you try to intimidate me. If you have something to say, and say it like a man. Otherwise, leave me alone. I pushed him away with my hand. You're a fool, you know that? He muttered. I'm not looking for trouble, but if you want it, you'll get it. Let's just leave it be, okay? If anything happens to me, I'll make sure some people know, and my assailant's hand closed around my neck, tightening. I squirmed, struggling to breathe as I desperately tried to free myself from his grip. Going to call Daddy? Look, Francis may have that whole attitude, but he won't do anything to me or any of the guys, he remarked. I noticed the usual group of big guys who hung around with Francis. They were watching us from afar, seeming to distract the boss. He's getting out in 2 months, but honestly, I don't think I need to wait that long. I couldn't breathe, fighting against the grip on my neck. My eyes desperately searched for any help. Let him go, the guard shouted from afar, starting to make his way down the stairs to reach us. Bob didn't obey. I felt my body losing strength, so I did what I could. I focused my strength into a clenched fist and punched the bastard in the stomach, aiming right at his gut. And judging by his expression, it worked. I saw him lean over, his hands releasing my body and being placed on his belly. I knew if I let it slide, he would come back and continue to harass me, so that had to be a definitive response to the jerk that I wasn't an easy prey. I lunged at him again, this time with a well-aimed kick to his knee, trying to destabilize it. He staggered backwards with a groan of pain, falling to his knees on the yard ground. The other prisoners now realized what had happened, and soon their shouts in a circle were audible. Go get him! Don't hold back! Finish this guy off! I lunged at Bob, raising my hand time after time to punch him. He didn't take it lightly, grabbing my right hand as I prepared to hit him. I could feel the pressure applied to the joints, my fingers starting to crack. I could feel them tense, about to break. In desperation, I threw myself onto him with the only weapon I had left, my teeth. I felt the flesh of his neck between the rows of my teeth in my mouth. Without thinking and trying to loosen the grip on my hand, I pressed on the pearly bones harder and harder, feeling them slide against the skin, the metallic taste slowly emerging as the flesh was torn. The scene around me seemed blurry, as if I were watching everything happen from afar, in slow motion. Bob's scream echoed through the yard, mixing with the encouragement shouts from the other inmates. I felt a mix of adrenaline and horror as my teeth sank into his neck flesh, a strange feeling of power and disgust. While still hunched over that bloody man, I felt the blows on my back. It was the guards, their batons striking time after time as the adrenaline rushed past, and I now began to feel the pain. Without resistance, I let myself be pulled away. Bob wasted no time and moved away, stumbling as he covered the wound. You scumbag! What kind of animal are you? As I was being taken away, everything around me seemed blurred, as if I were in a state of stupor. The voices of the other inmates echoed in my ears, mixed with images of the fight that had just occurred. I still felt the blood running through my mouth, dripping lightly onto the ground and forming a trail of red dots marking my path. However, before we left the yard, our warden arrived at the scene, and the guard stopped, my arm uncomfortably twisted behind my body. What's going on here? His voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable tone of authority in his words. He bit a detainee, sir, one of the guards explained, firmly holding my arm. The warden looked at me, his eyebrows furrowed in disapproval. Why did you do that? My mind was spinning, trying to find a coherent explanation for what had happened. I knew it would be useless to tell about Bob's threat. about the playing card, about the fury he'd instilled in me, so I found the most plausible words I could gather. He provoked me, sir, I murmured, my voice trembling. I couldn't take it anymore. He was intimidating me, threatening me, and I lost control. The warden looked at me for a long moment, as if assessing my words. Finally he sighed, seeming resigned, approaching me with slow, steady steps. "Now, you did that because you're an animal." He gave me 2 pats on the cheek, then wiped blood running from my mouth. "Take this one to solitary." The prisoners began to shout, a real noisy commotion. I trembled at the thought of being locked up there. No one came back the same from solitary. But at that moment, I really think I prefer to go there than what was to come. "But, sir," one of the guards said, causing the inmates to fall silent in an attempt to hear something. "The solitary is occupied." The warden frowned, clearly irritated by the interruption. "Then take him to cell 11, he ordered, his voice cold and authoritative. That was the final blow, causing the uproar to become widespread, with even some inmates needing to be subdued with tear gas. I could see as I was pushed, Munford looking at me, a worried and distressed expression on his face. He said something I couldn't understand amidst the noise. With my heart pounding erratically in my chest and my mind clouded with fear and uncertainty, I was led by the guards towards cell 11. Each step felt like it weighed tons, as if I were walking towards the abyss. I could feel the stares of the other inmates watching the scene, some with expressions of shock, others with a mixture of curiosity and indifference. Finally, we arrived, and by this point I was sweating uncontrollably. They opened the cell and threw me inside. My eyes instinctively closed as I fell to the ground. I didn't want to look at it. I got up, still blinding my vision, slowly groping around until I found the bed. I lay on it and turned to the wall beside it, my face as close as possible. Lying on the hard bed, I could feel my heart beating so loudly that it seemed to echo off the concrete walls around me. Each beat was a pulsating reminder of my situation. I tried to push away the thoughts, but it was like trying to hold back a raging river with bare hands. All the while I heard stories, heard things about that place. And now I was there, cornered by circumstances beyond my control. Gradually, I noticed a thick layer of sweat forming around me. I could even feel my pores opening, pouring the water from my body in an attempt to cool myself in that stuffy, hot environment. I couldn't help but think about the heat of the card and about Francis. He still had the card. Wasn't that dangerous? I fixated on musings about it. In my feverish frenzy, time seemed to stretch infinitely in that dark cell, minutes dragging on like hours as I struggled to maintain my sanity. Every sound, every shadow was a source of growing anxiety until somehow I fell into a deep sleep, dreamless this time. I woke up in the middle of the night with a faint noise coming from behind the heavy steel door. At first, I feared wondering what it could be, but as soon as I regained my senses, I remembered where I was, and frankly, nothing outside could be worse. I cautiously approached the source of the sound, trying to listen better, when a "Hey kid, it's me," sounded whispered. Munford, I'm glad you're here. Knew you wouldn't abandon me." I know. You sounded nervous, perhaps hiding from the guards. "Look, I'd help you out, but I can't get it open from this side. Try it there." A small plastic rectangle slid through the door gap. A credit card. I remembered I had done this many times before. I grabbed the card and started working, carefully sliding it into the lock. Each movement was made with the precision I gained from years of street experience, trying not to make any noise that could attract the guard's attention. My mind was racing, and the tremor it transmitted to my fingers made motor coordination difficult. Finally, after several minutes of trial and error, I heard a soft click, and the door opened slowly. I could smell the fresh air from the corridor and was already about to smile when, along with the bright light of a flashlight, I saw Bob, now with his neck and shoulder bandaged, along with 3 more of his cronies. Munford was being held by one, who held an improvised knife to his neck. "Sorry, kid, they forced me," the old man lamented. "Not so fast, princess." Bob pushed me inside, onto the floor, and then he entered with one of his cronies, closing the door behind him and illuminating me with the halo of his flashlight. "What's up, Bob? Can't you just leave me alone? You wanted to settle things, didn't you? Well, He pointed to his wound. "You just signed your death warrant. But first, I'm going to make sure to pull out all your teeth and make you swallow them." He lifted me by the collar of my shirt and landed a punch with his heavy hand. I felt dizzy, seeing stars, curling up into a fetal position. His laughter was now a terrifying melody to me. "Look at this crybaby. Where did your bravery go?" He kicked my stomach, and I'm sure he found it an ironic, poetic justice. His cohort laughed until the beam of his flashlight shifted away from me. "Hey Bob, what's that over there?" he said, simultaneously pointing with his finger in the flashlight. Even though it was on the wall behind me, I knew what it was. I saw Bob straighten up to face it, becoming petrified. He and the other, standing there, mouths agape. I waited for seconds, counting mentally and holding my breath, expecting anything. But nothing. Till suddenly, I began to see small puddles forming under their lower eyelids. Dark marks of blood. The red tears started to stream down their faces like large crimson waterfalls. Soon, they began to make a noise. A familiar noise, which made my mind freeze as I felt my toes curling inside my shoes and my mouth trembling uncontrollably. It was the same sound as Tully's. They were now allowing these moans to escape their throats and resonate in the tight concrete walls. I had to do something. I began to slowly pass by them, trying to edge around. When, however, I was almost reaching the door, I could see the shadows turning slowly in my direction. The tension in the air was palpable, as if it could be cut with a knife. I held myself back from trembling as I tried to maintain composure in front of those men, whose bloodshot eyes were now fixed on me, full of terror and despair. What's happening? My voice came out in a trembling whisper, barely able to make myself heard. Bob and his cohort remained silent. They began to walk towards me, and in desperation, I opened the cell door and slammed it loudly behind me, not caring about attracting the guards' attention. As I looked around, I actually noticed that this was a concern I didn't need to have. The environment where I wasn't what I expected from the prison corridor. It was actually another cell. I stopped for a moment, confused, only to be surprised by a figure in the center of it. A man in a straitjacket looking at me with a petrified smile. "I've been waiting for you," he said. His voice was blood-curdling, sounding like someone scratching a chalkboard with their nails or scraping a fork on a glass plate. I tried to open the door, but it was stuck. When I turned around again, he was leaning, his face inches from mine, eyes bloodshot. I almost fell backward. He laughed. It was like the last time. He had his mouth covered by a sticky red mask that dripped, probably serving as material for the painting, which now displayed an almost complete surreal eye. He turned and walked to the painting, and then he regurgitated it again. As his hands were tied, he used his tongue as a brush, finishing the last line of the drawing. "This," he whispered, "is my masterpiece." I was trembling. I had forgotten Munford's advice, and now I found myself petrified, just like the others, staring at the eye. I don't know how much time passed, but I felt like it was hours. Days. Years. All in the blink of an eye. Or rather, in a stare without a single blink. I tried in vain to regain my composure. Scenes of horror penetrated my mind. Cadavers, bodies marked by playing cards, criminals, inmates being violently beaten with batons, pepper spray, and all sorts of luxuries the police can serve. I saw gang fights, blood, death, and abuse. I saw people being killed inside the prison. Each scene of violence that each of those who looked at had already witnessed. My legs were no more than reeds in the wind now, and I just wanted to run away and scream, cry, sleep, never wake up again. I tried to scream, but the man came to me, placing his foot over my mouth. "Shh. You need to see." He repeated this indefinitely. "Need to see, need to see, need to see, need to see." With superhuman effort, I managed to free myself from the weight of his foot on my mouth, but I could barely articulate coherent words. My voice came out trembling and weak when I finally managed to speak. "What do you want from me? Why are you doing this?" He simply continued smiling, as if my words were just another piece in his sadistic game. Then, with a quick and fluid movement, he approached me, so close that I could feel his fetid breath and the metallic smell of blood dripping from his mouth. "Your mind is a fascinating playground," he murmured, his voice echoing in the claustrophobic space of the cell. I felt tears running down my cheek, and I knew what color they were. I stood there, in shock, staring at the large painted eye, while my entire being was eaten alive in fear and dread. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe the entire age of the universe, eternity. Who knows? I woke up on the infirmary bed, wires connected to my arm while a machine reproduced the beeps of my heart. I looked to the side, seeing the green eyes of Nurse Linda looking at me, concerned. Are you okay? You need to see, I said, not even wanting to. She frowned, evidently confused by my response. Linda seemed hesitant, as if she were trying to decide whether to ask more or simply ignore my strange statement. I could see the concern in her eyes, but also a certain curiosity, as if something inside her was intrigued by what I had to say. What do you mean by that? She finally asked, her soft voice echoing in the silence of the infirmary. I sat up slowly on the bed, feeling a wave of dizziness pass over me. My mind was still cloudy, as if I were struggling to emerge from a deep nightmare. I tried to articulate my words as coherently as possible. I saw things, I murmured, my voice still trembling. Terrible things. In that cell. In there. Something is wrong. Linda watched me with a serious expression, her green eyes analyzing me carefully. She seemed to understand that something serious had happened, but couldn't fully comprehend what I was trying to communicate. Look, you and the others had a collective hallucination in that cell. The director has already arranged for an investigation, but we suspect carbon monoxide poisoning. We've already talked to him about the lack of windows in that place, but it seems he doesn't listen. I stopped, confused by that information. Was I hallucinating? Well, maybe I would even think that if it weren't for what followed. A man in a dark suit entered. He had a serious and intimidating expression, and he asked Linda to leave. Listen here, young man. You're lucky to have come back. The others are catatonic, and probably won't come back to themselves. That's why your cooperation is extremely important, and we need to know, what did you see? I stumbled, recounting as much information as I could remember from Tully to Bob. The man listened to me without making any expression. After that, he took a radio that was hanging from his blazer and said some words that I didn't quite understand. Something like cedar, quetter, don't know. And then he took a clipboard, handing it to me. This is your letter of freedom. Our proposal is as follows. We release you from prison, and in exchange, you don't open your mouth about the specific events mentioned here. He pointed to the clauses. That was 5 years ago, and given my freedom, you must imagine that not everything that happened is transcribed here, but the most important parts are. I ended up visiting Munford a few times after that, and I was horrified to discover that Francis, on the eve of his release, hanged himself with a bedsheet. The old man and I stared at each other after this discovery, in a mutual, silent understanding. Shortly after, they closed not only the cell, but our entire pavilion, relocating the inmates. I never saw Munford or any of the others again after that. My nightmares persisted, but in recent months they've been much less frequent, and I think I might be slowly healing. I wanted to say that the story ends well, with my rehabilitation. The troublesome prisoner full of stories becoming a family man. And it would be, if it weren't for the last 15 minutes of this morning. I believe you may remember that I received a letter this morning like that cursed number. I left it on the counter in the living room while I came here to have breakfast and finish reporting this to you. When I finished the last paragraph, I went back to the room. But now, it seems like the whole nightmare is back. I felt the tears, transparent this time, forming in my eyes. In the center of the room right now is Linda, holding the letter, looking at something in it that I can already imagine. She's standing there, wet and red stains on her face. I can hear her whispering, "You need to see. You need to see." And by God, I can see. And that was Cell 11, the final part by Carl Sefni. I thoroughly enjoyed Cell 11. I thought this story was fantastic. There's quite a few parts to it. There's a lot of good little storytelling elements, a lot of interesting world building and lore and stuff behind it. I was fully hooked pretty much from kind of like the early stages of it, talking about like, mystery thing in a cell that turns people kind of mad, and it was made by a serial killer, and how did he paint it? Obviously with his tongue, and it's just like, there's so many baffling things about this. And then at the end, they talk about how, oh, well, it might have been carbon monoxide poisoning, but it still seems like there's a little bit more to it than just that. That could play a part. I definitely believe that with level of the hallucinations and stuff. But I feel like it's more than just that. You know what I'm saying? I think some of you know what I'm saying. I'm very happy that our main character got a kind of happy ending. I mean, he got to be with Linda, got out of prison. That's all pretty sweet. Very happy for him, my man. But yeah, it's kind of a bittersweet ending, really. The fact that it's still come back to haunt him, But then it makes you wonder how, right? We never quite learned exactly how it all works, or what what's the goal here? Maybe there's some kind of a god, some kind of an entity going and talking to this serial killer person. He's basically like a messenger of him, if you will, doing his will, doing his bidding, like you would if you were under the trance of some kind of a god, or if you were in a cult or something like that. That's definitely the vibes I'm getting. A level of Lovecraftian, but also still vibes of like other maybe demonic entities instead. Take your pick. Take your pick. Ultimately, there's some kind of higher power or higher force that is manipulating a human. In this case, they are a serial killer. For all we know, they might not have always been a serial killer. They might have only become one because of this higher power being involved. And then he's clearly drawn an eye, whether it's an actual, just an eye monster, or whether it's like just an eye of the creature. We don't know. We don't know any other information. We don't know the name of this dark entity, higher power thing. We just don't have enough information. But I could go on and on about this. It's so well done. It is so well done. This story is fantastic. And I'm so glad we got to read this. This has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Carl. Honestly, it's been such a pleasure. And definitely got to check out more of your work now. That was awesome. That was really awesome. Let me know what else we should be looking at, boys and girls, because that was great. That was so good. Man. Fantastic story. I'm Nate at Night. I've had a great time, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. When the government decided to turn our town into a reservoir, they told us it was to help generate energy. They didn't tell us what they were trying to drown. When I walked into our house, I was expecting Mom to be there with a frozen bag of peas. She knew the drill. It wasn't my first fight at Round Valley Middle School, but I knew it would be my last. By Monday, every locker, classroom, and lost pair of sweatpants would be under 200 feet of water. But Mom wasn't there. The house was quiet. "Mom?" I said. It was 1 p.m., 3 hours earlier than I normally got home. Dad was usually in his office on a work call with Mom in the kitchen working on our next strange project. For the last few weeks, it had been pickling carrots. When I walked toward the kitchen, I saw a note on the counter. Billy went into town to finalize some things. Be home around 5. P.S. Don't let anyone inside the house, even if you know them. Love, Mom and Dad. I crumbled up the paper and threw it in the trash. Then I went to the freezer for my peas. The boy who punched me was an old friend of mine, although we hadn't been friends for a few weeks. Ever since the town decided to forego our land and turn it into a reservoir, the energy at school shifted. In a way, it felt like our lives were ending, even though the mayor said we were simply moving up the hill. Apparently, reservoirs were good for generating power, and would help fund the town's longevity, blah blah blah. When I told Dad about that, he simply nodded, then changed the subject. "Whatever they tell you," he said, then started taping up another box. I didn't really understand it. All I did understand was that everything I ever knew would soon be gone. I opened the freezer and pulled out the peas. As I pressed them onto my face, the pain intensified. He got a really good shot on me this time. The fight happened during math class. The teacher scribbled some numbers on the board, then called on me to say what they equaled. I made up a number. 54, I said. The class laughed. My face felt hot. No, she said. Sometimes something will take the place of something else, like a symbol taking the place of a number. In this case, the answer is X. More laughter. Don't worry, Billy, my old friend said, turning to face me. The monster isn't going to feed on stupid people. When I opened my eyes again, I was on the ground, collapsed between the overturned chairs. He was underneath me, his face covered in blood. People started screaming. I didn't know what I was doing, but I felt better. Then he managed to get a fist free and hit me in the eye. I fell back. The teacher pulled me off him. Then, an hour later, I was suspended. They didn't even bother calling my mom this time. The principal told me to walk home. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, the cold offering relief as my thoughts did the opposite. I hated being the problem child. I wished I could be more like my sister, even though I kinda hated her. Then, as if she heard me, the door opened. I turned to look. Shouldn't you be at school? She asked. My sister was standing in the doorway, her arms crossed. Bailey? I could just make her out, my good eye decoding the shapes. What happened to your eye? She asked. What happened to boarding school? I asked, mimicking her tone. I took the bus in, she said. I wanted to spend one more night at the house before they drown us. I sat down to the kitchen table and took the peas off. My whole face was getting numb. Bailey sat down across from me. It was strange that she had come back. Her school was 2 hours away by bus. She wasn't supposed to be home until the holidays. So, she said, pointing at my face, your eye. It was nothing, I said. Someone bullying you? No, I whined. Just stop. She raised her hands in surrender. Okay, fine, she said. I'm not trying to make you upset. She looked different today. It had been the longest time we'd ever been apart. I didn't realize how much a face could change in just a few weeks. Mom and Dad are going to be so mad that you're skipping boarding school, I said. I got permission, she said. My teachers thought the reservoir was a mean thing to do to our town. I shrugged, hating that I agreed with her. It wasn't fair that we had to move just because some energy company wanted to build a reservoir. Plus, this whole situation led to a bunch of silly rumors. According to the boys at my lunch table, there was some creature living in the woods and the water was a way to wash it out. In the last few weeks, a few dogs turned up dead, along with an old woman in her home. According to some eyewitness accounts, aka drunks, different townspeople had been wandering down Main Street on the night of each attack. Apparently their mouths were covered in blood. Then the next day, those same people would be walking around town like nothing happened. Johnny from school said it might be a skinwalker, I said to Mom a few nights after they announced the reservoir. The three of us were around the dinner table, Bailey already off to boarding school. That's silly, Mom said. I think you should switch lunch tables. Dad went on to say the monsters weren't real. The dogs got attacked by a bear. The old woman fell down her stairs. The rumors were just rumors. I was thinking about those rumors as Bailey leaned forward. She brought her voice to a whisper. Do you believe them? She asked. Do I believe what? Those rumors, she said. I shook my head. The punch must have knocked a few screws loose. Was I saying that out loud? I asked. Bailey shrugged. I wouldn't call it a monster, she said, then smiled. Maybe it's just hungry. I looked at her for a moment. She was always correcting me, like everything I said was the stupidest thing she'd ever heard. It wasn't enough that she was the pretty one, too. She had bleach blonde hair, blue eyes, and freckles, while I got left with black hair and dirt eyes. Our whole lives, people would stop us on the street and say how cute she was, how she should model or date their sons. I figured I would at least get the brains, but she got that too. She excelled so much at school that the boarding school across the state reached out to us to see if Mom and Dad would send her there, free of charge. I asked if I could go too, and my parents said they could never afford that. So I was stuck at the school, down the road with the peeling paint and cockroaches. Tell me about this new school, she said. Where's it going to be? Just up the hill, I said. It's all the same, though. Same teachers, students, bullshit. Bailey smiled, then stood up. She went to the kitchen and grabbed an apple. She pulled a small knife out of the knife block and sliced off a piece. "Change can be good," she said, sliding the cut apple into her mouth. She smiled as she chewed, bits of apple flying out and onto the table. She was normally such a prim and proper eater. It was strange to see her so ravenous. Within a few seconds, she took the knife and sliced off another piece, then slid it into her nasty apple-filled mouth. "I don't want things to change," I said. Before I knew what was happening, the apple was gone. No core, no stems. It had disappeared. "Did you eat the— By the way," she said, her mouth empty again, "when do our parents get home?" I paused for a moment, inspecting her. I had never done any drugs, but maybe she had started to do them. I knew it made people a little weird, and she was definitely being a little weird, if not a lot weird. "Soon," I said. "They'll be home soon." Bailey nodded, then glided the knife across her fingertips, pressing down on the skin just enough so it didn't break. It looked like she got some kind of pleasure from the pain. "Are you okay?" I asked. Bailey nodded, but wouldn't look at me. She looked preoccupied by something. "There's barely any trees up the hill," she said. I kept staring at her. She pushed the blade too hard and sliced her thumb. No blood came out. "Bailey," I said, you cut yourself." "It's not good up the hill," she whispered, shaking her head. "The valley was perfect." My muscles tightened. I kept looking at her, scanning for cracks. This was Bailey. It looked like her, smiled like her, talked like her. But something was off. A cold wind coming up from the cellar. I knew I wasn't smart or good-looking or charming. But if there was anything I did have, it was intuition. I knew which crop seasons would be good or bad. I always knew when it was going to rain a few hours before. I knew if Mom or Dad were upset by something. When I felt something, it took over all my senses. And I definitely felt something here. I stood up from the chair and took a step back. Now Bailey's eyes locked onto me. She held the knife in her hand and stepped toward me. "You look frightened," she said. I couldn't talk. My spit dried up. "Don't be frightened," she said. "Tight muscles aren't good for meat." I covered my face as Bailey leapt toward me. Before it all went dark, I could see her features melt away, like wax dripping down a candle. Her blonde hair turned to straw grass. Her eyes twisted to something small and beady, like mouse eyes. Her skin wrinkled, then glowed soft and red. She made a sound like an eagle on fire. It filled my head instantly, ravaging my thoughts. As her hands gripped my shoulders, I flew back under the wall, slamming my head on a picture frame. Her breath was hot and rancid, like summer pond scum. Then I heard another sound. The screen door flew open. She jumped off me and I listened as her claws tapped across the hardwood. I opened my eyes. Bailey, or whatever she was gone. Mom and Dad were standing in the doorway. They ran over to me and lifted me up. Dad looked around, the color stripped from his face. Mom looked like she was going to vomit. "Was it here?" Dad asked. I still couldn't speak. "We don't need to finish packing," Mom said. "Let's just go. We could buy new things." "Bailey," I finally said. "We'll call her at the hotel," Dad said, then lifted me on my feet and pushed me out the door. A moment later, we were in the car. I kept looking out the window, waiting to see her again. Then in the distance, I noticed something. In the cornfield next to our house, a few rows of crop were flattened, the stalks around them shaking. The hotel was full of people from the town, like some kind of refugee camp. I even saw my old friend who I punched. When we locked eyes, we nodded to one another, like the whole encounter had created some kind of respect between us. When the shaking in my hands finally went down, I took a shower and got ready for bed. As I laid there on the stiff motel mattress, I listened as Mom tried and failed to call Bailey's school. By the third attempt, my heart sank. Mom looked worried too. Then, miraculously, I heard her voice. "Sorry," I heard through the phone. "I was at the library. Big exam coming up." Mom continued on with the conversation, her worry melting away. Meanwhile, Dad came over and sat on the bed next to me. He put his hand on my knee and looked at me. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded, then shook my head. "Sure," I said. "Maybe. I don't know." "Maybe is good," he said. His mom went on asking her standard checking questions. I could hear Dad's breathing pick up. He was normally a rock. Now he looked like a scared child. I looked up at him. "What was that thing?" I whispered. Dad looked at me, then shook his head. "Just get some rest," he said. "The waters will be here soon." And that was when the government decided to turn our town into a reservoir. They told us it was to help generate energy. They didn't tell us what they were trying to drown. By outside your window. Now, what's really great about this story is you've got a nice little bit of story, a little bit of lore. You got a little bit of world building. Not too much that it focuses on that. It's got a good amount of there's real people, real situations, real problem. You got an interesting perspective of a kid in middle school who he's not the brightest, he's not the best at everything. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but you could tell he doesn't mean bad. And you can also tell that he's not really a liar, which is good. And I think it's great because it's a situation where there's rumors of a creature, right? Which some people think is a skinwalker. There are probably other rumors of monsters as well, I'm sure. And the government is clearly so aware of this that they're happy to allow an energy company, which is obviously the cover-up, to literally vacate that whole town in that little valley to flood the area to potentially get rid of this creature. But obviously that's not what they're going to tell people. Why would they tell people that? That would cause panic and hysteria and things. People would freak out. So it's got the makings of government cover-up. It's got the makings of, people who know too much, and there's obviously more people behind it. It's very interesting. It makes you wonder if this sort of situation has happened before. What other kind of cover-ups have they done? Is this the first of this specific creature? Is it a skinwalker? There are many questions, and I think that's great in a story where even though you do kind of get to see the monster, you don't know enough of the information still to really define what it is, nor do you get a clear answer. So it kind of allows you to have a level of interpretation with it, which I think is fun. I think it's always a good idea. It's also good to know what the monster is at the end of the day. Like if there's maybe a follow-up to the story or a part 2 or something, then yeah, absolutely. Now, what's great about this? What's great about this? I need to tell you, because when I reached out for permission to Outside Your Window, turns out they're an author, and this specific story is going to be in their upcoming book. Well, actually, no, it's not upcoming. It's I can't say upcoming anymore because this video is going out after the book is being released. So the book is called 5 Minute Frights: Scary Stories That Won't Let You Sleep collection. It's volume 2 of the 5 Minute Frights by Dan DeLuise, or DeLuise. I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong. And so this guy's got all kinds of really cool, fun, short horror stories, which is awesome. And so this story that we've just read is going to be in this book as well. That's amazing. That's awesome. I'll be sure to give you a link in the description where you can go buy the book yourself if you're really interested. They're quite reasonably priced, if I'm honest with you. A lot of them are quite cheap. He's got quite a few of them, so I would I'd totally check some of them out. I might talk to him about maybe reading some of these on a stream or something. I think that'd be quite fun, because I know we want to do a cozy reading stream thing anyway. I think this would be a good way to kind of start it with these short kind of scary stories. I think it's awesome. So yeah, I thought I'd share that with all of you. It looks good, and I gotta admit, I'm definitely gonna see about getting some of these books, because I like me some short scary stories. I like more independent authors, and that's exactly what this is. It's the best of both worlds when it comes to that. So that's fantastic. Oh man, yeah, what a great story. What a good little story. I'm very excited to see the rest of the work. I really, really am, because this was good. This was very good, and I should know. I've got good taste. I've been Nate at Night. I've really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. He did it. Oh my God. It worked.
pretty, isn't it?
You don't sound good.
Yeah.
Where'd you fall? We'll come find you.
Nah.
Just tell me where you are.
Nah.
We're safe at home.
This void sits beneath the sea. Fault lines cracking in stereo. Maybe solitude will give him strength. Maybe his loneliness will let him breathe. And when the night is darkest, he sings. It isn't perfect. It isn't pleasant. And at last, his words have a tune.
It's nice. Hey, just hold the bucket out for as long as you can. Please just tell me you're asleep.
You can hear me. We recommend you stay inside, safe and protected from malicious forces.
Join us. We are looking for friends who believe in our ability to free ourselves.
Lying down and taking these acts of disrespect toward ourselves lately, we have been afforded a wonderful opportunity to live in harmony with creatures far behind codes, ideologies, and false theories to enact an agenda of capture, anarchy, and genocide. From the ashes, mightier than ever before, because we, the people, together, are going to carve out humanity's new resting ground. Anything else will be extinct. Don't lose hope. Do not let their fear tactics win. Against all forces, we are building ways.
For the great man who died to show us the way home, it is up to us to free everyone to ensure the future of humanity. Remember, we're all going to resist.
Resist it. We will resist. And we will win. Because not even humanity can kill humanity.
It's hard to know how to start, so I'm just gonna do it. My name is Nat, and a month ago, after almost 5 years of running, my friend gave his life to take down a Strobe ship. Since then, our friends in Pierce's group made the call to search, clear, and set up shop in the remains of a hospital. The hope was there was some equipment their researchers and medic could use, but there's not much. Before TSV died, he gave me permission to carry on using this platform to catalog our journey and keep in contact with you all. I think that's all the housekeeping. It's scary to be back, but I guess this is what I do now. So, we're back, huh? If you all have any questions, we'll answer them over the week. Nat made me agree to keep this thing going. Also, since the ship got taken down, it got a lot colder. Not unlivable. There's still heat in the atmosphere from other parts of the world, but it fluctuates between 40 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on how far the nearest ship is. Pro tip: don't tell very serious men with guns that cuddling is a good way to keep body heat. They don't take well to it. There haven't been a lot of expeditions as of late. Tucker went on one last week to scavenge for coats and blankets in some abandoned houses, and came back with a few. Kind of funny how quickly your priorities can shift. Strobes! Right. I need to mention the strobes. Since we set up people on watch shifts, we've seen none. Since the prevailing idea is that the heating is meant to keep humans alive and ready for the picking, we think we're kind of invisible right now. I'm sure that will change as soon as there's confirmation that humans can, if uncomfortably, live in these temperatures, but we're pretty safe right now. Let me know if there are other things I'm missing. It's hard to know what's important to paint a full picture. Nat's taking the day to try and make a list of frequent repliers so she can keep track of everyone. So she asked me to tell a story about the past month. Since we got here, I've started taking more responsibility with keeping watch outside of the hospital. Since there aren't really strobes patrolling here, there's been a new threat. We're seeing Harvested slowly come out of the woodwork. That's those who looked into the red strobe light, if you all remember. Some of us had even forgotten that they were around, since we've been in more isolated areas for so long. So my job when I'm on watch is to stand around with a big gun and wait for any of them to show up. First time I saw them was tough. The other times were less tough. Nat thinks it's cruel to send me to do it, but we all have a part to play. Hey, you guys be nice to Nat, okay? She cares a lot about keeping all this account stuff running, honestly more than TSV ever did. So even if she shits the bed a couple of times, I just want everyone to be cool about it. Thanks. You don't have to ask them to be nice to me. I can handle this. You're not sleeping. That's not an answer. It absolutely is. He was my friend too, but he hid behind this responsibility when things got tough. And you're doing it too, and things aren't even tough right now. Things are always tough. Just don't lose yourself. In the music, or the moment even. Yes, Nat, you're very charming. You need any more blankets? I'll be fine. Thank you. You're welcome. Night. Night. Hello, Natalia. We're a very big fan of what your recently passed friend did, spreading advice and creative a community. Don't worry, we're not here to pretend the act of speaking to many is valuable, and attempt to imprison you in the name of influence. We found we the people's actions to be childish and short-sighted. What we want is to honor your friend, and carry on his legacy in tandem with your new tenure as TSV. We await your response. Nat showed me the text. I don't like this. I don't like it one bit. I told her to block and move on. Something about this doesn't smell right. But she's nice and not listening to me. Hello, I'm curious how you got this number. And a little worried. We figured out your area code and sent this message to every working number within the area code. The assumption was since there aren't many of us left, we could minimize false positives. This assumption was correct. What do you want from us? Forgive for what we are about to ask, but we want to know the location of TSV's sacrifice. We do not want to harm you or even come to you face to face. We just want to survey the ground to prove where TSV's remains have ended up, and if it can prove our theory about the nature of the world. What's the theory? That the end of one's life is their release from this planet. I know everybody wants us to stay safe, and the red flags are up, but we need to trust people until they give us a good enough reason not to. TSV, we were all alone for so long, and we can't be alone anymore. I know some of you are not fans of my decision to continue this conversation at all, but I need you to trust me to not put myself or my friends in danger. Hey kid, loving the confidence and putting your foot down. Seriously, I'm very proud of you. But this isn't the move. If this wasn't the move, none of us would have met. This is different. This feels different. That's not good enough for me. I'm sorry. Okay, we get it. But you need to understand that there isn't a lot of time. People will come looking for the answers we seek. You can either tell us the specifics, or we could just head into the cold spot and start looking ourselves. Your hesitation is smart, and in any other world you would be commended. But I cannot hide my frustration at this time. He's not good for you. He's paranoid. You do not get to talk about him that way. I am defending you. I am trying to work with you. Don't you dare insult him. You need to see the truth, Natalia. You don't get to decide what I need to see. We're entering the cold spot. If you won't wake up, that's no longer our problem. If you want to help, our door is always open. But we're not going to wait for you. We have a job to do. I'm worried about Nat. I hope TSV didn't screw her up permanently with all this. So Tucker's letting me sit with him on watch. Says I need to get out of my head a bit. It's quiet here. Kind of boring, but it's nice. So bored. Tucker is way better at 20 questions than I thought he would be. He's not supposed to be on his phone on watch, but he wanted me to say it's because I pick obvious things. Apparently somebody caught wind of some harvested en route. Tucker's eye is on the sights of the gun. He looks serious. I don't love it. 5 of them. 5 shots. I'll give it to Tucker. He's good at this. His face is darker. Sadder. Maybe this is what every watch shift is like. There's a 6th. A kid. Tucker's waiting to hear orders. His hand is shaking. The order came in. Not to shoot. Some of the guys on the ground are going to pick the kid up and see if he's not a direct threat. I think I saw Tucker cry a little when he heard. I think I'm going to go to bed. I don't want to be up here anymore. He's calloused. If you want us to free him from this burden, send him to the real world with TSV. We can. If you want it, that can also be arranged. But I think we both know you have much more work to do here than he does. I'm sending over the coordinates. You tricked us and sent us right into strobe territory, you bitch! We will not forget this. Don't threaten my friend. Lucid will grow and you will fucking fall. After Nat sent them to the trap, she excused herself. I know I've already said it, but be nice to her. This is a lot, and even though it needed to happen, it's never easy to send someone to their death. The wrong coordinates were smart as hell, though. Gotta give her props on that one. I did the right thing, didn't I? I might have sent people to die, but we have to be vigilant. I keep saying stuff like that, but it feels hollow and gross. I just want somebody to be worth the time. I have one person left in the entire world. Other good people have to exist, though, right? Like, Tucker's great, he's amazing, but there's gotta be other good people out there. Update. When the harvested group I saw with Tucker showed up, we found a child among them. He seems docile, so he wasn't executed, but he's been brought in and kept in captivity. He's maybe 8? So he would have been 3 when all this started. He doesn't speak any, so he doesn't have a name. He has one eye that's cloudy like a harvested, and one big brown sweet normal eye. So they've started calling him Half-Crop. Some of the military guys snicker when they say it. Yeah, the mutilated child is really hilarious. He doesn't do much. He just sits on the floor in this room in the hospital basement and runs his hands over the floor constantly. I only got to see him for a couple of minutes. Anytime he so much stands up, we have to leave the room for safety. Right now the question is if Half-Crop might hurt us, or if he has anything going on at all. If there's nothing, he could be a strain on resources. We haven't heard anything back from Lucid since Nat sent them off. Maybe those final messages were a death rattle. Maybe they were a threat. But either way, it seems to be the end of transmission. So that's something. If they're ex-We the People, they have a new name. And a new goal, it seems. so it's at least new. So, the ships have started to reorganize, adjusting to the gap. Today, that means our temperature is dropping, like around 30 degrees Fahrenheit colder. We're stocked up on blankets and other heat sources, including some portable space heaters, but everyone's pretty worried about food. They've been using grow lights to make some sustainable food like vegetables and such, and we even have 2 chickens that lay the occasional egg. The chickens are being monitored, so hopefully they'll make it through the cold. The chickens died. There's going to be a stew tonight, and after that, no more eggs. Given the food shortage and the temperature, nobody wanted to take charge of keeping an eye on Half-Crop anymore, so I volunteered for that. He's quiet. It's nice to be alone with my thoughts while I'm down there. No Lucid, no We the People, no anybody. Just me. Hey, you know where I stand on the whole harvested kid thing, but you should know, people are building a case to Pierce about exiling the kid. So if you want to say a one-sided goodbye soon, you should start preparing it. Idea! Okay, so Half-Crop can't talk. We know that. But maybe he can write. Knows in some way what words are. If I give him my phone, maybe he can write something. Kids learn words real early, just the basic stuff, right? Dragon, Dutch, Coco, October, Crush, I'm up, I'm in, in, ed, as was, XX, cook, do so, do, enough, taxi, FBI, CK. I don't have a pen, but I can look for something for him to draw with. Yeah, maybe that'll be better. Or even pictures. He could talk through drawings. Multiple people have said pictures. Maybe he thought he was drawing on the phone screen. Phones do that, slide on the keyboard to make a word thing. He's just scratching at the floor. His hands are starting to get bloody, and he's just smearing the blood around with one finger. So that's disturbing. I don't think he's eaten in a couple of days. Got stopped by one of the Resistance guys on my way back from watching Half-Crop. He made it very clear that Half-Crop and I are disposable cargo, to use his exact words. So, that was a lovely interaction. What was his name? Kyle, I think? Okay. He won't be bothering you anymore. Why? What did you do? I got suspended from watch shifts for the weekend. But even when Kyle is recovered, he won't be allowed to be anywhere near you or the kid. So a couple of you guys mentioned that maybe Half-Crop was trying to draw something. I found a piece of paper to give to him. Maybe he can trace what he's trying to draw with his finger, and I can figure it out. So, he understood the paper. He clawed at his own skin until it bled and used the blood to try and draw. I don't know what he's drawing, but he gave me back this. I asked around to see if anybody had a pencil or anything, but they don't. It's something though, right? If he can communicate, that's a human thing. Then he'll be alright. This looks like clouds and a ship. It kinda does. I know we all have a lot of theories. I hope if I can find a proper writing utensil, we can have a clearer image. But if it's a ship, I honestly don't know what it means. This shows he's trying to say something. It can also show he has fine motor functions, meaning he can pick up a weapon and use it. This is how they're thinking right now. I'm sorry, but this isn't good enough. What if I found an actual writing utensil? He doesn't seem to get phones, but he gets paper. I can get a pencil or something. That's so dangerous. They wouldn't let you run out for a pencil right now. But they'd let me look for food? And maybe I just happen to find a pencil? Please, please don't do this. I have a watch shift. I can't go with you. I'll be okay. I'll be back in 2 days, and then nobody can say you and I are useless, right? Headed out from the base this morning. They've already sent their professional scouts out, so nobody's expecting anything from me. I'm not trained with firearms, so they gave me a knife for protection. Trying to think of it as nice and not condescending. Oh. Oh, no. So I'm going to grab this and get back to base. This is bad. This is really, really bad. There's a pencil in the box, though. Hey, it's Tucker. Just to update, we have confirmed that We the People was recently in the area. They're back. I don't know who's heading it, but they're using the same name. They were located out of an abandoned supermarket, but they seem to have recently left. Some of the guys cleared the place last night. Nat's a little shaken up by everything, obviously. But even though it was from We the People, there were a lot of sealed cans and non-perishables. And it'll keep us going for a while. She bought the harvested kit a lot more time. Do you ever think about your first few days after the change? All the time. Why? I've just been thinking about my family. Thinking about Flynn. Thinking about how much easier it was to let go of the people who died quickly. My family died fast. It's awful. But I didn't have to be the one to kill them. I'm really sorry, Tuck. I'm just saying, even though someone might be a threat, it doesn't mean it's not scary. And you shouldn't feel bad about that fight or flight instinct. Good. Because I'm going to feel bad about it for a few days. Better than me. I felt bad about it for a few years. You're already crushing my record. Don't try to make me smile. I'm not trying anything. I'm succeeding. Hey, can you bring the drawing stuff down to half crop? I can't be in there right now, looking at his cloudy eye. Of course. Consider it done. We got it. Proof of life. Hey, they're doing a vote about HC next week. You need to prepare what you're going to say. Okay, thanks. Pro tip. Remember the radio broadcast? Yeah. The advice we gave was for people to stay inside, safe, and protected from malicious forces. Throw that one back in their face if you're losing. Honor and consistency are a hell of a combo to military guys. You're gonna vote to keep him around, right? Yeah, I'll vote to keep him around. Thank you, Tucker. Seriously, thank you. You got it. We took the vote the other day and it was close, but half crop gets to stay for a while. Most of the people voting to keep him around were civilians. Me and Nat and the medic in the camp. Nat was so happy she started to cry. It was nice. Like those old stories of kids making $100 at a lemonade stand to pay for medical bills. Just seeing people be proud of themselves. I can't thank you enough, Tuck. Thank you. Now I guess the next step is seeing what else Half Crop can draw. The medic's doing some tests on him today. But when I'm on watch, I'll tell Half Crop a bit about Tucker and me and see if anything strikes inspiration. If it works, we can keep building communication. I want to talk about TSV, about Tucker, about the last 5 years. Maybe it's selfish, but it'd be nice just to tell someone about it all. And at least I know he won't interrupt. So, I got a drawing back from Half Crop. I showed it to Tucker before posting it, but it's of him and his old friend Flynn. I guess this is a story Half Crop really liked, weirdly enough. Tucker's okay. He asked to be alone with it for a while, but I don't think he was mad. I don't even know why I mentioned that as part of the story. It just came out when I was talking. I apologized to Tucker a lot, but he said it was fine. I still feel really bad. After all Tucker's done for us. I just hope he didn't take it the wrong way. Tucker volunteered to watch Half Crop this morning, and I walked by and heard him talking. It was really sweet. He just said, "Thank you for not making me look like a monster." Okay, I think we have a small problem. There's someone coming up to the base. Not a harvested. They're moving too erratically. Fuck. One of our guys went out to talk to him, and while the new guy was talking, he spat up some dark water. This is a We the People member. About an hour ago, a member of the new We the People showed up. He was let in. Tucker and a lot of other people are watching like hawks right now to see if this is a trap. I'm sitting with Half Crop, trying not to panic. He's just sitting, not even knowing that things are really scary right now. The We the People guy just walked out of the front door, led out by Pierce. They shook hands. Pierce spoke with all of us. This new We the People offered food in exchange for peace, and Pierce said yes. Some of us are obviously quite angry with this, but it happened. I haven't been able to sleep much, with the cold and half-crop and all the drama. This is just another wrench thrown into everything. If I fall asleep, what if We the People comes, and there's more of them than we thought, and they take over and keep us locked up again? That I can't let that happen. I could deal with one person being difficult and dangerous, but I can't deal with We the People being fully back. I can't deal with us just letting them be here. The food was a threat, right? It had to be a threat. We got a lot more food from the We the People Scout today. It's enough to keep us going for a couple of weeks, if we ration properly. I let everyone else eat. I couldn't. I don't know if it's safe. Nobody had any problems with the food. There wasn't anything tainted or poisoned or off. I had a few saltines. They were still in the packaging. It was so good. I'm sorry, but they were delicious. Pierce spoke with me today. He had a letter from me. He had a letter for me from the We the People Scout. Here's what it said, edited to fix spelling and grammatical mistakes. Hello, Nat. We want to prove that our past indiscretions do not reflect who we are now. How you and your friends, but you especially, were treated was an abject horror. We do not expect trust, but we hope to one day earn it. Our first gift was to prove our intention. Our subsequent gifts are to prove our consistency. While we are on opposite ideological sides of this battle, there is no reason to resort to cruelty and force. As the world changes, we must change with it. Our door and our hospitality is always open to you and any of your associates. After the awful actions of our former head of communications, we want to rebuild and go about our journey of survival and coexistence in a new, enlightened way. We thank you for the opportunity to do so. With regards, We the People, new and improved. This sounds like a YouTuber apology video script. LOL. Today has been a stressful, weird day. This is the joke that was the best at making me forget how scared I am. Thank you, Joseph. This We the People Scout has been coming every day for almost a week now. Never stays the night, but always shows up with a bag of some sort and then leaves a few hours later without it. It's keeping us fed and safe while we weather the cold spot. Nat's not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. He just left again. I asked around to see if he had a name. He does. Samir. I was finishing up watching Half Crop when I ran into the We the People Scout, Samir. He was being escorted around by the medic. He spoke to me, and his voice was dark and wet, and he was coughing up the stuff. Even though I didn't get close, I could smell the smell of the stuff. The smell is subtle, but you don't forget that stuff. It's just not fair. It's not fair at all. The only time I can get my mind off of everything is when I'm sitting with Half Crop. We need to figure out that new name. But I can't, because the freaking medic is watching and running tests. How many tests does he need to run anyway? We did all of this to keep this kid safe, to make sure he was fed and healthy and could heal, and they're going to give him the stuff that killed TSV. Am I losing my mind? What kind of doctor? What sort of Hippocratic oath? The stuff clouds you. It hurts you. Does he think just because TSV could handle being a little too warm, it's a superpower? It's not. I know this. He doesn't know it. I know it. So, last night, Samir came back a second time. I decided to walk around and I overheard him talking with the medic and Pierce. The medic wants to give Half Crop some dark water and see how he'll react. The sun vanished. Samir's back. Go to Half Crop right now. I tried to block the medic from taking Half Crop. He dodged my questions and just walked right past me. The Mad Joy, do something. So, update for everyone. Tucker went to stop the medic from injecting Half Crop with dark water. There was a struggle, and the medic got hurt. Pretty badly. The assistant medic is taking care of him now in the infirmary. He's gonna live, but he got messed up. Tucker is detained. He doesn't have his phone or anything. Half-Crop is back in his room, and we're only allowed to watch him in teams of 2 to prevent unnecessary emotional attachment. I think Pierce's big worry was that Samir would take this personally and go back on our deal, but that hasn't happened. Apparently, if it had, Tucker would have been kicked out completely. I want so badly to feel bad, to feel like Tucker did the wrong thing. I don't. I got this picture from Half-Crop today. He understands everything. From Tucker. This sucks. I'm fine. I don't regret anything. Everyone should just go about their days and be normal. So, it's good that he's not losing what makes him Tucker. So, to distract myself, I wanted to do something. We've talked about Half-Crop needing a proper name. I want to put it to a vote. Here are my favorite suggestions so far. It's been a bit since Tucker's been putting grown-up time out. It's lonely not having him around. Some days I get to bring him food. Some days I get to bring him his food for the day, though. So that's fun. I've been spending every day sitting with Theseus, formerly known as Half-Crop, telling stories, going through our old videos and tweets, letting him draw whatever he wants. It's not always the most coherent stuff. I'm only showing off what Tucker called a splash page, which I think is when a picture is big and takes up a whole piece of paper. It's like a portfolio. I used to worry so much about making a journalism portfolio when I had to think about college. I had some good stuff in there. I mean, good for a kid, but still, it had potential. Is it my fault that Tucker's locked up again? Tucker only gave a crap about Theseus because of me. I know he flies off the handle. I should have been more careful and not added any more allegiances. I'm sorry, Tuck. I'm really sorry. Whoa, sorry about that. Had one of the old school TSV self-pity tweets. I'm genuinely okay. It all just got the better of me for a bit. No disrespect meant to TSV. I'm pretty sure he would have found that funny. Today, when I was sitting with Theseus, Samir came and wanted to talk. He kept his distance, which was decent of him. And he apologized for giving Dr. Kevins the dark water. He claims he didn't realize Theseus was the child I was watching. And while we the people is still monitoring this account, he doesn't have an interest in it. I don't believe him, but it was nice to be apologized to. It was also nice to not forgive him, not even a little bit. That felt really good. I offered to take Tucker his food again, but was told I wasn't allowed to. Pierce is going to today. I hope everything's alright. I felt a lot of things in my time on this earth, and I have never felt anything worse than being indebted to we the fucking people. Resistance Prison is a hell of a lot better than We the People Prison. I'll give them that. Nobody's trying to pump anybody full of poison, the food's less terrible, and there's less of a sinking feeling of oncoming death. So yeah, the better of my 2 prison experiences. Sat with Theseus today with Tucker. He drew this from the video of TSV's sacrifice. I think it's really good for Tucker to see how we're perceived, that we're all doing some real good, and helping people where we can. Seems every day I'm not on watch shifts or hanging out with Tucker, this drippy a-hole finds a way to try to talk to me. You want to know what it was today? I hope we can be allies in the future. I can make sure no resistance harms you or your friends. Like, I'm sorry. You're trying to pit me against the people who saved us from We the People the last time? Textbook manipulation. I don't even care that Tucker got locked up for doing what was right. These are still the good guys. We are with the good guys. I'm spending too much time looking at the replies. I'm sorry. I'm getting riled up. Still only eating the food that's come in packaging. The fresh stuff is too vulnerable. But it looks so good. You ever added extra salt to a saltine? It'll make you question your priorities. Is it horrible to want for something else crazy to happen? When Tucker was away or that lucid person was texting me, I could focus on that. Now, everything is simple and I have so much time to just think. All anybody can talk about is how good everything is right now. How thankful they are that Samir came in and saved us. I like seeing everybody happy, I really do. But I feel a little crazy right now, still having my guard up. I haven't had a watch shift for Theseus in 2 days. I need to schedule one. It always calms me down to see him. So I saw Theseus, not at his cell. One of the other civilians doing watch shifts held his hand and walked him to me. I guess the worry about him being a threat is over, and he can walk around with us. Not that I'm not excited, it's just weird. Seeing him trotting along down the halls. It's really sweet, actually. He walks with purpose. Theseus mostly hangs out in my room. Sometimes he'll walk around a bit to stretch his legs. This is good. It's good that he's not cooped up. But having a scheduled time to sit with him gave me a lot of structure. How much have you been sleeping? 833 minutes so far this week. You're getting antsy again, kid. I know there are good reasons to be worried, but you're starting to spook me a little. I'll sleep when I'm not in survival mode. I don't think we're in survival mode right now. Shit. Nat's asleep right now, thank God. But Dr. Kevins is healed enough that he can start walking around again. I was told not to engage with him. I'm sure he was told the exact same thing. I'm gonna tell Nat as soon as she wakes up, but she doesn't need another thing to stress her out. Things are genuinely okay right now. We have food. Everyone is less tense. I even tried some of the fresh food that Samir sent over. It was really good. Better than even the best stuff the Resistance guys were making. You did what? What the hell is wrong with you? You just went to sleep. Why are you awake? I have notifications on for when you tweet, obviously. So Tucker and I talked, and he said all the food we the people have sent appears to be completely safe. So I tried some. I had a single bite of a tomato slice, and I immediately felt a lot better. Not in a poisoned way, in a deprived of food way. I think I've been a little paranoid and a little snippy. And I'm sorry to you all. Obviously this calm period is uniquely stressful, but I'm not very good with calm periods regardless. Even when we were in the We the People cell and stuck doing nothing, I had things to stress over, plans to make. Now I just feel stuck. And the medic's around again. I guess I'm happy he's okay as long as he doesn't try anything with Theseus again. Sleep debt is a real thing, everyone. I tried as best as I could to rest up this weekend, but I still feel just completely exhausted. Or maybe it's just that whenever Samir shows up, I find myself in a terrible mood. This was today's nugget of friendship. I don't want you to close yourself off to the possibility that I'm actually trying to help you. What does that even mean? It's not like I think Samir is a bad person, but with everything I've gone through, they have a way of walking, and I hear it and can't help but tense up. Their feet sloshing around on the floor, leaving a little puddle behind them if they're not careful. Not a pleasant sound. I still don't trust that the medic gets to sit at the table with everyone and eat like he's not a monster. Why did you pull me away from dinner last night? You just kept staring at Kevin's. It was fucking weird. Because he's an attempted murderer? I know that better than you do. I got my ass handed to me because of how well I know that. But we have to be cool, be collected. I don't know how you can even say that. Because the people here do not like us, Nat. And that's my fault. And I'm sorry for making things worse. I truly am. But we can't both be flying off the handle and being weird. I lost my chance, and again, I'm sorry. But you need to be the composed one right now. Because your little Darkwater secret admirer can only pull so many strings before there aren't any left. You going to say anything? Nat? I'm sorry, none of this is your fault. Obviously, I didn't mean it like that. There are threats all around. And I'm not being uncomposed when I say that. I'm being honest. Just woke up from a nap. It's loud outside. Need to see what's going on. At least I know it doesn't involve Half-Crop this time. He's in my room drawing. One of many. There's this message on my phone. It's from the same number the Lucid text came from. Something's happening in the main hall. Oh my god. The medic is dead. Dr. Kevins has been killed inside the Resistance base. We were all ordered back to our rooms to stay the night. Only approved personnel could be around right now. I talked to Tucker. He's in his room. And Half-Crop is in here with me. Dr. Kevins was killed. Drowned in dark water. This is not good. People are going to think Tucker did this. Half-Crop finished what he's been drawing the past day and a half. He saw this happen. He knows. Hey everyone, it's Tucker. As you all noticed, Nat started forgetting things the last time she talked to you all, being kind of disoriented. Turns out all the stress and lack of sleep killed her immune system, and she got pretty sick. Human sick. Normal sick. No signs of dark water poisoning or anything, but her fever was high and she wasn't the most aware. Sorry for not reaching out sooner. Theseus and I have spent basically every day by her side, and she's finally starting to get better. I wanted to give you all updates on everything that's been going on. As you know, the medic who attempted to experiment on Theseus, Dr. Kevins, was found dead, drowned in dark water. I was under suspicion for a while, but was cleared since I was in my room at the time. I reached out to the number of this Lucid person and tried to get answers from them, but they played coy for a while. We only want to talk to Natalia, and things like that. It's not even her full name, it's Natalie. She's not a Russian spy. Eventually they understood, and agreed to send someone in secret to meet with Pierce and give the information they know. Nobody knows if it's a trap or if they're just lying. But we're in our rooms waiting for them to arrive, meet, and leave. Their stipulations. Hi everyone, it's me again. It's Nat. Tucker was kind enough to fill you all in yesterday, but I wanted to let you all know I'm okay. Tucker's going to the general meeting to get updates on what Pierce learned last night, and I'm sure he'll fill you guys in. Nat, you need to get in here right now. So Lucid knew one thing, why the medic wanted to experiment with dark water. On their way out, they left papers explaining that Pierce wants to recreate TSV's sacrifice by pumping more people full of the poison and turning them into weapons. It's a madhouse here. Theseus, Tucker, and I got out of the mess and let everyone yell their hearts out, but it's bad. We're not going to stay here much longer. Everyone's been brought to the meeting room. There's news. Everyone's very, very jumpy. They found who killed Dr. Kevins, some low-level guy I'd only seen in passing. Wanted to get a jump start on this recreation project, so he'd been stealing dark water. They killed him. The room went completely silent. I don't know if they would have turned their guns on us if we made a fuss, but nobody wanted to try. Tucker came to talk to me and Theseus. We're leaving tomorrow morning. We're on the move now. Slipped out without being seen, running about as fast as we can. We'll update more when we can. We're all safe. We stole a car, getting as far away as we can. I feel terrible that we couldn't stay. I wanted to stay, but it's just not safe anymore. I'm sorry we had to go so fast. I feel like there are a lot of questions left unanswered. Tucker's driving now, and while we're no longer in the cold spot, we're keeping an eye out for strobes. So fire away with any questions. Jeez, Theseus has been drawing in the back seat, and he just finished this. I'm glad he didn't see more of the Resistance's execution, but I don't know. I hope it's not weighing on him too much. Tucker found some colored pencils about a week ago, and apparently was saving them as a surprise. And I think he was right that this journey was the right time. We're not being careless about this. We're avoiding cities and basically any lights we see. But in the distance, as we were driving, I could have sworn I saw a strobe. Everything's been peaceful for so long, you forget how fucking scary they are. At a resting point, Tucker's sleeping. I'm keeping an eye out, gonna be back on the move in a few minutes. I didn't see the strobe he was talking about, but it really rattled him. For as much trouble as we made back at the base, at least we didn't have to think about this. That courage, it's a muscle, you know? You have to train it and get ready to think about facing this horrible thing. Feels like 5 years ago, just wandering around hoping not to die. Time to scrounge. We're on the outskirts of a city. I told Tucker to wait with Theseus in the car and keep an eye on everything. It's going to be hard adjusting to exclusively canned crap again. I shouldn't have held off on Samir's food for as long as I did. I wonder if anything bad happened to him after we left. Not that I really care, but I don't think I'd want him dead. Nat, I see strobe lights. We're going to circle and get to a safer place. It's about a half a click away. The strobe Tucker saw in the distance was a broken streetlight, by the way. Not a strobe. Jackpot. We found a house 30 minutes from any city. We might be staying here for a while. Tucker, the beautiful genius that he is, nabbed one of the grow lights and a few seed bags on our way out. Gotta find a power source, but we're going to be okay. Been setting everything up in the new place, and I found Theseus's sketch page from when he was getting questioned while I was out being all sick and feverish. Just kinda cool to see how he conceptualizes the questions he was asked. I wish we had a fridge I could pin all the pictures to. TSV would have liked to see this. Us being safe. I know we were safe at the base, but Nat wasn't happy. It would bother her constantly. I don't think she showed you all a tenth of what she was feeling. Hopefully this can be better. I wonder if it would have worked though, pumping a bunch of people full of dark water and turning them into human nukes. Not saying it's right, but I don't even know if you can recreate exactly what happened to TSV. Biologically or genetically or whatever. For those curious, the house we found is kind of like a small farmhouse, miles away from anything else. It's a good place to be free from strobes, and the harvests seem to pop up much more often in cold spots, so I'm feeling good about this. As good as I can, at least. We have a problem. Tucker's asleep, and his phone buzzed. I saw this message from an unknown number. Send over your coordinates, so we can check up on you and Natalie if need be, and our deal will be complete. New text. Hello, Natalie. We'll save you the trouble of trying to remember Tucker's passcode. It's lucid. Another one. See, one of our inside men found out about the good doctor's plan and alerted Tucker. This was a good few weeks back, right when he got out of his time out in the resistance camp. In exchange for finding a fall guy for him, so full of the water he wouldn't remember what had happened, Tucker would keep us aware of where you two end up. If it's any consolation, killing the medic was the only true course of action. The boy would have ended up dead. He said he would tell you when things were safe. We're sorry for robbing him of a chance for honesty, but things never work out so smoothly, do they? I don't know what to do. I'm scared. An innocent person died. And I had to see it. And Theseus had to see it. Shit, I just woke up and I can't find Nat or Theseus anywhere. I just saw her tweets. Nat, if you can see this, I'm sorry. Please text me. Please be okay. I won't be responding to any replies to this post. I'm sorry. Tucker, I don't trust you right now. Theseus and I are safe. I get why you did what you felt was best to protect us. But you killed someone and got another guy executed for it. Until I'm ready to come back, you'll get one message from me a day, letting you know I'm alive. You'll respond in kind so I'll know you're alive. Okay? Yeah, that's fine. Good. I found this going through the stuff Nat and Theseus left behind. I guess we talked about the resistance plan so much that this is how he made sense of it. He's really talented. Alive. I don't want to send a picture of the text from Nat every day. It depresses me. Until I say otherwise, the texts keep coming, okay? Does that work for everyone? I think I'm going to take a break from being TSV for now. I'm not great at it, am I? I did my best, but I wouldn't consider myself an all-star at it. Right now, I'm just going to be Nat, and take care of this sweet little artist drawing at my feet as I type this. Maybe one day I'll be good enough at being me that I can try being TSV again, when nobody's going to get shot because I'm exhausted or sick or panicking. Not TSV signing off, just Nat, logging off for a bit. And that was The Sun Vanished, up to the current point. So let me kind of explain. The story's gone on a temporary hiatus. It's hard to say how long it's going to take, but I know that the original creator and the other creators involved, they're all kind of doing other separate things at the moment. These things happen, nothing wrong with that. I think it's important we credit the people properly. So we'll go over the creator of The Sun Vanished. This is Theo Wish. They have a Twitter page. They've also got a website here. I'll pop all the links down in the description below, where you can support them on Ko-fi, I don't know how you pronounce it. They've also got a YouTube channel that they wanted me to mention, which, by the way, has a couple of Sun Vanished things on there. Hint, hint. But they're also working on an animated horror web series coming up, Meek. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for that. Next up is the writer for The Sun Vanished. This is Davy Peppers. They got a Twitter page here as well, and they also have their own proper website. Yet again, I'll pop all the links in the description below. They also appear in the story as the character Danyan. I know, quite cool, right? Quite cool. And last but not least, we have Go-Go of 555 Comic. We've got the Twitter page here as well. And then if you remember, at the one point in the story, they were talking about how to keep up with the characters, going through a specific website, which is this website. Pretty cool stuff. Yet again, all the links will be in the description below. I just thought it was appropriate that we go through it properly. Thank you all so very much. But let's go ahead and dissect and talk about The Sun Vanished. So I'm going to go ahead and break it down kind of part by part, because I think it's going to be a little easier for everybody to digest. And it's going to fit really well when this goes in the big mega video as well. So part 1. Right, the first hour that we covered, the first year, you kind of had the introduction of the scenario, right? And our main character, TSV, we don't ever learn their true name, but it's just good that we'll go by TSV. And obviously, they're the first account that really starts narrating this whole situation, showing us pictures, videos, all this chaos and chaotic things that have happened. The fact that the sun is disappeared or gone or whatever. But clearly, as time goes on, things get kind of cold and other spots are hot and things. You slowly kind of unravel what really is going on. Because obviously the sun actually hasn't vanished because, then eventually an entire ice age would happen. I mean, you're talking about like a big manner of cosmic problems that would go on. So obviously that's not exactly what's happened. It's more like there's been a blockade, really, of almost like a veil covering of the planet in a sort of sense. Or maybe it's just like a... Because I don't really remember if they're able to see stars or anything like that. I think they maybe can, but it's not always very established because it's not really a big thing they're trying to do is look at the skies and stuff like that. Anyway, so obviously TSV is our main character we get introduced to. We see a lot of pretty much the entire story revolves around them and their exploits, which is really cool. And that there's a lot of really good storytelling elements. There's obviously the best friend, quote unquote, character Danyan, which we get introduced to quite early on, and you can't tell if you should trust him or not. I love the fact there's a level of interactivity with the Twitter people and everything. There's a lot of really fun things that go into it, right? There's a lot of creativity. There's a lot of just world building. There's a lot of great storytelling. There's so much really brilliant things that go in this. Like good video, good images, tons of fun. We also get introduced to Tucker and to Nat. Oh, excuse me. And obviously they also bring their own kind of perspective in the situation. They've got their own quests, their own problems, but they all interact with each other in a way. And luckily, we get the capability of being able to see that. But according to a lot of things online, including the official Discord and a variety of different websites and stuff, they're basically the main characters, right? They are the cruxes that we're following. They're the important characters. There's a variety of little spin-off-y things and cameos and goofiness and replies, reposts, people trying to get into the story and everything like that. There's tons of that, as will happen in these things. But those are the three main ones that we're following. And so we get introduced to all of them. We kind of learn a little bit about their backstories and the situation going on and everything. But for the most part, it's just kind of try to survive, try to get on with other people, figure out, what's really going on. You get introduced to the strobes, headlights, flickers, whatever you want to call them. And you learn a couple little things. Nothing too intensely amazing to learn right away. It's more just survival instinct, right? Survival, figure out the situations we're in, learn what we can, do what we can to not die. That's the first year. A lot of establishing things, a lot of creation of the world. Really, really good. Really fantastic foundation. A lot of good stuff in there. Part 2 is kind of it's more of a continuation, but then it's also a lot more of establishing the threats, right? Which is obviously that there's the idea that there's ships. There's obviously the Strobes seem to have like some kind of, I'm not going to call it sentience, but they clearly have an understanding of how things are. There's the idea of the fact that there's patrol routes that are being used by these ships and the Strobes, and we also understand that there's this kind of group. I mean, you could call them a resistance group, freedom fighters, whatever you want to call them, but they're a little twisted, a little dark in the head. We the people, obviously. Then you've also got people who get very exposed to dark water that kind of change their demeanors, and a lot of them kind of go crazy or whatever. It's really interesting, and some of them also were like, oh my god, yeah, because of that I could see the sun again, and there's just tons of madness that goes on. You get a lot of really cool little story stuff that happens, like Tucker goes to find Nat. Obviously, you learn the stuff about what happened with Nat's past and everything with the mom and the dad and everything. Really, really interesting. They ended up linking up and they kind of stick together as a unit for the most part. Basically like a brother-sister type situation. I mean, yeah, other people might say otherwise, but it's like, yeah, no. Don't make it weird. But they have their own wacky fun adventures. They also have spats, as people do, because obviously you're in an apocalypse scenario, aren't you? I mean, not everything's going to be, rational. Not everything's going to make sense. You're going to have disputes and irritations and fights and stuff. These things happen. But the good news is nobody important dies, which is great. And obviously Danyan is back after he's had his little disappearance time, and he's part of We the People, and he's trying to pull TSV and the rest of them kind of into the group and basically have control over them, because the account has a big sway over people, and they want to reach as many people as possible, get them all under the umbrella of We the People. Really cool establishing stuff. And so a lot of good fun story stuff there. Part 3, it gets a little bit more like interesting, right? Because the agreement is We the People have the account. They have that main TSV account. TSV uses the other 2 Twitter accounts of Tucker and Nat for the time being, and just kind of deal with it. And it's basically, okay, you live with us. You will do what we say. You're kind of prisoners, but we're not going to call you that. But you are prisoners because you don't really get to do anything. You don't really have the luxuries or freedoms to do stuff, but you can still tweet. That's fine. Just so the story continues going is why that's going on. And obviously, you kind of quickly learn that We the People, maybe they're not such nice guys. Maybe they are kind of demented, a little twisted in the head. Maybe they got some issues. Hard to say, but that's my guess. And obviously, a lot of people have arguments and fights. Tucker likes to get himself in a lot of trouble. Many times gets himself into a different solitary situation, more than once, I believe, and it's quite funny. It's quite funny, but it's a lot more of establishing kind of what We the People is, the people involved with that. They got like goofy nicknames and stuff if they want it. They try to establish what We the People kind of is, or at least this one portion of We the People. I'm not sure if it's bigger than that. It feels like it's meant to be bigger than just this little cluster that they're at, and it could be because like there's a part where you go into a city and there's like graffiti basically everywhere about We the People and stuff. Interesting, really interesting. Hard to say if there's more of them. Could be, could not be. Hard to say. But inevitably things go wrong. Nothing is great. They decide, we gotta leave. So obviously they have quite a nice little scuffle. The Strobe gets stuck on one of the dudes. Things go bad. The dudes escape. They get the account back. Everything's all hunky-dory. They got rescued by this other resistance group, which don't really have a name. We're just going to call them like ex-military dudes because kind of later on you kind of see their military garb and everything. You're like, oh, okay, maybe they're just, other military resistance fighters who aren't We the People. Cool, great. The good news is they're a little more clued in. They got a little bit more understanding, I would say, in their heads about the fact like people got to stay rational, people got to be smart, we got to work together, blah blah blah. And basically their idea is, we need to utilize all the tools we got. We need to figure out everything we can about what we're dealing with in this situation, and we need to see if we can even remotely fight back. Which is interesting because they're not talking about fighting other people. They're not worried about other people because they can deal with people. They can't deal with a threat they don't understand. You know, a threat that has shut down governments, countries, worlds, other military segments. It's you know, the point is like whatever this invasionary force is, it is an invasion, but we don't know what they're trying to do, why. It just feels like, I mean, if you ask me, it's almost like, yeah, that there are ships, there are strobes. That's the most we understand. We also know that there's dark water, which we don't know if that was brought because of them. It just kind of started happening. Does it work against them? Hard to say. Like, I mean, the fact that strobes are like reflective sensitive, like there's a lot of really bizarre rules that kind of get established, but we sadly never learn enough about like the alien invaders, which is a bit of a shame. But you know, I think this is more like the dealing with the people part, and then slowly getting back to the more alien based stuff. So it takes a little bit of while to kind of really start getting back into the alien side of things, because ultimately that's how this all started, was some kind of bizarre alien invasion thing that shut down governments and countries and militaries and basically silenced the whole world in a sense. It's interesting, but then it just kind of becomes a bunch of side stories off of that, you know? Anyway, so we're still in part 3. The government, not the government, the military guys have an idea. They're like, okay, well, let's try to get a strobe. We wanna get a strobe. We're gonna plant him with like explosives and stuff, and we're gonna get him to be picked up by a ship because we believe that they recover the injured ones, the killed ones, whatever. And then when the body full of explosives is on the ship, they're gonna detonate it and blow it up from the inside. And it's like, well, that's quite an idea. Okay, cool. A couple of things kind of go wrong. The plan didn't fully work, but somehow TSV has ended up on the ship, right? That's crazy. So you're like, oh, well, maybe we'll get a little bit of like stuff about the aliens and learn a little bit more about them and stuff. And you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. And so he detonates the stuff inside the ship, blows everything up. Oh my god, they took out a ship. It's amazing. Let's not even get into the blood missile thing. Yet again, really silly. Sounds like a very Castlevania thing. Not important. Didn't work. Irrelevant. Let's talk about the good shit. A ship gets taken down at the end of part 3. And it's like, there's a way to fight back, and it's working. Oh my god, but here's where I'm a little disappointed. The alien stuff kind of stops there again for a little while, and it's like, you took out a ship, and you telling me they didn't, like, check out the wreckage? They didn't investigate? We couldn't see like alien bodies? Maybe there's some anatomy, some biology, dissecting. Maybe there's some understanding about stuff. Just it's almost like it didn't happen again, which is a shame. Because with part 4 is interesting. They're still kind of with the military guys there. I think they're like at an abandoned hospital, if I remember right, and they basically taken over the place. They're yet again trying to survive the best they can. TSV's out of the picture, but Nat has taken over TSV's account. That's why throughout the entire story at the moment, it says Nat, TSV, the son vanished, because it's Nat running the account now. But she's been given permission by TSV before he died that this is what the situation was going to be, because the story's got to keep on going. And Tucker, you know, still does what he does, reluctantly goes along with it, has arguments and fights with people. Pretty great dynamic. Another big dynamic I like is the fact that Nat is more reasonable with people. She did a lot of broadcasting of people's stories and sharing people's experiences, and she was more open to interacting with people. Whereas TSV, not so much. He did it where he had to, and Tucker, also the same, does it where he has to, usually fights people. He's more of a muscle, but I love that about his character. He has no issue being like, oh, I'll yeah, don't worry about him. I'll take him. he just fights people. Anyway, so part 4, we've established that Nat and Tucker, they've survived. They're in this hospital with everybody. And there's these harvested people, right? Which is interesting. Another little kind of dimension and definition dynamic going on. And usually they're kind of a threat, so some of them get taken out. But one of them is a kid, and he's not quite maybe a full harvested. He's maybe kind of halfway, as is described with his features. And even though a lot of the people at this base not really comfortable with this potentially harvested child around, but Nat's like defending him, being like, look, maybe Maybe we can get some words out of him. Maybe we can understand what's going on through his head. Maybe he's got more first-hand accounts. He's had to deal with these kind of creatures and stuff. Maybe we can learn more. And it's good that she continues to defend Half Crop. Hilarious, really goofy name. Because eventually we get some really, really awesome drawings. Right? So cool. And I'm sitting there like, ooh, this is nice. This is a nice touch. You get a little bit more of what's going on through drawings. That's quite fun. And he's very good. The art is really, really good. And luckily they end up changing the name of Half Crop to Theseus. And inevitably people kind of just deal with the fact that Theseus is probably not a threat. He seems to be mostly a kid with doesn't really like talking to people, which is fine. Potentially might not be able to talk. It could be that. I can't remember. But it's cool. It's cool that the dynamic is kind of always changing. But then we have another problem. You got like a little segment of Lucid. They're kind of a problem. Not really a problem. Just feels like another We the People clone. Doesn't really work out very well for them. But they weirdly don't fully die. Right? They weirdly don't fully die. Because We the People are still a thing. Lucid feel like they're just an offshoot of them. They're kind of something else. I don't know if they're properly affiliated with them or not. They've got kind of a same thing going on. Hard to say. Hard to say until the very end. But we'll get to that. Because obviously the regular We the People, the ones who like consuming dark water and being just crazy and stuff, they're trying to make amends for all the bad stuff that's happened and all the fighting and things. And we're going to give you food and we just want to be friends. And hey, we want to potentially experiment with that creepy child you've got. It's a lot of fun story stuff. It's a lot of like really dark and twisted and horrific things and everything. A murder ends up happening. They blame Tucker because Tucker likes to fight people and he's had arguments with this. Well, he's had a fist fight with this guy before. Things don't go very well. They decide to escape. And inevitably, while Tucker's asleep at one point, Nat discovers through his phone, because buzzing notifications, you can see some stuff on it, that he's been in contact with somebody who ended up kind of help prove that Tucker didn't kill this dude. But he actually did. Tucker did kill this dude. Which is, it's a nice little twist. It's a nice little twist. And it's interesting because it's like, his password is Lucid. And you're like, oh my god, so he's affiliated with these guys. He's struck a deal with them. And blah, blah, blah. And you're like, that's crazy. And so, yet again, Nat leaves with Theseus. Try to keep away from Tucker. They're all isolated again and stuff. And this is really cool. And then sadly, the story has to go on hiatus from there. It is a shame, but I mean, I do understand. I totally understand. I mean, I know I've got my own projects that may or may not ever, fully see the light of day. These things happen. I totally get it. Whether it be financial or creative problems or, lack of resources. I totally get it. Totally get it. But we got to give credit where credit is due. This story has taken place over years. It's taken years to do. And it is incredibly good. It is very impressive. It is very, very impressive. There's a lot of great pictures, videos, a variety of story accounts. A lot of good creative thoughts have gone into this. It is very impressive. It is very, very impressive. I can definitely see why it is probably the top-rated Twitter ARG story. I mean, obviously you got other ones that are really good too. But I could definitely see why this has always been heavily requested. I mean, it is like I knew quite a bit about The Sun Vanished. I'd probably known the first year or two of its story, but I never really checked out the full thing up to its current point anyway. Because I don't really, I mean, people probably have done videos on them, and I just haven't seen them, which is fine. It happens, you don't see everything, but it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth covering, and if it ever comes back, if it ever continues, you best believe we're covering it. We will be there. I mean, what's not to love? What a fantastic story. A fantastic story. I mean, yeah, is it perfect? No, of course. There's some little niggles here and there. There's certain things, and I feel like it gets a bit sidetracked to parts, and things get a bit random and stuff like that. But overall, it's very creative. It's very dedicated. I mean, tons of people love it, and I totally get it. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm absolutely a fan. And like I keep rambling, we'll definitely keep at it. when it comes back. Oh, I feel like I've expanded all the air in my lungs. I gotta have a lie down. I feel like an old man now. Oh man. Anyway, I'll shut up. This has been Nate at Night. I have thoroughly enjoyed bringing you this story up to its current point, and I sure hope you have too. And hey, creators, keep me in the loop, huh? Or if you ever need some creative help, let me know. I had to fire someone. She was not happy about it. You're fired. Those two dreaded words are the last thing anyone wants to hear. As the manager of a small coffee shop, they're the last words I ever wanted to say. But unfortunately, I did have to say them, and the employee on the receiving end was less than pleased.
Seriously, Kala? Robbie comes in 20 minutes late every shift, and I'm the one getting canned? That's not fair. I won't accept that.
Claire, Robbie has one leg. He gets a pass. You took cash from the register. That's not something we could turn a blind eye to, I said, crossing my arms. Claire pursed her lips, shifting her gaze to the ground momentarily before scowling at me once again.
It was only $50. I needed that money for rent, and I said I'd pay it back. Please, Kala, I need this job. I'll put $100 back in the register on payday. Just give me a second chance.
I let out a deep sigh. She wasn't taking this well. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Aftermath has a zero-tolerance policy for theft. Even if you were to pay it back, the big boss still wouldn't excuse it. I would be putting my own job in jeopardy by looking the other way, and that's just not something I could afford to do. Your actions have consequences, Claire. You brought this on yourself. She glanced up at me with teary eyes. Though Claire was entirely in the wrong, my heart shattered for her all the same. She was a good kid, just a little misguided. Or so I thought.
I won't forget this, Kala. Mock my words. I'll make you pay.
She spat, before dramatically stomping out the door. My eyes grew wide, and my heart began to race. If any normal human being had said that, I would have blown it off entirely. But there's a little oddity about my job that I may have purposely forgotten to mention. You see, I'm a clairvoyant of sorts. I work at a coffee shop for the dead, and they tend to take things a lot more personally than the living. A gruff-looking man with a leather jacket and ripped jeans leaned against the counter, snapping my attention away from the door. He had an unkempt beard and a nasty road rash seared into his face. The shades obscuring his eyes exuded an air of confidence that he had no business possessing. Even so, his appearance didn't intimidate me in the slightest. Don't worry about her, Kala. She's talking out her ass. I appreciate the reassurance, Frank. I know she probably just needs to blow off some steam, but it always freaks me out when shit like that happens. No offense to all you dead folk, but I don't want to kick the bucket anytime soon, you know? That's fair. Purgatory ain't that bad, but it doesn't hold a candle to the land of the living. By the way, if you get a chance, can you whip me up my regular? I could use a boost. Sure thing. Coming right up. Is there anything else I can get for... I tried my best to stop myself, but it was too late. I knew better than to ask that question to Frank. Yeah? He grinned, leaning in closer. Don't you say it, Frank. I swear, if you... I'll take your soul! I glowered at him as he roared with laughter. Come on, Kala, have a sense of humor, he wheezed, tears welling in his eyes. Frank, you've told me that same joke every chance you get for the entire time I've been working here. It wasn't funny the first time you said it, and it's definitely not funny now. I had to charge you double every time you tell it. He frowned at me before turning to his normal booth. Geez, would it kill you to lighten up a bit? Buzzkill. As I was beginning to prepare Frank's blonde espresso, I heard the familiar chime of the door opening. A kid with disheveled blonde hair and scratches across his face hobbled inside, leaning on a crutch. Hey, Robbie, nice of you to show up. I beamed, flashing him a warm smile. Glanced down at my watch. 20 minutes late. Right on the nose. Always gotta give me shit, huh, Mrs. Keller? You try hopping to work one day, then we'll talk. He quipped, returning a grin. You know what? Maybe I'll take you up on that offer. I do. I froze mid-sentence. All the color drained from my face, and I suddenly found myself unable to speak. I clutched at my side, barely able to breathe. A random searing pain shot through my torso. I felt like I was going to pass out. Calla? Calla, are you okay? Say something. Robbie rushed over to me, his face contorted with worry. I weakly returned his gaze. The agony was beyond anything I'd ever felt before. It was as if someone had stabbed me with a white-hot fire poker and decided to twist it a couple times for good measure. Excruciating was an understatement. Just as my vision was starting to go fuzzy, the pain began to dissipate. I gasped for air, leaning heavily on the counter for support. What the hell was that? Oh, I'm alright, I said, turning my head. Frank had joined Robbie behind the counter. The pair of them both had a look of deep concern etched into their features. If I wasn't dying, I probably would have found it endearing. Are you sure? You look like shit, Calla. That's it. I'm definitely charging him double. Gee, thanks a lot, Frank. You're such a gentleman. Don't mention it, he said, never giving any indication that he was joking. Robbie and I both glared at him. Go sit down, Frank. You too. Oh. Go sit down, Frank. You too, Mrs. Calla. You should probably take the rest of the day off. Don't worry, I can handle the shop, Robbie said, helping me to a chair. You know what? I think you're right. I could go for a nap. After resting for a little while longer, I went home. Robbie wasn't a professional by any means, but I trusted him to keep Aftermath running smoothly, at least until I recovered. He really was a good kid. I always thought it was such a shame that he died in such a tragic manner. IEDs are no joke. I made sure to take it easy and get plenty of rest. I didn't experience any more phantom pains for the remainder of the day, but I knew that I would need to get a good night's sleep. With Claire gone, I'd be stuck on opening shifts for the foreseeable future. Yuck. I was almost done running through my task for the morning when it happened. A man approached the counter, his face obscured by a brown fedora. A sickly, yellowing newspaper was tucked beneath his arm as he placed a gloved hand onto the countertop. His aura alone was sinister enough to make me want to turn and run. Beware. His gravelly voice sounded like his diet consisted solely of rusty nails and asphalt. I'd only heard that voice a handful of times before, and each instance made me sick to my stomach. Why? What's coming? The girl. With no further elaboration, he turned and reclaimed his regular seat at the back of the shop. I was shaking in my boots. Why, you might ask? Well, I told you a little white lie earlier. The thing that approached the counter is no man. He's been coming in nearly every day for as long as anyone can remember, but that's about all we know about him. No one knows what he is. No one knows how or if he died. No one even knows his name. We call him Nona, short for no name, and the only things I'm completely certain of in regard to him are 1. That he's benevolent towards the employees of Aftermath and his patrons, and 2. That whenever he decides to speak, a terrible tragedy usually follows. There's no denying it. Nona is a bona fide, real death harbinger of death. I locked eyes with Frank, who wore the same bewildered expression that I did. His pallid features and wide eyes mirrored exactly how I felt in that moment. What do you think he meant by that? Frank murmured, never breaking eye contact. I don't know, but whatever it is, it can't be good. You got that right. Maybe it'd be safer to call in some backup on this one. I know Ivan's hopping between a couple different locations after landing the regional manager gig, but he'd be here at the drop of a hat if he caught wind of this, right? Yeah. Normally I'd try to avoid getting Ivan involved, but I think this is warranted. You remember what happened last time Nona spoke? I said, a shiver rippling down my spine. Frank averted his gaze, the corners of his lips drooping into a frown. I wish I could forget. The whole ordeal sent... Calla? Calla, you okay? It had returned tenfold. My lower back throbbed with intense pounding pain. It felt as if someone was hacking away at my spinal column with an ice pick. I was paralyzed. If I moved even an inch, I would be met with another agonizing shockwave of hurt searing through my system. This time was even worse than before. Before I could even grasp what was going on, everything started to get fuzzy around the edges of my vision. I could feel myself fading, and fast. The last thing I could remember before losing consciousness was Frank's husky voice shouting for someone to call for help. Then my mental fortitude finally crumbled, sending me spiraling into an inky black void. I awoke in a hospital bed. Frank was snoozing in a chair beside a burly, hulking figure. I was so shocked that I had to do a double take. Ivan's chair looked comically small beneath his gargantuan frame. Those things were not made to accommodate 7-foot-tall giants like him. I honestly hadn't expected him to show up. Commuting is a bit more of a hassle for the dead, after all. But whatever the case, Ivan's eyes lit up, noticing that I was awake. "Kala, you okay, yes? I made the trip as soon as possible," Ivan said, shuffling up to my bedside. I couldn't help but smile. He might have looked intimidating, but at heart, Ivan was just a big Russian teddy bear. "Yeah, I think I'm fine now. I don't know what's happening to me. I keep getting this really strong, crippling pain out of nowhere. Thanks for coming. But how did you get here so fast? It's only been a few hours." A devious grin crept across Ivan's face. I pursed my lips. I knew that look. "I hitched a ride on top of car. It's an efficient way to travel." My mouth fell open. Ivan's bulky ass clinging to the roof of a speeding car going God knows how far over the legal limit? That's something I'd pay to see. Do you get everywhere like that?" "Everywhere subway does not go, yes." I opened my mouth, ready to scold him for being reckless, but thought better of it. Ivan was already dead. It's not like he could die again. "Okay, Evil Knievel, let's step outside for a smoke break and let Kala grab a nurse, yeah? We want to get her back on her feet as soon as possible." Frank intervened, appearing at the foot of my bed. Ivan's mountainous body was so large that I hadn't even noticed him wake up. "Yes. You have cigarette?" Ivan asked, that mischievous grin returning to his lips. "Yep. Got one calling your name, buddy. Kala, we'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I'd offer to catch someone's attention for you, but, kinda hard when no one can see us," Frank said, ushering Ivan out the door. "It's very thoughtful. I should be able to manage. Don't take too long out there," I replied, flashing the pair of them a weak smile as they disappeared from view. I collapsed back into my bed. Why was this happening? I was beginning to think that I had pissed off some ancient forlorn deity, when the dots suddenly connected. How had I not realized it sooner? The person responsible for all this was standing in the doorway. All the color drained from my face, and my eyes grew wide as saucers. With a slight tremble in my voice, I called out to her. "Claire?" The pale girl with jet black hair, loitering in the entryway, smiled. A wicked, demented smile that I can't erase from my nightmares. In addition, she was carrying a voodoo doll. One that looked eerily similar to me.
"Miss me yet?"
Claire asked, sinking closer. "Of course! Claire, you know that I had no other option. It was—"
"Shut up!"
she shouted, producing a scalpel from her pocket and holding it to the doll's neck. It was there. I could feel the cold metal blade against my flesh. Claire wasn't playing around.
"I don't want to hear your excuses, Kala. You had your chance,"
she said, playfully wisping the scalpel back and forth. I wanted to scream. It was as if tiny razor blades were dancing across my throat.
"When you kicked me to the curb, you told me my actions have consequences. Well, so do yours,"
Claire spat, leering down at me. This was it. I was convinced that I was going to die.
"Don't worry,"
she said, her enraged demeanor shifting.
"I'm not going to kill you just yet. No, I just wanted to fill you in on what's to come. I'm going to stay true to my word, Kala. I'll make you pay for what you did to me. For a long, long time."
Claire giggled, removing the blade from the doll's throat. I gasped for air, coming to the realization that I'd been stifling my breathing. I trembled, turning to my psychotic ex-employee. She was smiling wider than ever.
"I really must be going now. It was great to see you again. Oh, and remember, I'll be watching you,"
Claire said, punctuating her statement by plunging the blade into the doll's leg, before skipping out the door. I shrieked in agony, desperately clutching at my throbbing calf. A couple of nurses rushed in and calmed me down, assuring me that everything would be okay. But honestly, I don't know if it will be, because Claire is still out there, and she knows how to hold a grudge. And that's I Had to Fire Someone She Was Not Happy About It by Horror Junkie 123, with guest voice Space Pants Plays, my partner. And I'll tell you what, I'm really glad I got her to help me out with this, because I feel like the more voices you have in a story, especially with multiple characters, it kind of just helps. It just helps kind of build and immerse, really. And she did a really good job. So look forward to her in a couple more stories up in the future. She did great. I'm really proud of her. Great job, babe. So let's go ahead and talk about the story itself. It's quite cool because initially you're like, oh, it's just somebody getting fired, but they clearly do some bad stuff. Maybe they come back and stalk the person or like kill people or whatever. It's just like the initial impressions. But then you kind of slowly unravel, oh, wait a minute, so it's a coffee shop for the dead. Well, that's interesting, kind of like an afterlife-y type situation. That's interesting. What kind of entities and things do they have coming in? Paranormal, ghosts, banshees, whatever. And that's all quite fun and cool and interesting. What we initially do understand is that Kala is human, a clairvoyant of sorts, but like the other people who work for her and her clientele and stuff are all dead people or ghosts, afterlife spirits, whatever you want to call them. But we didn't learn anything about Claire, right? There wasn't really anything right away that definitively kind of tells us whether Claire is human or not. We don't really get any descriptions or anything. She's just kind of quickly put out of the story. And as things kind of unravel more and you learn a little bit more about the other characters, even Nona and everything, it's just quite interesting, quite good, quite a nice, fun story. I've got to admit, I quite enjoyed it. Just for like a setting and the creativity behind it is really fun. But then at the end, when it turns out, oh my goodness, she's being attacked basically by Claire, who, clearly practices some kind of a voodoo, black magic, what have you, and has a voodoo doll that she's clearly using to be able to actually hurt Kala. Very interesting little twist, because I was like, could she be, she could be some kind of a spectral spirit for all we know. We don't know what she is until far later on to the story, which is cool. It definitely makes it quite an interesting little spin on it. The fact that it's still a human attacking another human. But yet again, she might not be human. We still don't have enough information. But from what it sounds like, she's not dead. That's the only thing I can kind of say for sure. But yet again, I could be wrong. It's a great little story. It really, really is. It's not crazy long, which is nice. It's got a lot of interesting characters and a lot of interesting storytelling points. No, I really enjoyed it. I really, really did, and I sure hope you did too. This has been Nate at Night, and we'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. We were driving cross country when we entered a tunnel. Do not try to find it. My wife Mia and I were driving cross country. It was our first attempt at the Great American Road Trip. Mia and I rented a small RV, more of a camper than a full-blown RV. We packed up a couple suitcases with plenty of room for any souvenirs, and we hit the dusty trail. We started our journey on the Mother Road, Route 66, driving south from Chicago until we connected to I-70 and shot straight west through Missouri. The goal was to see those parts of the country we had never seen before, stopping anywhere that seemed interesting, from the plains of Kansas up through the Badlands of Wyoming and South Dakota. In Missouri, we saw the world's largest cap gun. In Kansas, we visited the Evel Knievel Museum and the world's largest belt buckle. We love all those kitschy tourist trap places. Eventually, we made it to Colorado, and after a few hours more of driving through amber waves of grain, we saw them. The Rocky Mountains. We made an exit and headed north through the winding mountain highways. The Rockies were gorgeous. Snow-capped in the middle of summer, some of the peaks pierced through the white fluffy clouds. We saw a sign that read, Traffic Tunnel, 3 miles. A little further, and sure enough, there it was. A large tunnel bored directly through the mountain in front of us. A large sign read, Pike Tunnel, longest traffic tunnel in the nation. Please turn your headlights on now.
How long is it?
Asked Mia. That's what she said, I quipped. But she was right. There was no information beyond the detail that this was the longest tunnel in the nation. Can't be more than a mile or two, I said as I watched the little white car ahead of us slip into the darkness. A moment later, we joined it. The tunnel was lit by fluorescence that gave everything a greenish-yellow tinge. On the left-hand side was a raised walkway behind a railing for maintenance access. Initially, I was struck by the incredible amount of work that went into the construction of this man-made marvel. We're under 1 million tons of Rocky Mountain right now, I said.
How many years before this caves in?
Mia responded. I shot her a look. Let's save the cave-in talk until we're out on the other side.
I'm just saying, nature will take this back eventually,
she continued. I scanned the empty road ahead of us. Where did the other car go? I asked. We were now alone in the tunnel. No cars ahead of us, nor behind us. Huh. They must have sped off ahead. Maybe they're scared of a cave-in? My Spotify playlist had stopped playing. Mia looked at the phone.
No cell service.
She turned on the radio and spun the dial only to find static. You're not going to be able to pick up a station in here, I said. She turned the volume down.
I just wanted to check. If only we had some CDs. This tunnel really keeps going.
I would have thought we'd be through it by now, I replied. I looked at the RV's odometer. 45,600 miles. I picked up speed. I wanted to try and catch up to the little white car. Up until this point, the tunnel was a straight shot, but now the tunnel started to curve to the right. It may have been my imagination, but it also felt as though we were descending. Mia felt it too, and she started to get antsy.
Where did that other car go? How long is this tunnel?
There was an urgency in her voice. I was getting nervous. Claustrophobia was not usually a problem for me, but when I looked down at the odometer and I saw that it had gone up by 3 miles, my mind began to wander to unsettling places. We were descending in altitude. I could feel it. I could see a slope in the lights on the ceiling and the railing of the maintenance walkway. I could feel a pressure in my head, and I was getting cold. Could you grab me a coat from the back, Mia? I couldn't have Mia getting anxious. That would only start a chain reaction and make me freak out, which would then make her freak out. She unbuckled and ducked into the back of the RV to where we had a cooler stocked with drinks and food. Just as she stepped into the back, I saw something. There, standing on the side of the road, was a man wearing a reflective safety vest and a hard hat. He was waving to me as I passed him by. Something about him looked strange. I watched him in the side view mirror as we passed, and he was still watching the RV, still waving at the back of our vehicle as he faded into the distance. Mia reappeared from the back of the RV, Coke in hand. She popped it and handed it to me.
You look worried.
I'm fine. I smiled and took a sip of the Coke.
Eric, slow down!
I slammed on the brakes as I saw what made Mia scream. In the road in front of us was a roadblock. 2 reflective traffic sawhorses blocked both lanes of the tunnel. Beyond the roadblock, the lights of the tunnel were dark. There was nothing but a void of blackness. Standing in front of the roadblock was another man wearing a reflective vest and a hard hat. Only this time his hard hat had a light on top which obscured his face. We came to a jolting stop. I turned to Mia. Are you okay? I asked.
I'm fine.
She replied.
It's a cave-in, isn't it?
Oh God, I hope not. I rolled down the window, leaned out, and yelled to the man in the hard hat. Hey, what's going on? The man was about 5 yards away. He took 2 steps towards us and then raised a hand to his mouth and yelled. Just doing some maintenance. How long is it going to take? I yelled back. The man made a hand gesture as if he didn't hear me. How long is it going to take? I called again. He made the same gesture. I unbuckled my seatbelt and grabbed the door release.
What are you doing?
Mia asked. I gotta know what's going on.
Eric, just stay here. It might not be safe.
I'll be just a second, I said. I pushed the door open and stepped down from the RV. Stay in your vehicle, the man yelled. He took a couple steps towards me with his hand out, telling me to stop. What's the holdup? I shouted. The man was a bit closer now, but I still couldn't see his face through the shining light on his helmet. Please stay in your vehicle, he shouted. There was something off about it. Then I heard it. A scream or something rolled from deep in the tunnel. The worker turned and looked into the darkness. Then he ran past the barricades, and soon all we could see of him was the light on his helmet. The light disappeared a moment later.
What the hell was that? Is someone hurt?
Mia asked. I've no idea, I said.
Should we do something?
Mia asked. I just sat there and watched the pitch-black tunnel in front of me. I had no idea what to tell her. I checked the side view mirrors. There was still nobody behind us. Where are the other cars? I asked.
They must have gotten through before the roadblock. Or maybe they caused the roadblock,
Mia replied. I saw another worker a little ways back. We could try to go back and talk to him.
We'd be going straight into any oncoming cars.
There's a maintenance walkway. We didn't pass him that long ago. We can probably catch him on foot.
Maybe we should just wait for the guy to come back.
She reached over and grabbed my arm. I squeezed her hand. She was right. I looked out to the tunnel ahead of us. I turned on the RV's high beams, but all I could see beyond the roadblock was more tunnel and more road. I checked my phone. Unsurprisingly, there was no service still. We waited, but the man never came back.
It's been 20 minutes,
Mia said.
How come there hasn't been another car behind us?
I was having the same thought. I rolled down my window and stuck my head out. I looked back at the road behind us. It went back about 200 yards before curving out of sight. There was no sign of that first worker I saw on the maintenance walkway. I looked at the roadblock ahead of us and clicked on the RV's high beams. There was nothing beyond the roadblock but more tunnel. It didn't look like it was under construction, just very dark. I think we should keep going, I said.
What about the roadblock?
We'll move those sawhorses out of the way and just drive past, I said as I opened my door. Mia looked at me. Then she cast her eyes at the dark tunnel ahead of us. I knew she was processing the same limited options that I was. Driving backwards would be a huge risk in the instance of another car finally coming along. Getting out and walking would take God knows how long. We could have driven 10 miles at this point. Forward was our best option.
Let's do it,
Mia said. We jumped out and quickly pulled the two sawhorses out of the right lane. I pulled the RV up past the barriers, then we jumped out again and put the sawhorses back where they were. We didn't need another car to come barreling through. We were finally moving again. Slowly. It was pitch black save for the high beams of the RV. We crept forward at around 15 miles per hour. As the tunnel turned and twisted, my eyes started to play tricks on me. I kept seeing shapes at the furthest point of the tunnel. I kept seeing something standing just at the end of the next bend, but as we rolled forward, there was nothing there.
Where are the workers?
Mia asked. I don't know. I was done rationalizing. This was all wrong. Traffic tunnels are never this long. My mind started to wander to all the road trip urban legends I'd read about. The killer in the back seat, the disappearing gas station, the pale man in the cornfield. Did we stumble into some strange outlier location? An in-between point on the endless roads that cross this country? Then I saw it.
Look! A person! Thank God,
Mia shouted. As we rounded a curve in the tunnel, a group of maintenance workers entered our view. The three of them stood on the left side of the road behind two more sawhorses topped with flashing lights. Two of them faced towards us. The third was facing the other two. The one with his back to us wore a light on his hard hat. Was this the same guy we saw earlier? How did he get this far away? I approached slowly and rolled down the window. Hey! You left us waiting back there! I yelled. There was no response. In fact, all three men were completely silent, and it was hard to tell in the flashing light of the sawhorses, but they looked to be standing completely still. Hello? I yelled again. I pushed open my door and stepped out into the pavement.
Eric, wait.
I held up a finger to Mia. Just a second. I slowly stepped towards the three men. Hello? No response. What the fuck? The bright lights of the sawhorses obscured their faces. I kept moving closer. Hey, what's going on? Then I saw it. Their faces. They were plastic. In front of me stood three mannequins. I backed away toward the RV. Then I turned and walked hurriedly to the vehicle. I was seriously freaked out, but I didn't want to alarm Mia. I climbed into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. "They're mannequins," I said.
What?
"They're mannequins."
Why? What?
I don't know. I looked back over at the three figures and my blood ran cold. The hard hat mannequin had somehow turned around to face us. All three figures appeared to be watching us now. Then we heard it. A loud, resonant banging on the side, and then the roof of the RV.
What the hell was that?
Mia whispered. We listened, holding our breath. Then, a shuffling sound. Something was moving on or in the RV. "Stay here," I said. I got up.
Eric, wait.
I moved to the back of the RV. It was dark. I went for a drawer in the kitchenette space and pulled out a flashlight. I moved to the rear of the RV, the bedroom. My flashlight illuminated an empty room. Whoever is back here, I have a gun. A shitty bluff, but I didn't see anything. I shone the light out of the windows of each side of the RV. Nothing. Then I heard it. A shuffling sound from right above me. I looked up and screamed, "Fuck!" On the roof of the RV, staring through the skylight, was a woman with vacuous black eyes and a dead smile. Her stringy black hair dangled down towards me, casting thin black shadows across her horrible pale face. "Mia, drive! Fast!" I screamed. Mia jumped over to the driver's seat, shifted into gear, then stomped on the gas. The RV was clunky, but it could move when it needed to. We lurched forward and I fell back. I trained my flashlight up onto the skylight again, and the woman was gone. I scrambled to my feet and looked out the side windows. Did Mia shake her off? There was no sign of the woman. I moved to the passenger seat, breathing heavily and sweating.
What happened?
She asked, keeping the RV at a steady 50 miles per hour. There was a woman on the roof, I said flatly. I realized now that I was in a kind of shock.
A woman?
Her eyes were black. Mia just looked at me, then back at the tunnel ahead of us. There's something wrong with this tunnel, I whispered. Mia pointed at the road ahead.
Look.
I looked out at the tunnel. There were more mannequins. A lot more mannequins. They were positioned on both sides of the road. They were all facing us, and even though I never saw them move, when I looked in the side view mirror, they were somehow still facing us, turning to watch us as we drove past, watching without eyes. Just keep driving, I said. As we drove on, the mannequins crowded the sides of the road more and more. There were thousands of them. Eventually, they were so close that some of their outstretched arms hit the side of the RV. They were closing in on us, squeezing our path forward. One stood in the middle of the road.
I don't think I can get around it.
Run it over. Don't stop. The RV smashed into the mannequin. Its head shot forward and bounced against the windshield, and the vehicle shuddered as it rolled over the body. Soon there were 2 in the road. Then 3. I could see where this was going. Pretty soon there would be too many for the RV to ram through. But god damn it, we were going to get through as many as we could. Speed up, Mia. The sound was surreal, smashing into mannequin after mannequin at nearly 60 miles per hour. Hands, legs, heads, and torsos flew. The windshield cracked, the RV shuddered and screamed and eventually slowed down, despite the screaming engine. I'm certain the axle was jammed up with lifeless plastic body parts. Eventually we came to a stop.
She won't move,
Mia said. She pressed on the gas, but it was no use. The RV just rocked a little bit. Try reverse. She shifted and pressed on the gas. We got some decent movement before running into another jam. Fuck!
Should we get out and look?
Mia asked. I'll go, I said as I grabbed the flashlight and popped the passenger door. Mia unbuckled her seatbelt.
We'll go together.
We stumbled out of the RV on the passenger side. It was like stepping into hell. Countless, lifeless faces stared out at us from the darkness. The only light came from the headlights of the RV and my flashlight. We clumsily made our way along the side of the RV. The ground was littered with mannequin pieces. I thought to myself, if we could get a couple yards cleared out behind the rear tires, we might be able to back out and get enough momentum to reverse all the way back out of here. Instead, when we got to the back of the RV, my stomach flipped and my heart sank. I was expecting to see a trail of flattened mannequins. Instead, the RV was now surrounded by thousands of perfectly intact mannequins, standing at attention, as if their ranks had somehow been replenished after our vehicular assault.
This is impossible.
She started to cry. I held her close. "We'll keep moving," I said.
It will never end. The tunnel makes no sense. It only curves one direction.
I looked at her. "What do you mean?"
Well, this whole time, the tunnel has only been curving to the right. It would sometimes straighten out or go left a few yards, but before too long, we were curving to the right again. We're either driving in circles or spiraling downwards.
"So we'll go back the way we came and hope we're not going in circles," I said. We had been driving for hours at this point. Walking back out the way we came would take days. But now that I thought about it, Mia was right. We'd only been curving to the right. This tunnel seemed to be very gradually taking us downwards into the earth. Going forward would not get us any closer to escape.
We'll need food from the RV,
Mia said. I nodded and we stumbled our way back to the front of the RV, the mannequins' lifeless faces watching us the whole time. I stepped up to the passenger door and nearly fell back when I looked through the window. "What the fuck?" I breathed. What I saw were two mannequins sitting in the driver's and passenger's seat. How they got in there? I have no idea. But what really made my blood run cold was that they were dressed exactly like Mia and I. They wore identical sets of clothes. The one on the passenger seat had my same New Order t-shirt and black jeans. The one on the driver's seat had Mia's green striped sweater and denim shorts. Their plastic faces stared out through the shattered windshield at the endless crowd of mannequins staring back at them. Mia stepped up and saw the uncanny display.
"What the fuck?"
Mia echoed. I pulled myself up into the RV and slowly stepped around my mannequin doppelganger. I avoided looking into its face, but I swear I could feel it watching me as I stumbled around it. Mia followed and we made our way into the back of our dark RV. Luckily, we had just stocked our cooler full of deli meat and water not long after crossing the Colorado state line. I handed Mia the flashlight and pulled open the cooler. I filled a backpack full of food and water. I turned and saw them. My mannequin double had somehow moved. It was standing in the aisle watching us. Mia's doppelganger was still seated in the driver's seat, but it turned to peer back at us with its eyeless gaze. Mia saw the look in my eyes and turned. She screamed when she saw them and backed into me. I put my arm around her and we stood there a moment, letting our skyrocketing heart rates return to Earth. "Let's get out of here," I said. I slid the backpack onto my shoulders. Mia joined me at the door. I looked into her eyes. "Are you ready?" She nodded. I kissed her. "I love you," I said.
"I love you,"
she said. The look on her face killed me. She was terrified. I'm sure the look on my face was similar. I opened the door and we stepped out. We again stumbled to the back of the RV. Once we were clear of the RV and all the crushed mannequin body parts, it became easier to find footing, though weaving through an endless crowd of lifeless people was a slow process. It was pitch black. Without the flashlight, we wouldn't be able to see a foot in front of us. As I walked, the beam of light created the illusion of movement in the crowd. At least I hoped it was an illusion. The limbs of the mannequins seemed to stretch and turn, but the only sound was that of Mia and I shuffling our way through the crowded tunnel. Things went on like this for what felt like hours. Mia and I were sweating and aching. I was about to suggest we stop and rest, but then I saw it, and I froze. Out in the crowd, beyond rows of blank faces, I saw a pale face, black hair, and a dead smile. I saw two vacuous eyes staring right at me. "Mia, do you see her?" I whispered.
"See who?"
I slowly raised my arm and pointed. It was the woman, or whatever it was, that stared back at me through the skylight on the roof of the RV.
"Oh my god!"
Mia squeaked. I could see now that the pale-faced woman was tall, a few inches taller than the mannequins. As I pointed, she stared back at me with that terrible grin.
"What do we do?"
Mia whispered. I raised the flashlight and pointed it right at the pale-faced woman. I thought maybe this would scare her off. I was wrong. The light only made her appear more unsettling as she stared back, unflinchingly. "What do you want?" I yelled. She only stared back at me. She was as still as the mannequins. "We have to keep going," I whispered. Mia didn't respond. Her body was tense as she held on to me. "We've come this far. We can't turn back again," I continued. I pulled Mia's hand and we continued on our way through the mannequins, keeping the distance between us and her as wide as possible. As we moved past, she kept watching us. Though her movements were imperceptible to us, her eyes never left us, like one of those portraits whose eyes appear to watch you no matter where you stand. Finally, we got far enough that she was out of sight, but the thought of her being somewhere behind us only unsettled me further, and I quickened our pace. As the hours wore on, there was no sign of the pale-faced woman, and the crowd of mannequins began to thin out. They still populated the tunnel from one end to the other, but there was more space between them, allowing Mia and I to walk more freely. The mannequins on the maintenance walkway on the side of the tunnel seemed to thin out as well, and I decided it would give us a better vantage if we were walking up there. I helped Mia climb up the railing that bordered the walkway, then I climbed up behind her. The walkway was elevated 3 or 4 feet above the roadway. We could easily see over the heads of the mannequins in both directions. There was, of course, no end to the tunnel in sight. We kept walking. The mannequins continued to thin out, but they were different now. There were mannequins dressed as maintenance workers again, but also mannequins dressed as families and businessmen. There was even a group of mannequin nuns standing in a single file line, heads bowed in prayer. Needless to say, we passed none of this on the way into the tunnel. I was feeling very hopeless that we were going to be able to find our way out. I was far beyond speculating how this was all possible. It's not possible. And even if it were, there was no good reason for someone to do this to us. The only explanation was the supernatural. Then I saw her. Rather, I saw them. Arranged in the middle of the tunnel was a circle of mannequins with long black hair and tattered cloth. They looked exactly like the pale-faced woman, minus any facial features. I kept a close watch on them as we passed to make sure they didn't start following us.
"A door!"
Mia shouted. Mia pointed a few paces ahead of her. There was a door leading into the wall of the tunnel. We ran towards it. Mia grabbed the handle, turned it, and pulled. It was heavy, and Mia had to brace her foot on the wall to get it moving. The metal door groaned as if it hadn't been opened in years. Finally, it was open enough to see past. It was a hallway. It went out about 5 yards, then turned right at a 90-degree angle. The strangest part was the design of the hallway. It wasn't cement or pavement like the tunnel. The walls were wood-paneled, and the floor was covered in a thick carpet, like a house from the 1970s.
"I say we see where this takes us,"
Mia said. There was no reason to disagree, but I wasn't going to get us trapped in there. I opened up my backpack and took out a water bottle. I opened it and handed it to Mia. She drank half, then I drank the other half. I slowly closed the door, shoving the empty water bottle in the crack to keep it from closing all the way. I turned to Mia. "Okay, let's go." We slowly made our way down the quiet hallway. We got down to where the hallway cornered to the right, and that's when we heard it. Ka-jung! I whipped around. The door had closed behind us. I ran back to it and tried to push it open, but it was no use. There was no way it closed on its own. Someone had to have removed the water bottle. Our path had been chosen for us. There was no turning back. We continued down the hallway. We turned right. The hallway continued, then turned right again. That should have led us right back to the tunnel. But it didn't. This part of the hallway went on far longer than was possible without running into the tunnel. Then it turned right again. It went on like this. Sometimes a section of the hallway was 20 feet long, sometimes it was 20 yards long. Sometimes it was 3 feet long. But it always turned to the right. At first it was a relief to be somewhere other than the cold, dark tunnel. But the hallway very quickly became claustrophobic, and before too long, I heard someone walking behind us. We had stopped to take a break, and I heard a third pair of footsteps on the carpet coming from behind us. I backtracked to the last corner. I was terrified as I slowly peeked around the corner. tense and waiting to see the vacuous eyes and inky black hair of the pale-faced woman. But there was nothing there. I wasn't about to backtrack any further. There was no one there, I whispered. Mia slumped against the wall and slid down to the carpet.
I think I need some rest,
she said. I put my backpack down on the ground for Mia to use as a pillow. She laid her head down and was passed out in seconds. I had no idea how long we had been walking at this point. I stood leaning against the wall. My body was telling me to rest, but I couldn't risk falling asleep. I had to keep watch. I knew she was following us. I took in the details of the hallway for the first time. The carpet was a dull brown, and the walls a cheap wood paneling. The hanging lighting fixtures were shaded by stained glass, something you might see in an old diner. Who built this place? Did someone pick out the carpet and the lighting fixtures? Did a team of workers blast these tunnels into the earth? Or has this place always existed? Was this purgatory? I began to feel dizzy. I was panicking. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. I slumped to the floor and tried to slow my breathing. I closed my eyes. I shot up in panic. I'd fallen asleep while I was meant to be keeping watch. I snapped to my feet and looked around. Mia was still asleep on my backpack. Then I noticed that the hallway had changed. A few paces away there was now a plain wooden door in the wall. I slowly approached it. I put my ear to the door, and I could hear what sounded like TV static and the low murmur of voices. I discreetly grabbed the door handle and turned it slowly. I felt the latch bolt clear, and I carefully cracked the door just enough to peek inside. It was dark, so it took a second for me to register what I was seeing. I saw a small boardroom. A long table in the center was surrounded by seated men in suits. At the end of the table stood another man next to an old CRT TV that was playing static. This was the only source of light in the room, and all the men around the table were turned towards the TV. Suddenly the screen flickered from static to a solid dark background, and some warped New Age style music began playing. Then the words appeared on the screen that terrified me like nothing else before. In plain text, the words read, "You will lose her." I froze, as I knew these words were meant for me. I watched with terror as the men seated around the table slowly turned towards me in unison. They were mannequins. The TV screen then clicked off and they continued staring at me as I could barely make out their forms through the near-pitch darkness. I quickly pulled the door shut and whipped around to look at Mia. I had a horrible feeling of dread that when I turned around she would be gone, like the message on the TV promised.
Eric? What are you doing?
Mia was leaning up and staring at me. Thank God. There was Mia, right where I left her. I pointed at the door and said, "This door appeared and I—"
What door?
She interrupted. I turned and, sure enough, the door was now gone. I explained what happened to her, but I left out the message that appeared on the screen. You will lose her. Those words still burned in my brain. I tried to force them out. We drank water, ate granola, and then got moving again. Hallways. Endless hallways. After a couple hours of walking, we started to hear music. There were small speakers in the corners of the ceiling. I recognized it as the same New Age music that played on the TV in the boardroom. The melody drilled into our minds. Combined with the dull aesthetics of the quiet hallways and the endless right turns, the music had a hypnotizing effect. The lengths of the halls became more uniform. That is to say, the straight section of hallway was about 7 paces, then a right turn, then 7 paces, and a right turn.
I think we're walking in circles. Or a square,
Mia said. I looked at her and took out a bottle of water. I peeled off the plastic label and dropped it on the floor. Then we kept walking. 7 paces, right turn. 7 paces, right turn. 7 paces, right turn. And there it was. Mia was right. The label from my water bottle lay in the middle of the hallway. Somehow we had been led into a loop. I lost it. Fuck! I kicked the wall repeatedly and screamed. Mia just leaned her back against the wall. This was our dynamic. If one of us lost it, the other became zen and thought of a solution. More often than not, I was the one to lose it. I finally stopped freaking out.
There has to be a way out. A door.
Mia said. We would have seen it, I replied.
A hidden door,
She said. She turned around and ran her hands along the cracks of the wood paneling.
most likely on the outer wall.
She said. She beat her fist on the wall, listening for a change in the sound. I exhaled heavily, sweating and tired, and I started searching the wall as well. We checked the whole first wall. Nothing. We checked the second wall. Nothing. The third. Nothing. The final wall. Nothing. I gave up and slumped on the floor. Mia immediately went over to the other side of the hall and started checking the inner wall. What are you doing? I thought you said it would be on the outer wall, I asked. Then we heard it. Mia beat the wall, and instead of the dead thud, we heard a resonant boom. A door. I shot up and started tapping the wall with Mia until we found where the door ended. It was the width of about 4 wooden panels. I lined myself up in the center, lowered my shoulder, and pushed. It moved. It barely moved, but it was enough to confirm this actually was a door. I recentered and tried again, lowering my center of gravity. I pushed as hard as I could. The door pushed inward about 3 inches. Then Mia joined in. We slowly moved the door. 5 inches, then 10, then 15, then 20. Then Mia slipped inside. I had a moment of panic as she disappeared into the darkness, and those haunting words came back into my mind. You will lose her. I darted past the doorway, falling through the threshold and hitting the concrete floor. I looked up and there was Mia. Thank God. I promised myself I'd never let her out of my sight again.
The exit,
Mia said. She looked and sounded as if she were 1,000 miles away. I got to my feet and followed her gaze. What I saw nearly brought me to tears. We were back in the tunnel, but there was light. About a mile down was the mouth of the tunnel, and daylight pouring in. Beautiful daylight. I grabbed Mia tight and kissed her.
Thank God!
She cried. We started moving. Nothing was going to slow us down this time. We sped up into a run down the maintenance walkway towards that beautiful sunlight. As we approached, something else came into view. Parked in the middle of the roadway was a large vehicle. It couldn't be. It was! Our RV sat in the road waiting for us. We ran all the way to it, pulled open the passenger side door and climbed in. There were no mannequins to be seen. I fell into the driver's seat and Mia handed me the keys. I turned over the engine, the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. I shifted into gear and floored it towards the sunlight. As we got closer, I could see the green of trees and the blue of the sky. We were maybe 100 yards away. I turned to Mia, tears in my eyes. What I saw turned my blood to ice. Just beyond Mia's window, that horrifying, pale face grinned at me. The pale-faced woman was somehow floating outside of the RV. Before I could say anything, her hand smashed through the window and gripped Mia by the throat. Then in one horrible motion, the thing pulled Mia screaming through the window and disappeared. I slammed on the brakes just as the RV passed through the exit of the tunnel, and sunlight flooded the cab of the RV. I threw it in park and shot out the door screaming, Mia! Mia! I screamed over and over. I rounded the front of the RV and looked back at the tunnel. What I saw shattered my mind. The tunnel was gone. There was only open road. I had lost her. And that was We Were Driving Cross Country When We Entered a Tunnel. Do Not Try to Find It by Do Not Look for Door. Great name. This story had it all. It had everything that really just kind of horrifies me about a story. Mannequins, I mean, for those of you that may or may not know me well enough by now, hate mannequins, can't stand them. Ever since I played Condemned Criminal Origins, back when I was like much younger, on the original Xbox, fuck mannequins. So it's got plenty of creepy ass mannequins, which potentially could or could not have been people before. Definitely hard to tell, but very interesting premise. You've got crazy dark tunnel where it's like, it's a claustrophobic, insane situation when you really think about it. You've got only 2 directions really to go, and it's kind of forced you in this horrific way of like, it's pure darkness. There's more and more mannequins appearing. There's also a pale-faced woman with creepy beady eyes and a big Cheshire cat smile, and who knows what she can do. My my guess is she's obviously some kind of a horrific entity demon thing who is turning people into mannequins. That's my initial guess, right? But no matter what, she's creepy as hell. She's so creepy as hell. She must have a control over the mannequins or something, because it's just nuts. It's just nuts. It's so awesome. It's so creepy. Oh, this story is so good. It's got elements that make me think of the back rooms. It's got a moment where it makes me think of like PT, the Silent Hills thing. So many awesome moments in the story. So many great, weird little connections and strange oddities and just things that keep making you question what the hell is going on. This story's great. This story's so great. So great. I'm so glad we got to read it. And I'm also very glad that Jenny offered her services to be me in this story. I thought that'd be really good since we're a couple. It kind of worked out really well mentally. I thought it was a really good idea for it. So thank you again, Jenny. If you'd like to support her, I'll pop down some of her socials down below, and you can go give support for her. It's a good idea. Good idea. Rant over. What a story. What a story. God. Is Pike Tunnel the longest traffic tunnel in the nation? I'm going to have a look at that now. That's interesting if it is. Very creepy. But I suppose if it goes through the Rockies, yeah, I could see that then. I could see that. It's pretty big, isn't it? Big mountain range. I'm going to trust it, but I'm still going to look into it at one point, because that's creepy. That's so creepy. Anyway, I've been Nate at Night, and I've really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. Primal. Thomas and I had been hunting together for years, but this trip was supposed to be special. A week in the deep woods. By the third night, we had seen plenty of deer, but nothing worth bagging. The forest was dense and foreboding, the air crisp with the promise of winter. We sat around our campfire, the flickering flames casting long shadows on the surrounding trees. You ever wonder what's really out there, Jamie? Thomas asked, his eyes reflecting the firelight. I chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Probably just more deer and maybe a few bears? What, you scared of Bigfoot? Thomas smiled, but didn't laugh. No, seriously. These woods are old, man. Older than we can imagine. Who knows what could be lurking out there? I shrugged. We'll find out soon enough, I guess. We sat in silence for a while, the crackling of the fire the only sound. Suddenly a noise caught our attention, something moving just beyond the reach of the firelight. I stood up, grabbing my rifle, and motioned for Thomas to do the same. You hear that? I whispered. Thomas nodded, his face pale. Yeah, sounds big. We stepped away from the fire, Thomas's headlamp cutting through the darkness. As we moved closer, the noise grew louder, until we saw it. A massive buck, its antlers gleaming in the dim light. It noticed us and bolted, crashing through the underbrush. Let's get it, I said, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Thomas hesitated. Jamie, maybe we should let it go. I waved him off. Come on, Thomas. This is what we're here for. We chased the buck through the forest. The creature was fast, but we were determined. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled into a clearing and stopped dead in our tracks. The light fell on a massive shape emerging from the shadows. It was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. My mind flashed back to dinosaur books and movies I'd seen as a kid, but nothing could have prepared me for seeing one in real life. The headlamp's beam revealed thick, powerful legs and a massive head. The creature's eyes were small, but seemed to glow in the dark. Its body was thick with muscle and fat, its arms tiny with only 2 fingers. What struck me most were the sharp, bony crests behind its eyes, formed by extremely thickened post-orbital bones, giving it a demonic appearance. Thomas started running, but the T-Rex's eyes locked onto him. Despite its size, it moved with a frightening silence, its padded feet making almost no sound. Thomas barely made it a few steps before the T-Rex's massive jaws closed around him, and with a sickening crunch, it tossed him aside like a rag doll. I stood frozen, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. Thomas's headlamp lay on the ground, still illuminating the monstrous creature as it turned its gaze toward me. It took a step towards me, heart pounding, and then it took another step forward. Without thinking, I turned and ran, branches slashing at my face and arms. The forest was a blur, the only sound my own ragged breathing and the occasional snap of a twig. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, but I kept running, driven by pure fear. When I finally reached the truck, I jumped in, started the engine, and tore down the dirt road, leaving everything behind. A summer laugh. During summer, a group of friends called Micah, Jamie, Nathan, Sarah, and Angelina decided to go on a camping trip in Laughing Creek Woods. Once they reached their destined camping spot, they set up camp and set up their tents and made a campfire. After that, they did the usual camping stuff like drinking beers, making s'mores, stargazing, but most importantly, scary stories. Once it was Angelina's turn to tell a story, she said this. You guys want to know why this forest is called Laughing Creek Woods? It's said that there was once a circus near this creek that was very popular in these parts, maybe during the late 60s, but was burnt down due to one of the clowns going crazy mid-show and igniting all the pyrotechnics. It's said that the ghost of the clown haunts this park till this day, and if you hear his honking, it's a sign you will die. Okay, let's go to sleep now, Angelina said in a tired tone. Her friends weren't too scared of her story, but they agreed to catch some sleep. At night, Micah heard the sound of rustling near the bushes. Micah woke his friends Nathan and Jamie, and the three of them went to investigate, thinking maybe it's a fox or some other animal stealing their food. So they went out of their tent and saw the tent of Sarah and Angelina open. They checked to see Sarah sleeping, but Angelina missing. They woke Sarah up and they went to find Angelina. After 15 minutes of looking, they saw Angelina staring at a tree. She yelled at them, sounding scared. We need to get out of here now! The jester from my story is after us! The others began to panic, but Micah chimed in with the experience of watching too many horror films and said, What jester? You said it was a clown in your story. Angelina began to chuckle and said, Quite the observant one you are. Well, guess I can't keep up the front for longer. Time for the real show to begin. Angelina begins to contort and turn into a twisted red, black, and white jester. Before them, the jester begins to chase the teenagers, who try to stick together. Luckily, they manage to get to their car. It was at their car when Nathan realized, because he was at the very back, wait, whose hand am I holding right now? When he turned around, he saw Angelina's severed hand in his hand. Nathan dropped the hand, and the jester's voice echoed from the woods, saying, You didn't give her a hand when she was still alive and screaming, so I gave you one of hers. When they got in the car's sensors detected something moving near the car. The jester jumped in front of the car and said, Looks like you escaped this one. Here comes the punchline. The jester starts laughing maniacally and starts punching the glass of the car. Micah turns on the windshield wipers, which the jester immediately breaks the windshield wipers by snapping them in half, saying, Time for the piercing final act. The jester stabs the windshield wiper to the car, stabbing Nathan in the arm. Micah, who finally got his shit together, began to drive his car, in which the jester falls and gets run over. The teens began to drive off as the sun rises. Nathan said, Guess we got the last laugh. When they saw the jester's figure near a tree by the side, waving at them. The end. An unfortunate soul. Fire! I had put a pencil on the edge of my desk and launched it. Imagine missing. Couldn't be me, my classmate Liam said, with a mocking tone. Oh my God, will both of you shut your mouths? Said Oliver. I told all of you to stay silent and not throw pencils, Mr. Miller said. And where is Henry? Doing your mom, Henry casually said in front of our tormentor, which was now yelling at him. I've given you all 2 chances. Now you all have an hour of cleaning duty. This old man was joking, right? An hour? Wait, we didn't do anything, Oliver and Liam both said almost immediately. I could hear you talking outside the hall. Mr. Miller was furious. If you keep talking, I'll make it 2. He said, threateningly staring down Henry. When he had left, we all started to nab at each other, and Mr. Miller. You 2 got me in trouble, Oliver complained. Oh my God, really, bro? Said Liam about his situation. I looked at Henry. He didn't seem to mind. Calm down, you're not going to die. Of course, you're always on cleaning duty, Liam retorted. It's mainly his fault, Liam said, pointing at me. And me, being me, wasn't paying attention and was watching the TV in the coffee shop across the street to the window where I was reading the headline. Missing after some commotion was heard an officer. I was reading the headline when I was brought back to reality with a bang of Oliver's laptop to my face. Hey, did you hear that? I'm kicking your ass. I was not too familiar with fighting, but I started running. I'm not done with you, he yelled as he followed pursuit. I'm not getting in more trouble. Liam had joined as well, and when looking back, I neglected to look forward and ran into Mrs. Luna, my reading teacher. Sorry. Still recovering, Oliver took advantage of the situation and stepped on me as I tried to stand. Stay down. Anyway, we both got 2 hours of cleaning duty. At the end of the day, at the gym, Mr. Miller plopped all of us at the janitor's closet to gather cleaning supplies. When I come back, this place better be spotless. The old man snapped and gave me the keys to the janitor's closet. Yes, sir. After we left, we got bleach and went to town on the gym. An hour had passed. Screw this, I'm taking some ice cream from the cafeteria, Liam blatantly said. Really? You want to get in more trouble? Oliver said. Well, as far as I'm aware, there isn't anybody but us in this dumb gym, Liam countered. What about the cameras? What about the cameras? This school is crap. Do you really think they would spend that much on this school? Pieces of garbage never cared then, so why now? Liam and Henry took off to the cafeteria, which was right next to the gym. Wait up, I said, not wanting to be alone with Oliver. If I get in trouble with you again, I'll bash your face in again, Oliver stated. I joined them shortly after, but when I got there, they weren't there. Boo! Gah! Got you, Liam giggled. Screw you, man. Just had to get you back for getting me in trouble. I was frustrated, but I noticed Henry wasn't with him. So I asked, Where's Henry? Oh, he went to take a dump. Oh, okay. I'm going to go get some ice cream. Do you know where it is? Yeah, it's in the back. Don't ask how I know that. Mr. Miller entered and asked, Boys, did you do what I said to do? And what are you doing in the cafeteria? Yes, sir. I'm cleaning the cafeteria, sir, Liam stated. And here you go. He held a cup of ice cream in his hand. You two earned it. Me still processing what was happening, didn't realize Liam had gone for the ice cream. Thanks, His words were cut short by the knife that had pierced the back of his head. What are you standing there for, James? Dig in. I was in shock. Oh, what are you... Kid, he said, containing laughter. You're next. After he finished, Oliver tackled him before punching him, repeatedly. Oliver, stop! A voice pleaded. Oliver looked up to see Henry, just for that monster to stab him in the chest again, and again. Me and Henry were in total shock. I couldn't move. Stop, please. I wouldn't tell a soul if you let me go. Hell, you could even kill him. Henry gestured to me in turn. I was finally out of the stasis of shock. I ran. Tell you what, kid. I'll let you go. Just get that kid for me. He accepted his deal. Chasing after me, Henry was far behind. I had made it to the door. I pulled and pulled. He had locked us in the entire time. Henry was nearing, so I had an idea, and bolted to the janitor's closet and locked myself in. Henry was sobbing. James, please come out, he's the last words I heard, before I heard him gurgling on his own blood. James, come out, James, Miller had asked before asking again. James, open the fucking door, he yelled as he started kicking the door down. Leave me alone, I yelled as he broke down the door. When you join your friends, tell them I said hi. He stabbed me in the chest. You know how painful it is to deal with brats like you? He said, twisting the knife. Ironically, it feels the same as what you're feeling now. Plunging the knife deeper. The pain was unbearable. I didn't know what to say. Still not paying attention, are you? Even on your deathbed. Well, since you're bound to bleed out like that, goodbye, he said, closing the door and taking the janitor's key to lock me in. I wouldn't even have the honor of dying fast and clean like the others, as I sat there cold, bleeding, and alone, trying to make a sound out of my mouth, but I didn't have the strength, and at long last, I could rest. And those were some of the entries to the Campfire Collection Contest. Decent stories overall. I mean, not the best, not the worst, but at the same time, I think it's good that there's like restrictions and rules and a level of difficulty to some of the writing contests. You know, like it's I mean, 3,000 words is not a lot when you really think about it. It could be like just a few pages. It's hard to make a really good story with very limited space and time. You know. But overall, I mean, I think it's a good little exercise, and I'm pretty pleased with some of the results. Tomorrow we'll be checking out the top 3, and hope to see you there. Take care. Woods of Cranch. It's the 16th of June, 1989. Me and a small squad of around 10 people are going to an outpost, then going on a mission. I don't know about anything about the mission. We just weren't allowed to tell anyone that we were going on it at all. We're in a region of Verovsi, something that used to be some sort of state. Well, we're pulling up to the station right now. Me and my friend James were told to do a patrol around the outpost while they get the gear ready. We aren't far off from a city. We were close to one, but it got nuked long ago, so most of the area is off limits, even to military personnel. I could only imagine the scene of it. I saw a bunch of planes flying real low. I think they were going on a bomb run? Which would be weird, considering that there are barely any rebels here. After a horrible 2-hour patrol, we finally got back to the outpost. We had dinner and were told to get a good rest because we're going on the mission tomorrow. And I'm really excited. 2 choppers will come pick us up. I've never flown on those before. They're here. The last squad got off and they seemed quite happy, like nothing serious happened. Even though it's supposed to be a top-level scary mission, so much so that they call the first heli drop a hell dive. Luckily, I am on the 3rd chopper. One of the men gave me a sketch. He was smiling a lot. It was almost a bit eerie. He told me to have fun, which I appreciate, I guess, but the sketch is quite weird. I hope we arrive soon. One of the choppers got here before us and set camp. We were told the air is clear and we have nothing to worry about. Yet. It's getting quite cloudy, so it's probably best that we land soon. The heli is shaking a lot and I can barely write. It started raining not too long ago, so we found a spot to land and set camp. The other 2 helicopters were already there, and we were set to leave as soon as the storm passes. We set camp next to a hillside. It's quite calm out here. The hillside also acts as a cover from the rain. We made a campfire and started talking about what the mission could be. We were all rookies. I also wouldn't be surprised if we were all around 16 to 18. We didn't have tents because the chopper only has some food supplies, guns, and ammo. We also have a dog with us. It looks like some sort of husky. We don't really know its name, so we just call it Dog. We couldn't last here that long, so we only have food supply for 3 to 7 days. The chopper is about 3 kilometers from our camp. It was really hard to find a spot to land. We have some sheets that we'll sleep through the night on. So yeah, good night. We just woke up and things aren't looking good. One of the men died from the heat. We're up in the hills, so that's weird. We also lost Phil. He and I were up last night, so we couldn't sleep and just talked about what we thought could happen in the war. The last thing I heard from him was that he went to the toilet. Before we leave, we'll send a search party to find him and bury the other guy. I'm going to stay at the camp and help bury him and 3 others, including James. We finally buried him. It was my first time seeing a corpse, and probably not my last. It's already like 5 p.m. We haven't heard from the search party yet. We told them to get back by 7 and not get out of the 3-kilometer radius. I'm looking at the sketch that the man gave me. It almost looks like a deformed deer. We made contact with the other 2 choppers, and they found the outpost and have set camp. So at least some good news. Is that like some sort of bird or deer, maybe? I was told to be the radio guy with the other two squads, and for now it's quite easy because there's really not much I'm doing, just waiting for any messages. We're still waiting for the search party to come back, but it's been over a day now, I think. I don't really have a good conception of time right now. We got a message from the High Command. We were told to wait for the search party at all costs, and not leave until they return. So, now we're stuck here until they return. Real nice. I can feel that things are getting uneasy in the camp. Recently, one of our soldiers had a panic attack and committed suicide, while also taking one of the commanding officers with him. We're basically alone. We haven't had a single order in days. Food is running low and it's getting really hot. We were talking about deserting, but it just doesn't sit right with me. Also, something weird happened today. I woke up at 3 a.m. and got something to drink. I was standing next to a little table we made, for a while just drinking some water. Then in the corner of my eye, I saw a deer. He was quite big and behind some trees, but that's not the point. The weird thing was that it stood on its hind legs. It's been some time since I wrote anything. I think it might be 2 to 3 weeks since we arrived. But really not much has happened apart from finding Phil. He was hanging from a tree, which was quite something. He just didn't seem like he was suicidal. So the death was everything but normal. This VHS tape was strapped to him. We finally got a message from the other squad. This is what I got. Squad Delta. Delta, come in. This is Squad Delta, we hear you. This is Squad Alpha. We were ordered to retrieve some egg, which we have. We're now on our way to the extraction point. What kind of extraction point? There is no extraction point. Squad Alpha, can you read me? Alpha, come in. This was the conversation. Or at least what I understood. I feel something weird is going on with it. I mean, the voice was hard to understand and really deep. Also, he was really quiet. I reported the message to my commanding officer. He told us we'll get back to the helicopter in the morning. Finally, we're going home. Today's the day. We're finally going back home. If I'm right, we've been here about 2 to 3 weeks. We had to eat berries and hunt rabbits because our food supply was basically non-existent. We have to hike to the helicopter. It's about 3 kilometers and should take us around 1 hour if we're lucky enough. There's around 6 of us left. It's hard to think that we started with 12 people. We're leaving soon, so I'll try to write, but walking and writing isn't my thing. We've been walking for a while, so we decided to stop for a bit to drink something and find something to eat. We sat down and the dog started whimpering and crying. I looked back and didn't see anything. After a while, I heard the dog cry again and bark at the woods. I turned slowly and saw a tall, dark figure in the forest. It was at least 300 meters away. It was unearthly tall. It looked like the one from the sketch. I brushed it off as a hallucination, but it couldn't be. This time the dog was barking at it. I reported it to my officer and he didn't believe me. Of course. So we kept walking. After walking for hours, I could finally see the helicopter. I ran to it purely out of excitement, but in the corner of my eye, I saw that thing again. This time I froze. It was real. Standing next to a dead person. I took out my camera just to check and took a picture. And it was on it. I ran to the chopper as fast as I could, but my team wasn't behind me anymore. I'm in the chopper and the pilot also is in here. I still hear some sort of deer-like sounds every now and then, but yeah, I just hope I'm not alone. The end. Camp Ridgewood. Camp Ridgewood was grueling work. Hidden deep in the mountains, it was isolated and relentlessly challenging. The kids ranging from ages 10 to 15 were difficult to manage, with their endless energy and constant bickering. As one of the 3 counselors alongside Hannah and Greg, my job was to keep them safe and entertained. Most days felt like an uphill battle. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day of wrangling the kids, swimming, hiking, and breaking up petty fights, we gathered round the campfire. The forest around us was dense and oppressive, the darkness closing in as the fire crackled and sparked. The kids loved my scary stories, and I had one ready to give them a real chill. "It was a night just like this," I began, my voice dropping to a whisper, "when campers at Ridgewood heard strange noises coming from the woods." The campers leaned in, faces illuminated by the flickering flames, eyes wide. I described the creature with glowing eyes lurking in the forest, their fear palpable. Just as I was getting to the good part, a sudden rustling from the tree line made everyone jump. Nervous laughter followed, with some kids glancing around uneasily. "That was perfect timing, Max!" Emma, a fearless 12-year-old, exclaimed, though her voice wavered. I forced a smile, trying to mask my own unease. "Yeah, almost too perfect. But let's stick close to the cabins tonight, okay?" After the kids dispersed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The rustling wasn't a small animal. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind. But deep down, I knew better. The next day passed in a blur of routine activities, but that night the air felt thick with tension. We gathered around the campfire again, though I kept the story light this time. The kids seemed restless, mirroring my own anxiety. Just as I was about to call it a night, I realized Emma and her friend Tim were missing. "Has anyone seen Emma and Tim?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The other campers shook their heads, fear creeping into their eyes. I turned to Hannah. "Stay here with the kids. Greg, you too. I'll go look for them." Hannah shook her head. "No, Max, I'll go with you. 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1. Reluctantly, I agreed. Armed with our flashlights, we ventured into the woods, calling their names. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The further we went, the deeper the dread settled in my bones. We kept moving, the beams of our flashlights darting across the trees. After what felt like an eternity, we found them. My stomach churned at the sight. Emma and Tim's bodies hung grotesquely from a low-hanging branch, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Blood dripped slowly from their wounds, pooling on the forest floor. Their eyes wide open reflected their final moments of terror. A rustling in the bushes drew my attention. My heart stopped as I saw it. A raptor. It stepped silently into the clearing, its feathers rustling softly. The creature was the size of a human, its body covered in iridescent feathers, wings held out to the sides for balance. Though it was clear they were not meant for flight. Its eyes locked onto mine, and I recognized it immediately from the dinosaur books I'd devoured as a kid. The raptor's eyes were cold, calculating. It moved with a predator's grace, silent and deadly. I backed away slowly, trying to keep my breathing steady. As I moved, it followed, a low, almost imperceptible hiss escaping its throat. "Hannah, we need to get back to the camp," I whispered, my voice trembling. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We turned and ran, branches whipping at our faces and arms as we stumbled through the underbrush. The image of Emma and Tim's mutilated bodies were seared into my mind. We had to get back to the camp. We had to protect the others. Bursting into the clearing, we shouted for Greg. "We have to barricade ourselves in the cabin, now!" Seeing our frantic state, he didn't question us. We gathered the remaining campers and huddled in the main cabin, barricading the doors and windows. The kids were terrified, their eyes wide and filled with tears. "There's a dangerous animal out there," I explained, my voice shaking. "We need to stay inside and stay quiet until help arrives." The night was a nightmare of snapping twigs and the oppressive feeling of being watched. Whatever was out there was silent but relentless, circling the cabin, searching for a way in. We kept our flashlights trained on the windows, every shadow a potential threat. Just before dawn, the noises stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse, stretching our nerves to the breaking point. As the first light of day filtered through the windows, I cautiously peered outside. The camp was eerily quiet, but there was no sign of the creature. "We need to get to the counselor's cabin and use the radio," I whispered to Hannah and Greg. "Everyone stay together and move quickly." We made our way to the cabin, but it was a mess. I suddenly heard Hannah scream. I whipped my head around. Standing behind me was Hannah. I realized that the thing could mimic human voices. "Oh, we need to get to the cars," I said, my voice shaking. "Everyone stick together and move quickly." As we ventured deeper into the forest to where the cars should have been, I eventually realized we were lost. "What do we do now?" one of the younger campers asked, tears streaming down his face. "We head for the ridge," I decided. "We might get a signal up there. We can call for help." The group moved as quickly as they could, constantly looking over their shoulders. The snapping of twigs began again, echoing through the trees. It was stalking us, and the silence was suffocating. We reached the ridge, but the sight that greeted us stopped us in our tracks. The raptor stood at the top, its eyes fixed on us, lips pulled back in a snarl. My mind raced. We had nowhere left to run. "Everyone stay behind me," I said, grabbing a large branch as a makeshift weapon. The raptor moved silently, its predatory eyes locking onto mine. I swung the branch, but it was too fast. With a swift, almost graceful motion, it knocked the branch from my hands and slashed at me with its sickle-shaped claw. I fell to the ground, blood streaming from my wounds. Hannah tried to fend it off, but the raptor was relentless. It knocked her aside, its claws cutting deep. The campers screamed, huddled together in terror. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a loud bang echoed through the air. The raptor stumbled, turning to face the new threat. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a park ranger, rifle in hand. "Get down!" he shouted, firing another shot. The raptor screeched in pain and fled into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. The ranger rushed to us, checking our injuries. "Are you all okay?" he asked, his face grim. "Oh, we are now," I gasped, clutching my bleeding side. "Thank you." The ranger helped us back to the camp, where we were treated for our injuries. An emergency team arrived soon after, and the campers were evacuated to safety. As we were loaded into ambulances, I looked back at the forest, a shiver running down my spine. We had survived the night, but the shadow of the raptor would haunt Camp Ridgewood forever. I was a camp counselor during the midnight massacre of Camp Greenleaf. A simple job. That is what I thought it would be. Just helping out some kids during summertime with all the camping activities. Good wholesome fun, and a feeling of pride in being a small special part of the summertime fun that all the kids would remember when they were my age. I never got to go to summer camp, so I thought it would be nice to experience all the entertainment and memories alongside a new generation. I was sure everyone would have a great time. That is, until the killings started. I still feel guilty that I survived when so many were slain. I could have done more. I should have done more. I don't know how or why it all happened. When it was done, I couldn't believe what had happened or who the police said was the perpetrator. The trauma and fear of the situation will stay with me forever, but at least I survived. My friends and campers did not. I will recount what I remembered to honor their memory and make me face my own failure to protect them. I know I could have done more, but if it was really who I suspect it was, would I have been able to stop them? It was the first week of summer, and I was headed to Camp Greenleaf with the other counselors. The day was beautiful, and the scenic vista of the camp and the nearby lake glistening in the morning light was an inspiring sight. With me were 3 other counselors, Chelsea, Glenn, and Whitney. They all looked right out of high school, and I was the oldest by a bit, it seemed. Whitney had been sitting next to me on the bus, so I tried to talk with her a bit, but she seemed disinterested and was mostly on her phone the whole time. Meanwhile, Glenn was making an awkward attempt at hitting on Chelsea, who continued to roll her eyes and try to ignore his attempts at small talk. Despite the disinterest of my fellow counselors, I was ready to get started. We got off the bus and were met by a bear of a man who gave us a brief introduction and overview on what to expect in our roles as camp counselors. The man leading the meeting was the director and head of Camp Greenleaf, Mr. Johnston, though he insisted we refer to him as Ken, or Coach, since he also worked as a high school football coach during the school year. Remember, we're a team. We work together and we do our best and everyone will have a great summer. He finished with a flourish and a raised fist like he expected us to give him a standing ovation. I felt bad at the lack of response, so I shouted a response. Yeah, let's do it! Ken smiled approvingly, while my fellow counselors judged me in silence with condescending looks. This was going to be rough, if I had to remain the only optimistic one, besides the director. Later that day, the campers arrived. We were a bit short considering we were supposed to have over 20 kids, but only 12 arrived. Apparently, the camp had a reputation that some kids had heard disturbing rumors about and refused to go. It seemed like a bad omen, but I promised I would help make the time for the kids who did show as great as possible. I got to meet most of the campers, and despite being discouraged by the small number, it did mean we had more time to spend with each one. My excitement was diluted when I realized a lot of them seemed uninterested in most of what the camp and all of us had to offer. The general apathy as soon as they arrived was palpable. They were high schoolers, and to my dismay, seemed more inclined to ignore our attempts at instruction and activities and stay glued to their phones. Only one of the campers spoke directly to us. Her name was Beatrice, or B for short. She was a little shy, though seemed nice. Unfortunately, she was a bit of a pariah, and was picked on by most of the other kids. The only thing that could pull their attention away from their phones was a verbal jab or some trick or prank they tried to pull at B's expense. I tried to put a stop to it, but it was always in passive-aggressive ways that were tough or catch and call out the offenders. Most of the girls ignored me anyway, and continued to harass B throughout the day. We had a very busy day of activities and orientation. Many of the kids did start to have fun when they realized they had a lot more to do than just sit around on social media. Glenn and I showed the boys to their cabins, while Whitney and Chelsea showed the girls to theirs. Even as we parted into our groups, I saw Beatrice looking sullen, and I saw more of the girls snickering at her behind her back. It was tough to watch, but I couldn't do much to interfere. Later at night, Ken had arranged a counselor meeting, and he seemed very odd. He was normally very cheery, practically dripping with enthusiasm. Now, though, despite arranging the meeting, he seemed disinterested and almost paranoid. It seemed like he kept looking over his shoulder, and at several points had even asked us, "Do you all hear that? That chiming sound in the distance?" We all listened carefully, but none of us could. "I can go take a look and see if some of the kids left their cabins and are messing around with some of the trinkets in the storage shed. I know there was an old cowbell out there." Glenn interrupted me quickly, saying, I got a fever, and that's the only prescription, is more cowbell," in a terrible Christopher Walken impression. I laughed despite the interruption. Whitney and Chelsea either didn't get it or didn't care, while Ken glowered at him. We sat back down and Ken muttered again, "I hear something out there. Someone's messing with me." We sat in awkward silence for a bit longer, until he told us we could leave without even discussing tomorrow's agenda, which had been the whole reason for the meeting. We all thought it was very strange, but we started for the door. On the way, I thought I saw Ken moving towards a cabinet, and heard the clinking of glass bottles. On the way out, I tried to talk to Whitney and Chelsea about B and the girls bullying her. They seemed distracted by how Ken was acting and brushed me off, saying they would take care of it, though I was not sure if they'd really heard me. I gave up the attempt and returned to my cabin. Wasting no time, I put the light out and fell asleep. I don't know how long I was out, but I remember being awoken by an odd chiming sound in the night. It was faint, not so loud that it woke everyone up, but noticeable to those who were light sleepers. Hadn't Ken said he heard a bell or chime or something? I saw a few lights come on in the boys' cabin, and figured a few campers had heard the sound too. I almost wrote it off, and was about to go back to sleep, when there was a tortured scream heard from the director's cabin. I got up and rushed over to check it out. I was not alone in hearing the sound, and Whitney and Glenn waited with the few campers who were awakened by the commotion, while Chelsea and I went to look inside. It was a bad scene, and we couldn't find Ken anywhere. The cabin had been thrashed, and it looked like a bear had gone through it. The walls were shredded and the furniture smashed. There was no sign of him. I saw a few bottles on the ground near his chair, and thought maybe this was some sort of weird drunken outburst, and maybe he had left to clear his head. That did not explain the terrible damage to the cabin, though. "That drunk bastard left us alone with these kids. What an asshole!" Chelsea blurted out, letting her real feelings be known. "Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on, but it's not good," I responded. We were almost ready to leave empty-handed, but I noticed something strange near the desk. It was an odd little black box that, upon closer inspection, had been slightly opened. Inside was a soft padded interior, and a recess that looked like it was made for some type of mask. This was really strange. Neither of us knew what the significance was, but I didn't like the chill I felt when I held the box. I could swear I heard an ethereal chime in the distance that beckoned me. Chelsea looked at me, confused and upset. I realized I had been holding the box, staring off into space. "Are we leaving or what?" she demanded. I shook my head and came out of the daze and responded. "Oh, sorry, not sure what came over me. Let's go tell the others that Ken's gone." Back outside, we met up with Whitney and Glenn to tell them the news. They were annoyed, but not as surprised, since Glenn had known about Ken's drinking and had even said he would sometimes take random breaks for super long periods of time. He must have figured he was out getting hammered somewhere right now, but I was not so sure. If he was drunk, why wreck his whole office? Why leave in the middle of the night and not finish all his booze here for that matter? None of this felt right. As we considered the problem at hand, we heard a shrill scream from the girls' cabin. Whitney and Chelsea rushed ahead, concern plain on their faces since they had left their wards unattended to look into the matter of the disappearing director. We rushed on and saw the girls had all left the cabin and were standing outside, panicking and screaming. As we got closer, I asked one of them just what had happened, and the only girl who had her wits still intact said that someone killed them. She was horrified, like her friends, but still seemed cogent. So I asked her if she saw what happened. "A big man with a creepy mask. He had a weird chime when he stepped. He was holding an axe. He..." She tapered off into sobbing. I tried to comfort her, but it was a bad scene. Other girls had similar accounts. They said someone or something had killed their friends. Glenn tapped me on the shoulder just then and told me that some of the girls said they had seen a large man exit the cabin shortly before the other girls woke up and saw their murdered friends. I heard another scream and saw Chelsea and Whitney emerge from the girls' cabin, ghost white. Chelsea looked dazed and Whitney threw up. "Grace and Sasha are dead," Chelsea muttered, barely able to parse the words through obvious shock and horror. Glenn was trying to comfort Whitney, who was trying to recover. I raised my voice and quickly asserted that we need to call the police now. We need to get everyone together in the rec center and lock the doors. Has anyone seen Ken? There was an awkward pause, and looks back and forth to see if anyone had. Chelsea spoke up again. He got drunk, wrecked his office, and now 2 kids are dead. I don't think we should rule out that he may have been responsible for this," she said with a grim look accompanying the heavy accusation. "Whoa, wait. You think Ken would kill kids? Why would he do that? He's run this camp for 20 years. How and why would he do that?" I asked with shocked disbelief in my tone that disguised the slowly creeping feeling of acceptance in Chelsea's reasoning. I hated to believe it, but maybe she was right, and he had just snapped. Before we could get into a back and forth about Ken and his motives, there was a horrible flash and explosion, and the boys' cabin burst into flames. We raced over to find a raging fire where the cabin had been. A fiery explosion had engulfed it, and to my dawning horror, I realized the boys had still been in there. We hadn't had a chance to bring everyone to the rec cabin like we planned. I clutched my head in my hands and gawked at the horror of the situation when I saw movement near the flaming ruin. It was a tall figure shuffling forward and murmuring something. I thought it was Jacob, one of the taller kids. Then I realized he was too large. I stopped moving forward and stared in disbelief when I saw it was someone else. He was burned by the flames, and had what appeared to be a charred blood on his hands and shirt. He held a woodcutting axe in both hands and had a horrible pallid mask on that had a small chime connected to the top like the bobber on an anglerfish. It tinkled when he stomped forward, providing a jarring discordance with the huge figure's thundering footsteps. Glenn stepped forward, brandishing an oar from the canoes, and in a quavering voice told the figure to back off! I'm warning you, man, leave us alone. He swung the oar back and forth to illustrate the point. The masked man stopped moving and fell to his knees, clutching his head and letting out a pained scream. Through gritted teeth, we heard the words in an all too familiar voice. Help me, Glenn. Help! We all realized that voice was Ken's. Had he snapped after all? Glenn realized it was the director and moved forward cautiously. Ken was sobbing, now his arms outstretched. Glenn got closer and asked, Mr. Johnston, what happened? What did you do? Before any of us could blink, Ken grabbed Glenn's arm and stuttered out, You all need to leave now. That sound, I can't stop myself. I can't. And his body went momentarily inert like a marionette with its strings cut. Before Glenn could even whisper a response, Ken sat bolt upright and seized Glenn by the throat and lifted him up. Then he threw him into the side of the burning cabin. Glenn screamed as the flames licked at his clothes, and before any of us could move in to help, Mr. Johnson had raised the axe and embedded it into Glenn's head with a wet crunch. All of us screamed in unison at the cold-blooded murder we had just witnessed. There was another awful ripping sound as the axe came free from Glenn's lifeless body, and the soulless eyes of the director turned murderer faced us. Whitney and Chelsea screamed and ran, and I also turned to flee. I remember seeing Beatrice standing outside the girls' cabin looking at the spectacle. I ran towards her and implored her to get back inside and lock the doors. But she just gently smiled and shook her head and pointed to me. I was confused by the gesture, but I thought I'd heard the faint sound of a bell and saw something in her other hand. I ran towards her, but something struck me hard in the back of the head and everything went dark. I woke up hours later in the girls' cabin. Beatrice was the only one there with me. She said the others had all been killed. The way she said it was oddly calm and dispassionate. Later, the police arrived and it was determined the perpetrator of the terrible killings had been Ken Johnston. Drunk and driven into a homicidal rage, he had killed almost every single camper and all the counselors but me. Police found him outside the cabins face down and soaked in blood, surrounded by more corpses. Found on his person was a gore-encrusted woodcutting axe and an odd mask with a chime on it. Later I heard that he insisted in his insanity plea that the mask made me do it. It spoke to me. Ken was later found guilty and sentenced to execution. During the trial, it was discovered that he did have a real dark side to him. Evidence turned up that he had abused several campers in the past and paid them off or had them threatened to stay quiet. One case around 16 years ago stated he had a camper and she'd even gotten pregnant. Somehow he had kept it under wraps and had paid the mother to keep it quiet. The disturbing thing is that the mother had died recently, and the name of the surviving child was one Beatrice Larkin. I considered the only other survivor from that horrible night and thought about the implications. She was the right age, and at the camp he worked at no less. Then I remembered the odd chiming sound, and the hint of a memory replayed in my head of her holding a small bell, and hearing it chime in tune with the disturbing mask's chime, and the bellows of pain and forced motion of Mr. Johnston as he was moved in time with the chiming sound. What was that bell? I don't know what really happened, though I suspect some impossible things. I never saw her again, but if my creeping suspicion is confirmed, then they might not have stopped the right person, and a killer is still on the loose. Top 3 for a reason. Now, granted, I mean, some of them have, pictures and video and stuff, but to kind of justify why I allowed it, their word count was a lot less. So I was like, okay, well, you kind of bulking out your story a little bit. That seems fine. If you hit 3,000 and there was that might have been a bit iffier to do, but, it just would have felt unfair. But overall, I thought this was fairly well balanced. I'm pretty pleased with the results, and yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed them too. Let me know. Let me know down below which were your favorite and why. And we've got a potentially upcoming contest, an art contest coming up, which I think I'll be making an announcement video for that probably later on today. So yeah, that'll be quite good. It's like the first week in August, basically. Which yeah, it's going to be good. Little horror-themed artistic contest. I think it's going to be great. It's going to be important to announce it ahead of time so it gives people a bit of time to really think about what they want to draw, etc., etc. I think it's going to be great. Really excited to look forward to it, and I sure hope you are too. We'll see you around. Thanks so much. Dylan's Diary. Someone we didn't know tried to pick Dylan up from school today, said his elementary teacher. The guy said he was Dylan's older brother. Dylan doesn't have a brother, I said, alarmed. We thought so too, replied the teacher. I suspected something wasn't right straight away. It was this tall, lanky guy with black hair, looked in his late 30s, maybe even 40. He knew your address, Dylan's full name and birthday, and which class he was in. I went inside to check with the principal. When I came back out, the guy was gone. I was silent for a second as I stood facing the teacher outside the school gate. The gate separated the main road and a large playground and basketball court, leading into the school. All the other kids and parents had left, and we were the only ones standing outside. Where is Dylan now? I asked. He's waiting for you in the principal's office, she said, gesturing for me to follow as she turned around. I walked across the playground behind her, shakily, then through the corridors to the office. My 8-year-old son, Dylan, sat on the couch in the principal's office, still as a stone. The principal sat behind her desk, and there was a cop standing next to her. Hey, buddy, I said. You okay? Dylan looked at me blankly. My Dylan was always a quiet boy. It was just the two of us at home at the time. I was a single dad. My late wife, Angie, Dylan's mother, died a year prior. She'd been hit by a car while cycling around a sharp bend, and they never identified the driver. I won't go into any more detail here, as frankly I'd rather not relive that period, but safe to say it destroyed me. I tried to pick up the pieces and stay strong for Dylan. Was I doing a good job? Only God knows. I received no feedback. Since then, Dylan became even more withdrawn, pretty much remaining silent until spoken to. He was seen by a child psychologist and various other members of the welfare team at school, but after assessment, they were sure he didn't have autism or the like. He could speak up when he was pressed, he was just shy and preferred to keep to himself. The cop confirmed I was Dylan's dad, then asked me a few questions. He finally told us they'd try and find the guy and to report if we ever saw him again. The principal and teacher said a few things. It was a blur. All I remember is sweating profusely with my knees shaking, trying to comprehend the fact that someone had tried to kidnap my son. Dylan, you didn't know that man, did you? Asked the principal. Dylan shook his head. I was on edge after that day. Dylan was my whole world, all the family I had left, and I couldn't stand the possibility that he could be in danger. It made me sick. Who was this bastard? Why my son? Did he know us, or was it some random creep? I always walked Dylan to and from school thereafter, and was never late to pick him up again. Meanwhile, Dylan himself didn't seem rattled in the slightest. He never mentioned the incident unless specifically asked. At the time, I thought he was just timid and didn't want to cause trouble. A couple of weeks later, after the incident, the same homeroom teacher called me during her lunch break. She said one of the kids in her class saw Dylan talking to a man through the school fence. When she rushed out, the man was gone. When Dylan was asked about it, he said he hadn't been talking to anyone. The girl who apparently spotted him was questioned further, and she was adamant she saw Dylan talking to a tall, lanky man with messy black hair. The cops were called again, did a quick search of the perimeter of the school, but they found no one suspicious. That afternoon, I sat Dylan down at the kitchen table. I won't get angry. I just need you to tell me the truth, I said, trying to steady my nerves. Did you, or didn't you, talk to a stranger today at school? Yes or no? He shrugged. Getting an answer out of him was harder than drawing blood from a stone. How many times have we told you not to talk to strangers? It's for your own safety. You do understand that, don't you, son? He nodded, looking slightly afraid. I realized I had raised my voice and felt guilty immediately. Exasperated and running on 2 hours of sleep, I left him at the dining table and went straight to bed. That night, I woke up at 2 a.m. and went for a bathroom trip. I decided to check on Dylan while I was at it. He wasn't in his room. I called out his name and looked around in the living room and kitchen, getting more frantic as the seconds ticked by. I checked wardrobes, corners, even in cupboards, which made no sense to look in as he'd never fit in them. But I was desperate, thinking he'd been kidnapped. I went out into the street, yelling his name as I ran up and down it like a maniac to no avail. As I came back into the house, ready to call the police, I looked in Dylan's room for one last check. He was sitting up on his bed, wide awake and staring back at me. "Where were you?" I asked, relieved but still alarmed. "I was here," he replied. "No, you weren't. I was looking everywhere for you, and you weren't in here." "I was." Had I imagined all of that? I shook my head, feeling a migraine coming on. "Just stay in your room, okay? Don't scare me." I thought my eyes had deceived me somehow, and the paranoia was getting to me. Perhaps I should have paid attention to the fact that the window was wide open. About a year after those incidents, I heard a knock at my apartment door. I was inside doing some paperwork while Dylan was in his room playing Minecraft. I was on alert immediately. No one ever knocked on the door. We lived in a block of apartments, and friends or acquaintances would always wait outside the main door, ring the doorbell, and I would greet them downstairs. This meant it was likely an upstairs or downstairs neighbor who needed something. I had a few of their numbers from when we moved in, for contact should the need ever arise, but we weren't close at all. I wondered what could be the problem. I walked up to the door and looked outside the peephole. There was no one there. Odd, I thought. Perhaps I had heard something. Those random occurrences were commonplace now, and second-guessing myself was just in my nature at that point. As I walked back to my desk in the living room, I heard another knock. Something was up. I walked to the door again. No one seen through the peephole. Was someone pranking us? I stood just behind the door and texted my upstairs neighbor, asking him if he'd knocked on the door. A few moments later, I heard footsteps upstairs that went in the direction of the door, then hurriedly back into the apartment. I then received a text back about a minute later. "Do not open the door. There's a guy with a huge knife crouching, hiding right next to your door." My phone buzzed again. Another text from my upstairs neighbor. "Calling cops right now. Stay inside." I froze as all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was paralyzed for a few seconds. When I came to my senses, I tiptoed to Dylan's room. "Stay inside. Keep quiet," I whispered, my eyes bulging, beads of sweat dripping down my forehead. I had never felt my heart beat so fast. Dylan looked up and raised his eyebrows as I shut his door slowly and stood outside it, about to throw up and shit myself at the same time. We were so still that I could make out quiet but frantic talking upstairs, and more rushing footsteps. I read my upstairs neighbor's text again to make sure my eyes hadn't deceived me. I tiptoed to the kitchen and grabbed one of my own kitchen knives, then returned to the same spot outside Dylan's room, anticipating a crazed psycho busting down the door at any second. I chanted manic prayers for safety on repeat in my head. Not a sound came from inside his room. After what seemed like years, I heard sirens in the distance, and my heart rate started to slow a little. My grip on the knife handle loosened. Eventually, I heard some shouting, more footsteps, and banging that gradually faded in volume. "This is the police!" shouted a voice. I looked through the peephole to confirm that it was a cop, then opened the door, knife still in hand. They were very reassuring, and informed us that a tall, lanky man with black hair had just been apprehended and taken into police custody. He had knocked on my door and was waiting for someone inside to open it. He was indeed waiting with a freshly sharpened knife. What was he going to do with it? To the first person who opened that door, which was going to be me. Well, if it isn't obvious, then your guess is as good as mine. This guy's name was Gregory. He seemed to bounce around from place to place with no permanent address, even traveling between states, doing petty crimes like theft, harassment, and occasionally stalking minors. When they did a more thorough search, It turns out he had been involved in at least one gruesome murder in a different state, and ended up being given a life sentence for it, along with his accomplices. I wouldn't have wished that terror upon anyone, but these unfortunate things happen. The side effects of the psychological damage I experienced that day have never left me. However, I know people who have been through similar horrors, but never lived to tell the tale, so I looked on the bright side and counted myself lucky. Where there are sick freaks, there will be victims. The sicko was in jail, and I thought that was the end of it. But there was a different side to the story that I only uncovered 10 years after the incident. Dylan was due to leave for college, living away from home for the first time. He had grown into a tall kid with a surprising number of friends, still obedient, but relentlessly quiet. While packing his things and clearing out his room, I found a rugged-looking old notebook at the back of his bottom drawer. Dylan's Diary, said the cover. I flicked through it with no intention to pry initially, and saw that he had written and drawn on it extensively, with impressively neat handwriting. He'd always been a boy of few words, so I was intrigued. I began reading from the first page. Page 1. Cody's house, 11 a.m. He has to give me back my coat. There were a few stick figure drawings. Page 2. I need a book for English class next week. Ask if Amy has one. I turned the pages, and the first few were filled with the same mundane elementary school day-to-day affairs, mixed in with a few doodles. Then I got to page 21. Page 21. Why does my dad talk so much? He won't even let me get an Xbox, and he won't let me sleep over at Cody's house. Talking back is no use. I hate him. I felt a sting, and my heart sank. I remembered that day vividly, and a pang of guilt ran through me. I turned the page. Page 22. Saw Greg today. He says he can help me get rid of Dad. I said he was lying, but he says he's done it before. It was in the news. As my mind connected the dots, I flicked through the previous pages. This was the first mention of Greg I could find. I started to sweat, but continued reading. Page 23. Me and Greg are coming up with a plan. Need Dad gone. But I almost got caught talking to him today. Mrs. Watford, that stupid old mole rat, kept asking me. She took me to the principal's office again. I think Katie saw Greg and snitched. Need to be careful. A few blank pages, with a few in between filled with scribbles and admin type notes to self. Then the narrative continued. Page 41. The word plan was underlined, with 2 drawings underneath. The first was of a stick figure kneeling by a door, holding what looked like a dagger. The stick figure was smiling. There was another stick figure behind the door, with his hand on the door handle about to open the door. The second was of the first stick figure stabbing the stick man who had just opened the door, his eyes now 2 crosses. Page 42. Greg came to my house and I showed him my plan. He said it was good and he could do it. We almost got caught by Dad, but I got back in bed just in time. He's gonna get some tools from his house. Close one. Page 43. Greg screwed up. He's in jail now. Why did Dad not open the door when Greg knocked? Everything went wrong. I don't know why. Page 44. I wish my dad would just shut up. I flicked through the rest of the notebook, which was blank. Page 44 was the last entry. I read the entries a few times and pondered what I should do. I never thought Dylan was capable of such heinous intentions. Confused and upset, I acted as if nothing had happened for a few days. But on the day he was due to leave for college, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I brought his duffel bag down and hooked it on his suitcase. He was ready to head to the station, standing outside the door with the suitcase and his backpack. Dylan, when you were younger, did I ever say or do anything that hurt you? You can be honest with me. No, why do you ask? He replied. I held up the diary. He froze for a second, and I saw the color drain from his face. I won't blame you for anything, don't worry. You know I love you very much, son. You were a minor, and you were a victim of a very sick man. Besides, this thing is years old. I just want to know what I did wrong at the time that led to this, and we can put it behind us. His shocked expression faded, leaving his ever-present blank stare. "You didn't do anything wrong. Neither did Mom." I opened my mouth to ask him what he meant by that, but stopped. The corners of his mouth stretched into a wide smile. Our eyes met, and we stood in silence for a few seconds. "Dylan, if I were to find another one of these notebooks," I began tactfully, "would I see the blueprint of my wife's murder inside?" "Yeah." He didn't even pause to answer. Then he gripped the handle of his suitcase and walked off down the street. That was 2 years ago now. I never forgave him. Every night I still lie awake thinking whether he was born that way, or it's somehow my fault. We haven't talked since he left that day, and he hasn't come back home. He's never tried to contact me, and I haven't likewise. It looks like he's doing well in college from his Facebook posts. He seems to have a lot of friends, so I assume he got his own place or stays with one of them. I wonder if any of them will ever find out who he really is. Wouldn't blame them if they never do. After all, I still don't know who my son is, and I raised him for 18 years. And that was Dylan's Diary, by late but still early one. So I gotta admit, I didn't quite know where it was going to go for a little while. Because at first, when there's like this, the rumor of this tall, lanky man and everything, and he's sort of seen but sort of not seen all the time and stuff, I was like, oh, that's quite interesting. It's quite strange. I at first initially thought maybe it's like some kind of an imaginary friend who became more real sort of a thing, but that's why he could probably like fade in, fade out, disappear real quick and stuff. It was very strange because also when he was questioning Dylan about like, were you talking to a stranger today? And Dylan said no. That's why it's like, well, it's because he knows him. That's why, So it kind of solidified in my mind, at least, that it was an imaginary friend of some kind. I didn't actually think it was going to be an actual real person, based on how quickly they were able to kind of hide and not get caught and stuff. But it also just kind of makes me wonder. So obviously we find out that Greg is this guy, and he's obviously had quite an arrest record before, and yet you feel like the police would have a bit more of a grasp of who this dude is. I guess he's moving state to state, obviously, and that's what kind of allows him to get away with things to an extent. But I don't know. There's certainly some strange things in the story that kind of take me out of it a little bit when it comes to consistency of that kind. But it doesn't take me out enough. I was still very intrigued and hooked and stuff. And I think the part that, really was intriguing was the fact that this story is called Dylan's Diary, and yet throughout it, we don't really know a whole lot about Dylan, just that he's kind of a shy, quiet kid. He doesn't really talk to people or anything. His mother died, etc., etc. And it takes a long time to get to the diary, which is why when we reached it, I was like, oh, okay, this is probably where things are going to get really interesting. We're going to learn more about what's going on in the situation. And obviously that's when we connect the dots that, yes, he does know who Greg is. Somehow he met him before, potentially before his mother even died. You know what I mean? And then we later find out that it could very well be because of his son and a plan he had before they got rid of his mother. Which then it makes you question, like, well, why is he this way? And I mean, clearly he just might be not right in the head, like he's got some kind of I don't know whether you want to call it an illness or some kind of a mental issue or something. But I mean, the fact that it's so dark that he's gonna kill his own parents just because he doesn't get his way. I mean, I'm gonna guess a few times, at least a few times, probably quite a few times. But it doesn't sound like he's got a rough upbringing or a bad childhood or anything like that. So it's clearly he has some sort of an issue brought on in some way, shape, or form that we just don't know. But it's so dark that he's able to like draw out these plans. And I mean, granted, you could tell that the plan was made by a child because the plan was bad. The plan was very bad, like you're not just going to answer a door because you're hearing a knock, but you're not seeing anybody. That is kind of silly. But, at the same time, I guess there are people who would. There are people who would open it up and be, like, super suspicious. Like, was there a ding-dong ditcher or something, you know what I mean? Or, I know there's other terms for that as well, isn't there? I forget what some of them are. Yeah, ding-dong ditcher is the one that I know. This is quite funny. Yeah, but it ended up being quite a story. It ended up being a really, really interesting story. I've really enjoyed it because it's just, he conspired to kill both of his parents, not just one, both of them. And he's even said himself that they did nothing wrong. God, it really makes you wonder, doesn't it? It really makes you wonder. Makes you wonder if Dylan himself will end up killing people as well, not just getting somebody else to do it. I definitely think that could happen, 100%. Great story. Really good story. Thank you so much, Late But Still Early One. I've been Nate at Night, and I've had a good time, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Let me know what you want to see. Take care. No, I can't hit the button. I can't hit the button. I don't stay home alone anymore. I've never been much of a believer in the supernatural before. I don't have nerves of steel. Sudden loud noises make me flinch just as much as the average person. And I won't lie and say there aren't nights where I sleep in my parents' room and leave the nightlight on after a particularly disturbing horror film. But I've never actively bought any outlandish stories people tell me about ghosts or demons, nor am I an overtly religious person that goes to Mass every Sunday. But unlike me, my family has always been superstitious. Maybe it's because when I was younger, our whole extended family lived with my maternal grandmother, who had migrated from the province to the big city and carried all their weird beliefs with her to teach to her children. We were, and still are, a pretty tight-knit family, and we adored, respected, and followed our elders to a T. There's a lot to be critiqued about that, I know. But that's just how the way things are in our culture. And sure, there will always be some things that would cause tension because of the generational gap and progressive ideals. But isn't that true for every family? Okay, I'm straying away from the point. All I'm saying is, my family, and I mean almost every single member, is superstitious because of that. It always felt a little silly hearing stuff around the house like, did you stop by somewhere else before coming home? After someone comes home from a wake, or so a man is going to visit you? When someone knocks a fork off the table during dinner. But it made them feel at ease, and honestly, most of them weren't even that big of an inconvenience, so I did them anyway. After this incident, I feel as if that skepticism was hurled out the window. To set the scene, my family moved out of my grandmother's house a few years ago, and now lives in a one-floor, two-bedroom apartment in my father's childhood neighborhood. We're not exactly well off, so the only unit we could afford had our living room, kitchen, and dining room table pretty much combined into one space. The hybrid room connects to a hallway that diverts off to the two cramped bedrooms, one that my little brothers and I share, and one that my parents share, and leads to the tiny bathroom right at the back of the house. It's a quaint little place. I've never been one for extravagance, and we all agreed that maybe a bigger house would have been much lonelier after moving out from a place where 15 people lived together for the first time. One of the better parts of the bargain we got, however, was our very own parking garage. It was nothing fancy, just a vacant space in front of our door with a metal gate to keep people out. It's an extra space to move around, and because my family can't afford a car, we just use it to sun-dry our laundry and exercise, making the tiny space of the house feel a little freer. My family knew the landlord, apparently. She and my father had used to be playmates when they were little, so she'd asked for a favor from us in exchange for lowering our rent. There's been a couple of theft incidents in the neighborhood, and since we were the apartment nearest the street corner, she wanted to place a surveillance camera in our garage to see if any people were coming and leaving the street. All we had to do is house a single monitor smack dab in the middle of our living room and never turned it off. There didn't seem like any downsides to it, and as an extra security measure for us, which my father is always a fan of, he's a little paranoid if it's not obvious. At the time, I was a college student swamped with working on my final thesis to graduate. As much as I wanted to go out with them and have a couple of hours of relaxation, time was not in my favor. I promised to make it up to them after I graduate, and they'd reluctantly agreed, albeit unhappily. Even if I'm technically already an adult, they're always worried about leaving me alone at home, just in case an emergency happens. Like I said, paranoid. My parents gave me the usual spiel. Lock the door, close the windows, and draw the blinds. If you're going to have some food delivered, if you're too lazy to cook, pay online and let the driver leave it at the gate. Don't open the gate for anyone who comes calling, even if it's them, since they always take 2 spare keys with them. Having heard this a million times before, I rolled my eyes and agreed. When they'd set off around dusk, I settled into the grueling task of making revisions my thesis advisor had noted, which were Unfortunately, a fuck ton of them. I crossed my feet on the couch, hunched over, and began typing. I lost myself in my work. I didn't realize how long I'd been working on it until my eyes strayed toward the digital clock on my laptop, and I realized 2 hours had passed. My back ached, and my stomach was rumbling, but it didn't feel like cooking or placing an order for delivery yet, especially since I was almost done editing the 3rd chapter. A knock sounded. Puede po ba akong pumasok? A voice asked out of the blue, sounding right outside the front door. It's in my native language, which means, "May I come inside?" in English. My head was still swimming from all the revisions I've been doing, my eyesight a little hazy from staring at a laptop screen for so long that I didn't immediately register that something was wrong. I opened my mouth to respond when my brain finally caught up with the situation, and I froze. "Hello, Po? Puede po ba akong pumasok?" they said again with another couple of knocks. The voice was a young woman's, soft and sweet, asking politely if she could come into the house. It sounded so amicable and kind. And that's probably why I didn't notice the puzzle pieces adding up. My eyes flew to the surveillance footage blaring on the monitor. My blood chilled. Our gate was still closed, still wrapped with a metal chain, and sealed with the fancy steel lock my dad made a point to buy despite our limited budget, saying its security was worth the price tag. And the place where the voice was coming from was empty. No one, at least not anyone the camera could see, was standing outside our door. The knocking grew louder. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" Dimly, I recalled that one little quirk my grandmother always said. Right before she entered a room, especially a house, she would knock on wood and go, "Tao po," before she said anything else. The phrase translates roughly in English as, "I'm a human." I've always thought of it as stupid, even as a child. I always reasoned that obviously you're a human, so there's no need to announce it. But people, every single time they visited, would, for some reason, say that exact phrase with a questioning look on their faces before they entered a building. When I asked about it, my grandmother had plopped me in her lap and explained that way back in the old days, before there were all these devices to keep people safe and secure, all our ancient ancestors had were doors to keep them safe from predators. The barrier would keep them safe from anything that wasn't human, like wild animals, but sometimes they would still hear knocking and scratching from the outside, and they could never be too sure if it was because a neighbor had come knocking, or if it was a feral animal making it and attack them if it was ever opened. The greeting became a reassurance. My grandmother had said that whoever was outside would not harm them. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" the voice said again, in that high, sickly sweet tone that made me tremble. I didn't realize how often people used that greeting until it was suspiciously, glaringly missing. It felt absolutely wrong. My stomach sunk to my feet. The knocks that came after that were loud, harsh, and demanding. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" The voice became harder. The words were still polite, but I could hear it was getting agitated. Angrier. And there was still no one standing outside the front door. Cold sweat ran down my back. I was shaking, and I could feel the sting of tears making their way out of my eyes. My chest was tight, and my throat was closing, but I clamped my hand on top of my mouth and forced myself not to make a sound. I curled into a ball on the couch, eyes peeled on that fucking footage. From the corner of my eye, I think I see shadows of something moving from the shut curtains, but still, nothing on that footage. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. That maybe if I didn't answer, didn't confirm that there was a person on the other side of the door inside the house, it would give up and leave. I don't know. I'm not sure why I thought that would work. But fear held me in place like a vice-like grip. And I just watched. The knocks weren't just knocks anymore. It sounded as though someone was pounding their fists against the door. I could hear the wood rattle, the door fighting against the hinges. I could hear the metal creak, and my stomach churned violently. But I couldn't move. Couldn't make myself bolt to the bedroom or bathroom to hide. I felt as though any movement I made would make it angrier, even though, logically, it couldn't possibly see me. But logic had been thrown out the fucking window the moment the knocking started. Pwede po ba akong pumasok? The voice screamed, a terrifying high-pitched screech that burned into my eardrums. I've never been a religious person, but in that moment, I prayed. I prayed that if God existed, to please not let me die in my own fucking house before I even graduate college. I prayed that my parents would miraculously come home and save me. I prayed that they didn't, and that they wouldn't get hurt by the thing trying to force its way inside. I kept praying and praying and praying until I didn't know what the hell I was praying for. Then suddenly, it stopped. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I waited, frozen, helpless, for a few glorious seconds. I thought it was over. The door shuttered, and I could hear the wood of the door splinter. It was going to get in. It was going to get in. I forced my body to move. I bolted for the bedroom, slammed it shut, locked it, and heaped on whatever heavy thing I could find against it before scrambling to the very back of the room. Silence. The knocking on the front door stopped. And then it happened. A soft tapping behind the curtain on the bedroom window. No voice followed, but I was sure it was knocking. A deliberate pattern, knuckles against glass. Quiet, but insistent. I don't know why, but I had no doubt about it. This was the same thing that was knocking on the front door. I buried myself under my blankets and covered my ears, begging for it to stop. It didn't. I didn't know how long I was under there, listening to that knocking that never seemed to end. But my parents found me in my room, a few hours later, crying my eyes out. I don't remember the details of what happened afterward, really. I don't know how long it took for them to calm me down, only that it took a while. I don't know if I even managed to tell them what happened properly, but in whatever version they managed to understand, they looked deeply disturbed, and they didn't even question it, which I'll forever be thankful for. They let me and my little brother sleep in their room for the rest of the month. I started taking medicine to help me drift off because of how anxious I'd gotten since then. And I've never stayed home alone since. I don't think I'll ever be able to again, honestly. But there's one more thing that I'll never forget. What they told me afterwards still makes a chill seep its way into my bones and makes my throat close up whenever I think about it. Right before they found me sobbing hysterically, my parents were pissed, ready to chew me out for being so reckless. Because when they tried to put their key in the doorknob, they didn't hear its telltale click. I'd accidentally left the front door unlocked. And that was I Don't Stay Home Alone Anymore by See Her Right Shit. Great name, by the way. So, let's just go ahead and first of all decipher what the language is, because obviously that was my first thought reading this kind of a story. So it says it's in Tagalog is the language, which is an Austronesian language spoken as a first language by the ethnic Tagalog people, who make up a quarter of the population of the Philippines, and as a second language by the majority, which yet again is immediately, when I was reading this story, it made me think of Asian culture, Eastern Asian culture, and I suppose I believe the Philippines falls under that. I'll double check, because I'm a dummy sometimes, and yeah, so because I know they have big beliefs in the afterlife, the supernatural, ghosts, ancestors, and things of that kind of nature. It's a very big thing in their cultures, and it's regarded as a big form of like respect. You've got to follow various guidelines and rules and things like that when it comes to the afterlife. And so yet again, I was like, I'm really into this. It's really kind of pulling me into the story when it comes to that. But let's go ahead and talk about the story itself. So I really like the story because I think being home alone is always one of those things where when you're a certain age, it's kind of awesome. You know what I mean? Like, you're really into it. It allows you to kind of do whatever you want to do. No restrictions, no worries. You get to just kind of have fun. It's typically celebrated with like pizza, food, watching like scary movies, or, playing with your friends, like way past your bedtime kind of stuff. Usually when you're younger. Even when you're older, I'd say it's kind of the feeling kind of changes a little bit when you're older. It's still, you still have that luxury of, oh, I can do whatever I want and nobody can say anything or tell me off, depending whether you have a partner, other people you live with. But I'd definitely say it's not quite the same excitement level. Anyway, that's not the important part of this. It's this amazing reminder of the fact that whenever you're home alone, you're alone, right? So any danger present, whether it be outside or inside your home, is your problem. You're the only one there. You're the only one who can protect yourself and the abode. So it's always an interesting, and I mean, there's plenty of horror films and TV shows and stuff like that which really emphasize the Home Alone aspect of danger. Even the movie Home Alone, you know what I mean? Which isn't a horror movie, but it's got scary thought behind it, right? But it's awesome. It's always a good premise for any kind of a scary situation, and so I love that. What else I love is the fact that we don't know exactly what this is. Clearly, it's something supernatural, for sure, because it's something that can't be seen, but it can be heard. It has a level of interaction and stuff. It seems to be following her, which is what I think is also really interesting. The fact that, they're home alone and all this stuff happens, and they leave the front door area to go hide in their bedroom, and even then it knew that she moved and went to tap on the window near her instead. So it's got a level of sentience, it's got a level of understanding. Clearly it can see her, or aware of her presence, and it's clearly trying to interact with her. Could it be maybe an ancestor of hers? I would argue, yeah, that totally makes sense. Or it could be maybe somebody who used to live at that specific house before. We don't know, obviously, the full details, but I don't think it's anything demonic or anything horrific. I think it is just most likely one of those scenarios. But overall, I really like the story. I always like a Home Alone atmosphere. I always like the horror of isolation. I think it's a big part of any scary story is isolation. It really kind of emphasizes the fact of, anything could happen to this person. They're on their own. You know what I mean? Just awesome. Really, really well done. Really enjoyed reading this. Honestly, just a great story. I've enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. This has been Nate at Night. Let me know what you want me to read next. We'll see you next time. Take care. Thank you so much to my YouTube members and Patreon members for all the love and support. It's thanks to people like you that we can keep growing.